Preface and Introduction of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Iona Muirgel. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Preface. We are as near heaven by sea as by land, cried Sir Humphrey Gilbert as his ship sank with him, and the hundreds who perished in the ocean, within reach of the exultant welcome and the festal preparation of the shore, have found paradise as surely, and in giving the last full measure of devotion, have gone as brave men would wish to go. Sorrow that is too deep and strong for words clutches the heartstrings of humanity, and the nation mourns for the heroic dead who were carried down into the sea with the crashed Titanic. They faced death with high hearts, making the supreme sacrifice so that the women and the helpless little ones might live. It is a heart-rending story, redeemed and ennobled by the heroism of the victims. Its details are appalling. The world is full of mournings for the dead. Nature is conquered again, destroying with ruthless hand the most marvellous ship that ever floated on the bosom of the deep. It is the worst disaster that ever befell any vessel. It is the wrecking of a whole armada within one hull of steel, vaunted as unsinkable. The sinking of the Titanic is an appalling catastrophe, in the contemplation of which any words that can be uttered are as futile as in the presence of the awful majesty of the angel of death. The maiden trip of the newest, staunchest, and greatest of the modern ocean greyhounds has thus apparently ended in the most appalling marine disaster ever recorded. The first advices brought word of the safe removal of all the passengers, and the possible success of the crew in their endeavour to bring the noblest ship afloat to shallow water. Another triumph of the wireless telegraph was hailed, and from both shores went up a paean of thanksgiving that the overwhelming loss was not of life, but of things material, that, however valuable, are far less dear, and can one day be replaced. But now, as a bolt from the blue, and as a forecast of the final mortal terrors of the Day of Judgment, comes the message that 2,300 souls aboard, but 700, chiefly women and children, have been saved. All earthly concerns beside this calamity seem to fade into littleness and nothingness. The sole redeeming circumstance is that heroes met their death like men, and that human love was victorious over human terror, and mightier than death, and the open grave of the remorseless deep. The one alleviating circumstance in this terrible tragedy is the fact that the men stood aside and insisted that the women and children should first have places in the boats. There were men who were accustomed merely to pronounce a wish to have it gratified. For one of the humblest fishing smacks or a dory, they could have given the price that was paid to build the immense ship that had become the most imposing mausoleum that ever housed the bones of men since the pyramids rose from the desert sands. But these men stood aside. One can see them, and gave place not merely to the delicate and the refined, but to the scared woman from the steerage, with a toddler by her side, coming through the very gate of death, and out of the mouth of hell, to the imagined Eden of America. To many of those who went, it was harder to go than to stay there on the vessel, gaping with its mortal wounds and ready to go down. It meant that tossing on the waters they must wait in suspense, hour after hour, even after the lights of the ship were engulfed in appalling darkness, hoping against hope for the miracle of a rescue dearer to them than their own lives. It was the tradition of Anglo-Saxon heroism that was fulfilled in the frozen seas during the black hours of the night. The heroism was that of the women who went, as well as of the men who remained. The sympathy of all the world will go out to the stricken survivors of the victim of a worldwide calamity. Introduction. The human imagination is unequal to the reconstruction of the appalling scene of the disaster in the North Atlantic. No picture of the pen or of the painter's brush can adequately represent the magnitude of the calamity that has made the whole world kin. How trivial in such an hour seem the ordinary affairs of civilized mankind, the minor ramifications of politics, the frenetic rivalry of candidates, the haggle of stock speculators. We are suddenly, by an awful visitation, made to see our human transactions in their true perspective, as small as they really are. Man's pride is profoundly humbled. He must confess that the victory this time has gone to the blind, inexorable forces of nature, except in so far as the manifestation of the heroic virtues is concerned. The ship that went to her final resting place 2 miles below the placid, unconfessing level of the sea represented all that science and art knew how to contribute to the expedition of traffic, to the comfort and enjoyment for voyagers. She had 15 watertight steel compartments supposed to render her unsinkable. She was possessed of submarine signals with microphones to tell the bridge by means of wires when shore, ship, or any other object was at hand. There was a collision bulkhead to safeguard the ship against the invasion of water amidships should the bow be torn away. In a word, the boat was as safe and sound as the shipbuilder could make it. It was the pride of the owners and the commander that what has happened could not possibly occur. And yet the Titanic went down, and carried to their doom hundreds of passengers and men who intimately knew the sea and had faced every peril that the navigator meets. In the hours between 10:30 on Sunday night and 2:30 Monday morning, while the ship still floated, what did the luxuries of their 10 million castle in the ocean avail those who trod the 8 steel decks, not knowing at what moment the whole glittering fabric might plunge with them, as it did plunge, to the unplumbed abyss below? What was it in those agonizing hours to the men who remained aboard, or to the women and children placed in the boats, that there were 3 electric elevators, squash courts and Turkish baths, a hospital with an operating room, private promenade decks, and Renaissance cabins? What is it to a man about to die to know that there is at hand a palm garden, or a dark room for photography, or the tapestry of an English castle, or a dinner service of 10,000 pieces of silver and gold? In that midnight crisis, the one thing needful was not provided, where everything was supplied. The one inadequacy was the lack of lifeboats. In the supreme confidence of the tacit assumption that they would never be needed, the means of rescue, except in a pitiably meagre insufficiency, was not at hand. There were apparently but 20 boats and rafts available, each capable of sustaining at most 60 persons. Yet the ship was built to carry 2,435 passengers and 860 in the crew, a total of 3,295 persons. Whatever the luxuriousness of the appointments, the magnificence of the carvings, and the paintings that surfeited the eye, the amplitude of the space allotted for the promenade, it seems incredible no calculation was made for the rescue of at least 2,000 of the possible floating population of the Titanic. The result of the tragedy must be that aroused public opinion will compel the formulation of new and drastic regulations, alike by the British Board of Trade and by the federal authorities, providing not merely for the adequate equipment of every ship with salvatory apparatus, but for rigorous periodical inspection of the appliances and a constant drill of the crew. Let there be an end of boasting about the supremacy of men to the immitigable laws and forces of nature. Let the grief of mankind be assuaged not in idle lamentation, but in amelioration of the conditions that brought about the saddest episode in the history of ships at sea. The particular line that owned and sent forth the vessel that has perished has been no more to blame than others that similarly ignored elemental precautions in favour of superfluous comforts in a false sense of security. When the last boatload of priceless human life swung away from the davits of the Titanic, it left behind on the decks of the doomed ship hundreds of men who knew that the vessel's mortal wound spelt death for them also. But no cravens these men who went to their nameless graves, nor scourged as the galley slave to his dungeon. Called suddenly from the ordinary pleasure of ship life and fancied security, they were in a moment confronted with the direct peril of the sea, and the absolute certainty that, while some could go to safety, many must remain. It was a supreme test, for if a man loses life, he loses all. But had the grim alternative thought to mock the cowardness of the breed, it was doomed to disappointment. Silently these men stood aside. Woman first, the inexorable law of the sea, which one disobeys only to court everlasting ignominy, undoubtedly had no place in their minds. Woman first, the common law of humanity, born of chivalry and the noblest spirit of self-sacrifice, prevailed. They simply stood aside. The first blush of poignant grief will pass from those who survive and were bereft, but always will they sense in its fullest meaning this greatest of all sacrifice. Ever must it remain as a reassuring knowledge of the love and faithfulness and courage of the man and of his care for the weak. Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friend. Hymn for Survivors of the Titanic by Hall Caine, the great English novelist, to the tune of God Our Help in Ages Past. Lord of the everlasting hills, God of the boundless sea, help us through all the shocks of fate to keep our trust in Thee. When nature's unrelenting arm sweeps us like whips away, Maker of man, be Thou our strength and our eternal stay. When blind, insensate, heartless foe puts out a passing breath, make us to see Thy guiding light in darkness and in death. Beneath the roll of soundless waves, our best and bravest lie. Give us to feel their spirits live, immortal in the sky. We are Thy children, frail and small, formed of the lowly sod. Comfort our bruised and bleeding souls, Father and Lord and God. End of Preface and Introduction. Read by Iona Muirgel.
Section 1 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Vina. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Chapter 1. From a Day of Delight to Death. April 14, 1912. A fateful date. Lulled to false security. Peaceful Sabbath ends in dire disaster. Hopes sink beneath the cruel and treacherous waves of the Atlantic. Man's proudest craft crumbles like an eggshell. The hands of the ship's clock pointed to 11:40. The beautiful day of April 14, 1912, rapidly was drawing to its close. A solemn hush brooded over the ocean, the stillness broken only by the swish of the waters as they protested against being so rudely brushed aside by the mammoth creation of man. Then, too, the soft cadences of sacred music from the ship's orchestra sent their strains dancing o'er the billows to mingle with the star beam and intensify rather than mar the stillness. Above, the stars and planets twinkled and glittered as they beam only in the rarefied atmosphere of the far northern latitudes. The day had been one of rare beauty. A soft and caressing breeze had kissed the sea and rocked the waves in a harmonious symphony against the steel-ribbed sides of the world's largest, greatest, and most luxurious floating palace, the majestic Titanic, the newest addition to the transatlantic fleet of the White Star Line of the International Navigation Company. The star-sprinkled dome of heaven and the phosphorescent sea alike breathed forth peace, quiet, and security. Despite the lateness of the hour, aboard Titanic all was animation. A few, to be sure, had wearied of nature's marvels and had sought their slumber, but the gorgeous quarters of the first cabin and the scarcely less pretentious sections set apart for second-class passengers were alike teeming with life and light. Meanwhile, as they had for days past, the mighty engines of this monster of the sea pulsed and throbbed, while the rhythmic beat of the Titanic's great bronze-bladed propellers churned up a fast and steadily lengthening wake behind the speeded vessel. "We'll break the record today," her officers laughed, and the passengers gleefully shared their mirth. A record, and the record she made, but of death and destruction. But who could know? And since no mortal could, why not eat, drink, and be merry? Britain's shores had been left behind, far back across the waste of waters. America, the land of hope, was almost in sight ahead. Talk of home and friends and life. Small wonder that hundreds still strolled the Titanic's spotless, unsullied decks and talked of home and friends and life and joy and hope. Small wonder that other hundreds lounged at ease in her luxurious saloons and smoking rooms, while other scores of voyagers, their appetites whetted by the invigorating air, sat at a midnight supper to welcome the new week with a feast. Why sleep when the wealth, the beauty, the brains, the aristocracy, as well as the bone and sinew of a nation, were all around one? For, be it known, never before did ship carry so distinguished a company, a passenger list that reads like a social blue book. This maiden trip of the Titanic was an event that was to go down in history, they thought. And so it will, but with tears on every page of the narrative, and the wails of women and children in every syllable. But since the future is unrolled only in God's own good time, how could they know? Why wonder at their presence? Was this not the first trip of the greatest triumph of marine architecture? Had not the wealth and fashion of two continents so arranged their plans as to be numbered on its first passenger list? Had not the hardy immigrant skimped and saved and schemed that he and his family should be carried to the land of promise aboard this greatest of all ships? What mattered it to him that his place was in the steerage? Did not each pulsing throb of the Titanic's mighty engines bear him as far and as fast as though he too already held in his hand the millions he felt he was destined to win in this golden land of opportunity beyond the seas? And so, from the loftiest promenade deck to the lowest stoke hole in the vitals of the ship, peace and comfort and happiness reigned. Approaching home and friends. To some, the rapidly nearing shores of America meant home and friends. To others, opportunity and work. Yet to all it meant the culmination of a voyage which so far had been one all too short holiday from the bustle and turmoil of a busy world. Man proposes, but God disposes. Never were truer words uttered, nor phrase more fitting to that fateful hour. In the midst of life we are in death. Yet the soft breeze from the south still spread its balmy, salt-laden odors to delight their senses and to lull them to a feeling of complete security. What was that? A cold breath, as from the fastnesses of the Frost King, swept the steamer's decks. A shiver of chill drove the wearied passengers below, but sent the ship's officers scurrying to their stations. The seamen, and the seamen alone, knew that that icy chill portended icebergs, and near at hand. Besides, twice in the last few hours had the wireless ticked its warnings from passing vessels that the Titanic was in the vicinity of immense floes. Why had the warning not been heeded? Why had the ponderous engines continued to thunder with the might of 100,000 horses, and the ship to plunge forward into the night with the unchecked speed of an express train? God knows. The captain knew, but his lips are sealed in death, as, a self-inflicted bullet in his brain, he lies in the cold embrace of the sea he had loved and had defied too long. The lookout's warning cry. Perhaps Bruce Ismay, the managing director of the line, who was on board and survived when women drowned, also knows. Perhaps he will tell by whose orders those danger warnings were scoffed at and ignored. Perhaps. The lookout uttered a sharp cry. Too late. One grinding crash, and the Titanic had received its death blow. Man's proudest craft crumbled like an eggshell. Ripped from stem to engine room by the great mass of ice, she struck amidships. The Titanic's side was laid open as if by a gigantic can opener. She quickly listed to starboard, and a shower of ice fell onto the forecastle deck. Shortly before she sank, she broke in two abaft the engine room, and as she disappeared beneath the water, the expulsion of air or her boilers caused two explosions, which were plainly heard by the survivors adrift. A moment more, and the Titanic had gone to her doom, with the fated hundreds grouped on the afterdeck. To the survivors they were visible to the last, and their cries and moans were pitiable. The one alleviating circumstance in the otherwise unmitigable tragedy is the fact that the men stood aside and insisted that the women and the children should first have places in the boats. There were men whose word of command swayed boards of directors, governed institutions, disposed of millions. They were accustomed merely to pronounce a wish to have it gratified. Thousands posted at their bidding. The complexion of the market altered hue when they nodded. They bought what they wanted, and for one of the humblest fishing smacks or a dory, they could have given the price that was paid to build and launch the ship that has become the most imposing mausoleum that ever housed the bones of men since the pyramids rose from the desert sands. But these men stood aside, one can see them, and gave place not merely to the delicate and the refined, but to the scared Czech woman from the steerage with her baby at her breast, the Croatian with a toddler by her side, coming through the very gate of death and out of the mouth of hell to the imagined Eden of America. Harder to go than to stay. To many of those who went, it was harder to go than to stay there on the vessel, gaping with its mortal wounds and ready to go down. It meant that tossing on the waters, they must wait in suspense, hour after hour, even after the lights of the ship were engulfed in appalling darkness, hoping against hope for the miracle of a rescue dearer to them than their own lives. It was the tradition of Anglo-Saxon heroism that was fulfilled in the frozen seas during the black hours of that Sunday night. The heroism was that of the women who went, as well as of the men who remained. The most adequate story of the terrible disaster is told by a trained newspaper man who was on the Carpathia. He says, "Cause, responsibility, and similar questions regarding the stupendous disaster will be taken up in time by the British marine authorities. No disposition has been shown by any survivor to question the courage of the crew, hundreds of whom saved others and gave their own lives with a heroism which equaled, but could not exceed, that of John Jacob Astor, Henry B. Harris, Jacques Futrelle, and others in the long list of the first cabin missing. Facts which I have established by inquiries on the Carpathia, as positively as they could be established, in view of the silence of the few surviving officers, are that the Titanic's officers knew, several hours before the crash, of the possible nearness of icebergs, that the Titanic's speed, nearly 23 knots an hour, was not slackened. Insufficient lifeboats. That the number of lifeboats on the Titanic was insufficient to accommodate much more than 1/3 of the passengers, to say nothing of the crew. Most members of the crew say there were 16 lifeboats and 2 collapsibles. None say there were more than 20 boats in all. The 700 who escaped filled most of the 16 lifeboats, and the 1 collapsible which got away to the limit of their capacity. That the women first rule in some cases was applied to the extent of turning back men who were with their families, even though not enough women to fill the boats were at hand on that particular part of the deck. Some few boats were thus lowered without being completely filled, but most of these were soon filled with sailors and stewards, picked up out of the water, who helped man them. That the bulkhead system, though probably working in the manner intended, availed only to delay the ship's sinking. The position and length of the ship's wound on the starboard quarter admitted icy water, which caused the boilers to explode, and these explosions practically broke the ship in two. Had the ship struck the iceberg head-on, at whatever speed, and with whatever resultant shock, the bulkhead system of watertight compartments would probably have saved the vessel. As one man expressed it, it was the impossible that happened when, with a shock unbelievably mild, the ship's side was torn for a length which made the bulkhead system ineffective. The Titanic was 1,799 miles from Queenstown and 1,191 miles from New York, speeding for a maiden voyage record. The night was starlight, the sea glassy. Lights were out in most of the staterooms, and only 2 or 3 congenial groups remained in the public rooms. In the crow's nest, or lookout, and on the bridge, officers and members of the crew were at their places, awaiting relief at midnight from their 2 hours' watch. At 11:45 came the sudden sound of 2 gongs, a warning of immediate danger. The crash against the iceberg, which had been sighted at only a quarter of a mile, came almost simultaneously with the clink of the levers operated by those on the bridge, which stopped the engine and closed the watertight doors. Captain Smith on the bridge. Captain Smith was on the bridge a moment later, giving orders for the summoning of all on board, and for the putting on of life preservers and the lowering of the lifeboats. The first boats lowered contained more men passengers than the latter ones, as the men were on deck first, and not enough women were there to fill them. When, a moment later, the rush of frightened women and crying children to the deck began, enforcement of the women first rule became rigid. Officers loading some of the boats drew revolvers, but in most cases the men, both passengers and crew, behaved in a way that called for no such restraint. Revolver shots, heard by many persons shortly before the end of the Titanic, caused many rumors. One was that Captain Smith shot himself. Another was that First Officer Murdoch ended his life. Smith, Murdoch, and Sixth Officer Moody are known to have been lost. The surviving officers, Lightoller, Pittman, Boxhall, and Lowe, have made no statement. Members of the crew discredit all reports of suicide and say Captain Smith remained on the bridge until just before the ship sank, leaping only after those on the decks had been washed away. It is also related that when a cook later sought to pull him aboard a lifeboat, he exclaimed, "Let me go," and jerking away, went down. What became of the men with life preservers is a question asked since the disaster by many persons. The preservers did their work of supporting their wearers in the water until the ship went down. many of those drawn into the vortex, despite the preservers, did not come up again. Dead bodies floated on the surface as the last boats moved away. Nearer, my God, to thee. To relate that the ship's string band gathered in the saloon near the end and played Nearer, my God, to thee sounds like an attempt to give an added solemn color to a scene which was in itself the climax of solemnity. But various passengers and survivors of the crew agree in the declaration that they heard this music. To some of the hearers, with husbands among the dying men in the water and at the ship's rail, the strain brought in thought the words, "So by my woes I'll be nearer, my God, to thee, nearer to thee." Women and children first was the order in the filling of the Titanic's lifeboats. How well that order was fulfilled, the list of missing first and second cabin passengers bears eloquent witness. Mr. is before almost every name, and the contrast is but made stronger by the presence of a few names of women. Mrs. Isidore Strauss, who chose death rather than to leave her husband's side. Mrs. Allison, who remained below with her husband and daughter. And others, who in various ways were kept from entering the line of those to be saved. To most of the passengers, the midnight crash against the ice mountain did not seem of terrific force. Many were so little disturbed by it that they hesitated to dress and put on life preservers, even when summoned by that thundering knocks and shouts of the stewards. Bridge players in the smoking room kept on with their game. Once on deck, many hesitated to enter the swinging lifeboats. The glassy sea, the starlit sky, the absence, in the first few moments, of intense excitement, gave them the feeling that there was only some slight mishap, that those who got into the boats would have a chilly half-hour below, and might later be laughed at. It was such a feeling as this, from all accounts, which caused John Jacob Astor and his wife to refuse the places offered them in the first boat, and to retire to the gymnasium. In the same way, H.J. Allison, Montreal banker, laughed at the warning, and his wife, reassured by him, took her time about dressing. They and their daughter did not reach the Carpathia. Their son, less than 2 years old, was carried into a lifeboat by his nurse, and was taken in charge by Major Arthur Pochin. Admiration and confidence. The admiration felt by passengers and crew for the matchlessly appointed vessel was translated, in those first few moments, into a confidence which for some proved deadly. In the loading of the first boat, restrictions of sex were not made, and it seemed to the men who piled in beside the women that there would be boats enough for all. But the ship's officers knew better than this, and as the spreading fear caused an earnest advance toward the suspended craft, the order, "Women first," was heard, and the men were pushed aside. To the scenes of the next 2 hours on those decks, and in the waters below, such adjectives as dramatic and tragic do but poor justice. With the knowledge of deadly peril gaining greater power each moment over those men and women, the nobility of the greater part, both among cabin passengers, officers, crew, and steerage, asserted itself. Isidor Strauss, supporting his wife on her way to a lifeboat, was held back by an inexorable guard. Another officer strove to help her to a seat of safety, but she brushed away his arm and clung to her husband, crying, "I will not go without you." Another woman took her place, and her form, clinging to her husband's, became part of a picture now drawn indelibly in many minds. Neither wife nor husband reached a place of safety. Colonel Astor, holding his young wife's arm, stood decorously aside as the officer spoke to him, and Mrs. Astor and her maid were ushered to seats. Mrs. Henry B. Harris, parted in like manner from her husband, saw him last at the rail beside Colonel Astor. Walter M. Clark, of Los Angeles, nephew of the Montana senator, joined the line of men as his young wife, sobbing, was placed in one of the boats. An agonizing separation. "Let him come! There is room!" cried Mrs. Emil Tausig as the men of the White Star Line motioned to her husband to leave her. It was with difficulty that he released her hold to permit her to be led to her place. George D. Widener, who had been in Captain Smith's company a few moments after the crash, was another whose wife was parted from him and lowered a moment later to the surface of the calm sea. Of Major Archie Butt, a favorite with his fellow tourists. Of Charles M. Hayes, president of the Grand Trunk. Of Benjamin Guggenheim and of William T. Stead, no one seems to know whether they tarried too long in their staterooms, or whether they forbore to approach the fast-filling boats. None of them was in the throng which, weary hours afterward, reached the Carpathia. Simultaneously, on all the upper decks of the ship, the ropes creaked with the lowering of the boats. As they reached the water, those in the boats saw what those on the decks could not see: that the Titanic was listing rapidly to starboard, and that her stern was rising at a portentous angle. A rush of steerage men toward the boats was checked by officers with revolvers in hand. Some of the boats, crowded too full to give rowers a chance, drifted for a time. None had provisions or water. There was lack of covering from the icy air, and the only lights were the still undimmed arcs and incandescence of the settling ship, save for one of the first boats. There, a steward, who explained to the passengers that he had been shipwrecked twice before, appeared, carrying 3 oranges and a green light. That green light, many of the survivors say, was to the shipwrecked hundreds as the pillar of fire by night. Long after the ship had disappeared, and while confusing false lights danced about the boats, the green lantern kept them together on the course which led them to the Carpathia. Echoing splash of chilly waters. As the end of the Titanic became manifestly but a matter of moments, the oarsmen pulled their boats away, and the chilling waters began to echo splash after splash as the passengers and sailors and life preservers leaped over and started swimming away to escape the expected suction. Only the hardiest of constitutions could endure for more than a few moments such a numbing bath. The first vigorous strokes gave way to the heart-breaking cries of "Help! Help!" and stiffened forms were seen floating, the faces relaxed in death. Revolver shots were heard in the ship's last moments. The first report spread among the boats was that Captain Smith had ended his life with a bullet. Then it was said that a mate had shot a steward who tried to push his way upon a boat against orders. None of these tales has been verified, and many of the crew say the captain, without a preserver, leaped in at the last and went down, refusing a cook's offered aid. The last of the boats, a collapsible, was launched too late to get away, and was overturned by the ship's sinking. Some of those in it, all, say some witnesses, found safety on a raft or were picked up by lifeboats. In the Marconi Tower, almost to the last, the loud click of the sending instrument was heard over the waters. Who was receiving the message? Those in the boats did not know, and they would least of all have supposed that a Mediterranean ship in the distant South Atlantic track would be their rescuer. As the screams in the water multiplied, another sound was heard, strong and clear at first, then fainter in the distance. It was the melody of the hymn, "Nearer, my God, to Thee," played by the string orchestra in the dining saloon. Some of those on the water started to sing the words, but grew silent as they realized that for the men who played, the music was a sacrament soon to be consummated by death. The serene strains of the hymn and the frantic cries of the dying blended in a symphony of sorrow. Boats follow the green light. Led by the green light, under the light of the stars, the boats drew away, and the bow, then the quarter, then the stacks, and at last the stern of the marvel ship of a few days before passed beneath the waters. The great force of the ship's sinking was unaided by any violence of the elements, and the suction, into so great as had been feared, rocked but mildly the group of boats now a quarter of a mile distant from it. 16 boats were in the forlorn procession which entered on the terrible hours of rowing, drifting, and suspense. Women wept for lost husbands and sons. Sailors sobbed for the ship which had been their pride. Men choked back tears and sought to comfort the widowed. Perhaps, they said, other boats might have put off in another direction toward the last. They strove, though none too sure themselves, to convince the women of the certainty that a rescue ship would appear. Early dawn brought no ship, but not long after 5 a.m., the Carpathia, far out of her path and making 18 knots instead of her wonted 15, showed her single red and black smokestack upon the horizon. In the joy of that moment, the heaviest griefs were forgotten. Soon afterward, Captain Rostrum and Chief Steward Hughes were welcoming the chilled and bedraggled arrivals over the Carpathia's side. Terrible as were the San Francisco, Slocum, and Iroquois disasters, they shrink to local events in comparison with this world catastrophe. True, there were others of greater qualifications and longer experience than I, nearer the tragedy, but they, by every token of likelihood, have become a part of the tragedy. The honored, must I say, lamented, Stead, the adroit Jacques Futrelle, what might they not tell, were their hands able to hold pencil? The silence of the Carpathia's engines, the piercing cold, the clamor of many voices in the companionways, caused me to dress hurriedly and awaken my wife at 5:40 a.m. Monday. Our stewardess, meeting me outside, pointed to a wailing host in the rear dining room and said, "From the Titanic. She's at the bottom of the ocean." The last of the line of boats. At the ship's side, a moment later, I saw the last of the line of boats discharge their loads, and saw women, some with cheap shawls about their heads, some with the costliest of fur cloaks, ascending the ship's side, and such joy as the first sight of our ship may have given them had disappeared from their faces, and there were tears and signs of faltering as the women were helped up the ladders or hoisted aboard in swings. For lack of room to put them, several of the Titanic's boats after unloading were set adrift. At our north was a broad ice field, the length of hundreds of Carpathias. Around us on other sides were sharp and glistening peaks. One black berg, seen about 10 a.m., was said to be that which sunk the Titanic. In his tiny house over the second cabin smoking room was Harold Cotton, the Marconi operator. A ruddy English youth whose work at his post, on what seemed ordinary duty until almost midnight, had probably saved the lives of the huddling hundreds below. Already he was knitting his brows over the problem of handling the messages which were coming in batches from the purser's office. The haste with which these marconigrams were prepared by their senders was needless, in view of the weight of 2 days and 2 nights for a long connection. Safe was the word with which most of the messages began. Then, in many of them, came the words blank missing. Disheveled women, who the night before could have drawn thousands from husbands' letters of credit or from Titanic's safe, stood penniless before the Carpathia's purser, asking that their messages be forwarded collect. Their messages were taken with the rest. Hope revived by sight of cattle boat. The Californian, a cattle ship, came near us, and though it gave no sign of having any of the Titanic's refugees on board, its presence in the vicinity gave hope to many women who were encouraged in the belief that the Californian might have picked up their loved ones. Captain Rostrom's decision to abandon the Mediterranean course, begun the Thursday before, and to return to an American port, was soon known to the passengers. At first, it was reported that Halifax or Boston would be the destination, but at noon the notice of the intended arrival at New York 3 days later was posted. At that time, the Carpathia, at an increase over her usual moderate speed, was westward bound, and her passengers were deferring their hopes of Gibraltar, Naples, and Trieste, and were sharing their rooms with the newcomers. Few men of the Carpathia's passenger list slept in a bed in any of the nights that followed. They had the men of the Titanic lay in chairs on deck, on dining tables or smoking room couches, or on the floors of the rooms which held their hand baggage and their curtained-off guests. The captain was the first to vacate his room, which was used as a hospital. In the first cabin library, women of wealth and refinement mingled their grief, and asked eagerly for news of the possible arrival of a belated boat, or a message from some other steamer telling of the safety of their husbands. Mrs. Henry B. Harris, wife of a New York theatrical manager, checked her tears long enough to beg that some message of hope be sent to her father-in-law. Mrs. Ella Thor, Miss Marie Young, Mrs. Emil Taussig, and her daughter Ruth, Mrs. Martin Rothschild, Mrs. William Augustus Spencer, Mrs. J. Stewart White, and Mrs. Walter M. Clark were a few of those who lay back, exhausted, on the leather cushions, and told in shuddering sentences of their experiences. Proud of her husband's oarsmanship, Mrs. John Jacob Astor and the Countess of Rothes had been taken to staterooms soon after their arrival on shipboard. Those who talked with Mrs. Astor said she spoke often of her husband's ability as an oarsman, and said he could save himself if he had a chance. That he could have had such a chance, she seemed hardly to hope. To another stateroom, a tall, dark man had been conducted, his head bowed, anguish in his face. He was Bruce Ismay, head of the International Mercantile Marine, and chief owner of the Titanic and her sister ship, the Olympic. He has made the maiden voyage on each of his company's great ships. He remained in his room in a physician's care during the voyage back to New York. Captain Rostrum, his only caller, was not admitted to see him until Tuesday evening. Before noon, at the captain's request, the first cabin passengers of the Titanic gathered in the saloon, and the passengers of other classes in corresponding places on the rescue ship. Then the collecting of names was begun by the purser and the stewards. A second table was served in both cabins for the new guests, and the Carpathia's second cabin, being better fitted than its first, the second-class arrivals had to be sent to the steerage. In the middle of the morning, the Carpathia passed near the spot, seamen said, where the Titanic went down. Only a few floating chairs marked the place. The ice peaks had changed their position. Which of those in sight, if any, caused the wreck was matter of conjecture. Those of the refugees who had not lost relatives found subject for distress in the reflection that their money and jewels were at the bottom of the sea. Miss Edith L. Rosenbaum, writer for a fashion trade journal, mourned the loss of trunks containing robes from Paris and Tunis. Several of the late works of Philip Mock, miniature painter, were in his lost baggage, but the artist was not inclined to dwell on this mishap. An object of pitying sighs. The child of the Montreal Allisons, bereft of both parents and carried by a nurse, was an object of pitying sighs in the saloon. In the second cabin, 2 French children engaged pitying attention. The 2 boys, 4 and 2 years old, who had lost their mother a year before, and their father the night before, were children of beauty and intelligence, but were too abashed to answer any questions, even those put in their native tongue. Their surname is believed to be Hoffman. They are now in the care of Miss Margaret Hayes of 304 West 83rd Street, New York. Reminiscences of 2 bridge whist games of Sunday night in the smoking room and the lounge room were exchanged by passengers who believed that the protracted games, a violation of the strict Sabbath rules of English vessels, saved their lives. Alfred Drachenstadt was leader in the smoking room game, Miss Dorothy Gibson in the other. Mrs. Jacques Futrelle, wife of the novelist, herself a writer of note, sat dry-eyed in the saloon, telling her friends that she had given up hope for her husband. She joined with the rest in inquiries as to the chances of rescue by another ship, and no one told her what soon came to be the fixed opinion of the men, that all those saved were on the Carpathia. Reader's note: the following are captions to various photographs. Photo by Underwood and Underwood, New York. Captain Smith of the Titanic, who heroically did all he could do to save women and children, and then, like the true hero he was, went down with his ship. Colonel John Jacob Astor, grandson of the founder of the Astor family in America. After putting his young bride in a lifeboat, he remained on the ship and died as a hero. Photo by Paul Thompson, New York. Cunard Line steamship Carpathia, which heard the wireless call of distress and was first to reach the scene of the disaster and take on board the survivors who were found in the lifeboats. Rescued passengers in one of the Titanic's collapsible lifeboats, waiting to be taken aboard the Carpathia. Scene on the upper deck of the Titanic, showing lifeboats as they are carried by all steamships. All the passengers could have been saved if this ship had carried 3 times as many lifeboats. Wireless operator sending messages. But for the wireless, the Titanic's passengers would surely have all been lost, as they could not have survived in small boats with ice all around them. Mrs. John Jacob Astor, bride of Colonel Astor, who went down with the Titanic. Photo by Harris and Ewing, Washington, D.C. Major Archibald Butt, the famous military aide of 2 presidents, Roosevelt and Taft. He battled for the rescue of women and children until the last lifeboat had left the ship, and then went down with the Titanic like a true hero. One of the deluxe rooms on the Titanic. Such were occupied by John Jacob Astor and his bride, and many other multimillionaires who went down with the ship. Photo by Underwood and Underwood, New York. View of the promenade deck of the ill-fated White Star liner Titanic. This deck extends nearly the whole length of the ship and is used as a promenade for passengers. Part of the magnificent concert room of the steamship Titanic, where women passengers spent much of their time in reading and listening to the music. Luxuriously furnished smoking room of the Titanic, where men spent many social hours before going to their watery graves. Photo by Paul Thompson, New York. Captain Smith of the Titanic, who saved many women and children, and then, like a true hero, went down with his ship. This picture also shows 2 of his officers. Photo by Underwood & Underwood, New York. Interior of Cunard Line Pier, all cleared out, ready to receive the survivors of the Titanic on arrival of the CARPATHIA, where they were met by relatives, physicians, nurses, and others. Photo by Underwood & Underwood, New York. A most remarkable photograph taken by a passenger on the CARPATHIA, showing Mr. and Mrs. Harder, a young honeymoon couple. When the cry came to get in the lifeboats, they, as a lark, thinking there was no danger, jumped in the first boat lowered. J. Bruce Ismay, White Star Line Manager. Mr. Ismay was on the Titanic, and has been severely criticized for his actions in connection with this great calamity. "I feel better," Mrs. Futrell said hours afterward, "for I can cry now." Among the men, conversation centered on the accident and the responsibility for it. Many expressed a belief that the Titanic, in common with other vessels, had had warning of the ice packs, but that in the effort to establish a record on the maiden run, sufficient heed had not been paid to the warnings. The failure of the safety compartments, said to have been closed from the bridge directly after the accident, was the occasion of amazement, and one theory offered was that the doors had, for some reason, not closed in the usual manner. Others contended that these devices are, at best, but time savers, and said that without them the Titanic would have gone under before 3 boats could have been lowered. The officers' requirements discussed. The requirement that the officers on the bridge should take temperatures of the water every 15 minutes to indicate the approach of ice was also discussed. As to the behavior of officers and crew, not a word of complaint was heard from the men. They were praised as worthy Britons and true seamen. In the same breath, the survivors exalted the heroism of the missing men of the first cabin, who had stood calmly waiting for their turn. The turn which, because of scarcity of boats and shortness of time, never came for most of them. "God knows I'm not proud to be here," said a rich New York man. "I got on a boat when they were about to lower it, and when, from delays below, there was no woman to take the vacant place. I don't think any man who was saved is deserving of censure, but I realize that, in contrast with those who went down, we may be viewed unfavorably." He showed a picture of his baby boy as he spoke. As the day passed, the fore part of the ship assumed some degree of order and comfort, but the crowded second cabin and decks gave forth the incessant sound of lamentation. A bride of 2 months sat on the floor and moaned her widowhood. An Italian mother shrieked the name of her lost son. A girl of 7 wept over the loss of her teddy bear and 2 dolls, while her mother, with streaming eyes, dared not tell the child that her father was lost too, and that the money for which their home in England had been sold had gone down with him. Other children clung to the necks of the fathers who, because carrying them, had been permitted to take the boats. At 4 p.m. Monday, the service for the dead was read by Father Roger Anderson of the Episcopal Order of the Holy Cross over the bodies of 3 seamen and 1 man, said to have been a cabin passenger, who were dead from exposure when received on this ship. Some of the Titanic's passengers turned away from the rail as the first of the weighted forms fell into the water. The Titans by Richard J. Beamish. And most who drowned were men. 'Tis good to read these strong, fair words. They tell of manhood tried, of those who saw the weak ones safe, then died. Rake muck, sneer slurs. You can't paint black the breed that smiled at death in that heroic deed. Poor men forgot their lot, the rich their pride. Like gods they struggled o'er the rising tide for others' lives, their own they scorned to heed. Then kindly night shut out their tragedy. God send the words to flame their message through the grieving world. For inasmuch as ye help thus my helpless ones, ye helpeth me. They sleep where love and death both found them true, their names as deathless as their shrine, the sea. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray, Heart-Rending Scenes on Carpathia. The next day, caring for the sick, meeting of the survivors, personal wireless messages given precedence, Marconi's appeal fruitless, quartermaster tells story. The writer's narrative continues. In the hospital and the public rooms lay, in blankets, several others who have been benumbed by the water. Mrs. Rosa Abbott, who was in the water for hours, was restored during the day. G. Wilkin, the Titanic's barber, who declared he was blown off the ship by the second of the 2 explosions after the crash, was treated for bruises. A passenger, who was thoroughly ducked before being picked up, caused much amusement on this ship, soon after the doctors were through with him by demanding a bath. Storekeeper Prentice, the last man off the Titanic to reach this ship, was also soon over the effects of his long swim in the icy waters, into which he leaped from the poop deck. The physicians of the Carpathia were praised, as was Chief Steward Hughes, for work done in making the arrivals comfortable and averting serious illness. Monday night on the Carpathia was one of rest. The wailing and sobbing of the day were hushed as the widows and orphans slept. Tuesday, save for the crowded condition of the ship, matters took somewhat their normal appearance. Tuesday afternoon in the saloon, a meeting of survivors was held, and plans for a testimonial to the officers and crew of the Carpathia and the survivors of the Titanic crew were discussed. It was decided that relief of the destitute should first be considered, and the chairman of the meeting, Samuel Goldberg, appointed a committee consisting of I.G. Fruenthal, Mrs. J.J. Brown, William Bushnell, and George Stone to raise a fund. The first subscriptions were $100 each, and the amounts were paid largely in traveler's checks or personal checks, cash being somewhat scarce among the refugees who had kept their currency in the purser's safe. Resolutions were adopted praising the Titanic's surviving officers and crew, and the officers, crew, and passengers of the Carpathia, and declaring that a memorial is needed for those who in heroic self-sacrifice made possible the rescue of so many others. One speaker suggested that a memorial fund be raised by popular subscription, mentioning the world as a suitable medium. This and other suggestions were left to the committee to develop. Rain and fog marked the Carpathia's homeward course, and those who were not seasick when New York was reached were nonetheless sick of the sea. Captain Rostrom's rule that personal messages should take precedence of press messages was not relaxed, even when Tuesday a message from Guglielmo Marconi himself asked the reason why press dispatches were not sent. The captain posted Marconi's message on the bulletin board, and beside it a bulletin stating that no press messages, except a bulletin to the Associated Press, had been sent. The implication was that none would be sent, and the most urgent and respectful appeals failed to change his determination, which he seemed convinced was in the best interest of the survivors and their friends. My wife was my only active helper in a task which 10 newspaper men could not have performed completely. Mr. S.B. Silverthorne of St. Louis aided greatly by lending me his first cabin passenger list, one of the few in existence. Robert Hitchens, one of the surviving quartermasters of the Titanic, the man who was on duty at the wheel when the ship struck the iceberg, told me the tale of the wreck on the Carpathia Thursday. Save for the surviving fourth officer, Boxhall, whose lips are sealed, Hitchens saw Sunday night's tragedy at closer range than any man now living. In the hastily compiled list of surviving members of the crew, the names of Hitchens and other quartermasters appear among the able-bodied seamen, but the star and anchor on the left sleeve of each distinguishes them in rank from the A.B.s. Hitchens has followed the sea 15 years and has a wife and 2 children in Southampton. His tale of the wreck, as he told it to me, and as he expects to tell it to a Marine Court of Inquiry, is here given. I went on watch at 8 o'clock Sunday night and stood by the man at the wheel until 10. At 10 I took the wheel for 2 hours. On the bridge from 10 o'clock on were First Officer Murdoch, Fourth Officer Boxhall, and Sixth Officer Moody. In the crow's nest lookout tower were Fleet and another man whose name I don't know. Second Officer on watch. Second Officer Lightoiler, who was on watch while I stood by, carrying messages in the lake from 8 to 10, sent me soon after 8 to tell the carpenter to look out for the fresh water supply, as it might be in danger of freezing. The temperature was then 31 degrees. He gave the crow's nest a strict order to look out for small icebergs. Second Officer Lightoiler was relieved by First Officer Murdoch at 10, and I took the wheel then. At 11:40, 3 gongs sounded from the crow's nest to signal for something right ahead. At the same time, one of the men in the nest telephoned to the bridge that there was a large iceberg right ahead. As Officer Murdoch's hand was on the lever to stop the engines, the crash came. He stopped the engines, then immediately by another lever closed the watertight doors. The skipper, Captain Smith, came from the chart room onto the bridge. His first words were, "Close the emergency doors." "They're already closed, sir," Mr. Murdoch replied. "Send to the carpenter and tell him to sound the ship," was the skipper's next order. The message was sent to the carpenter. The carpenter never came up to report. He was probably the first man on that ship to lose his life. The skipper looked at the commutator, which shows in what direction the ship is listing. He saw that he carried 5 degrees list to the starboard. The ship was then rapidly settling forward. All the steam sirens were blowing. By the skipper's orders, given in the next few minutes, the engines were put to work at pumping out the ship. Distress signals were sent by Marconi, and rockets were sent up from the bridge by Quartermaster Rowe. All hands were ordered on deck, and life belts were sewed to the crew and to every passenger. The stewards and other hands helped the sailors in getting the boats out. The order, "Women and children first," was given and enforced. There was no panic. I was at the wheel until 12:25. It was my duty to stay there until relieved. I was not relieved by anyone else, but was simply sent away by Second Officer Lightoiler, who told me to take charge of a certain boat and load it with ladies. I did so, and there were 32 ladies, a sailor and myself in the boat, when it was lowered some time after 1 o'clock. I can't be sure of the time. All boats but one get away safely. The Titanic had 16 lifeboats and 2 collapsible boats. All of them got away loaded, except that one of the collapsibles did not open properly and was used as a raft. 40 sailors and stewards who were floating in the water got on this raft and later had to abandon the raft and were picked up by different boats. Some others were floating about on chairs when picked up. Every boat, so far as I saw, was full when it was lowered, and every boat that set out reached the CARPATHIA. The green light on one of the boats helped to keep us together, but there were other lights. One was an electric flashlight that a gentleman had carried in his pocket. Our boat was 400 yards away when the ship went down. The suction nearby must have been terrific, but we were only rocked somewhat. I have told only what I know, and what I shall tell any Marine Court that may examine me. G. Whitman of Palmyra, New Jersey, the Titanic's barber, was lowering boats on Deck A after the collision, and declares the officers on the bridge, one of them Second Officer Murdoch, promptly worked the electrical apparatus for closing the watertight compartments. He believes the machinery was in some way so damaged by the crash that the front compartments failed to close tightly, although the rear ones were secure. Whitman's manner of escape was unique. He was blown off the deck by the second of the 2 explosions of the boilers and was in the water more than 2 hours before he was picked up by a raft. The explosions, Whitman said, were caused by the rushing in of the icy water on the boilers. A bundle of deck chairs, roped together, was blown off the deck with me and struck my back, injuring my spine, but it served as a temporary raft. The crew and passengers had faith in the bulkhead system to save the ship, and we were lowering a bent-on collapsible boat, all confident the ship would get through, when she took a terrific dip forward and the water rushed in and swept over the deck and onto the engine rooms. Blown 15 feet. The bow went clean down, and I caught the pile of chairs as I was washed up against the rail. Then came the explosions and blew me 15 feet. After the water had filled the forward compartments, the ones at the stern could not save her. They did delay the ship's going down. If it wasn't for the compartments, hardly anyone would have got away. The water was too cold for me to swim, and I was hardly more than 100 feet away when the ship went down. The suction was not what one expects and only rocked the water around me. I was picked up after 2 hours. I have done with the sea. Whitman was one of those who heard the ship's string band playing Nearer My God to Thee a few moments before she went down. R. Norris Williams, a Philadelphia youth on his way home from England to take the Harvard entrance examinations, was one of the few saloon passengers at the rail excluded by the women first order from the boats who was saved. His father, Dwayne Williams, was lost. There is much, and yet there is little to tell of my experience, said young Williams. My father and I had given up our hope for life and were standing together, resolved to jump together and keep together if we could, so as long as either of us lived. I had on my fur coat. The forward end where we stood was sinking rapidly, and before we could jump together, the water washed my father over. Then with the explosions, the ship seemed to break in two, and the forward end bounded up again for an instant. I leaped, but with dozens in the water between us, my father was lost to me. Swam and drifted nearly 2 hours. I swam and drifted nearly 2 hours before I was pulled aboard the raft or collapsible boat, which served for a time as a raft. Later, with the abandonment of the raft, I was taken aboard a boat. Frederick K. Seward, who sat next to W.T. Stead at the Titanic saloon table, told of the veteran English journalist's plans for his American visit. His immediate purpose was to aid in the New York campaign of the Men and Religion Forward movement. Mr. Stead talked much of spiritualism, thought transfer, and the occult, said Seward. He told the story of a mummy case in the British Museum which, he said, had had amazing adventures, but which punished with great calamities any person who wrote of its story. He told one person after another who, he said, had come to grieve after writing the story, and added, although he knew it, he would never write it. He did not say whether ill luck attached to the mere telling of it. Steed also told, Seward said, of a strange adventure of a young woman with an admirer in an English railroad coach, which was known to him as it happened, and which he afterward repeated to the young woman, amazing her by repeating everything correctly, save for one small detail. Had Harold Cotton, Marconi operator on the Carpathia, gone to bed Sunday night at his usual time, the Carpathia would have known nothing of the Titanic's plight, and the lifeboats, without food or water, might have been the scenes of even greater tragedy than the great death ship itself. The Carpathia, an easy-going Mediterranean ship, has only one Marconi man, and when Cotton had not the receiver on his head, the ship was out of communication with the world. Cotton, an Englishman of 21 years, told me the morning after the wreck how he came to receive the Titanic's CQD. Just about to turn in when called by CQD. I was relaying a message to the Titanic Sunday night, shortly after 11 o'clock by my time, he said, and told Phillips, the Titanic's Marconi man, that I had been doing quite a bit of work for him, and that if he had nothing else for me, I would quit and turn in for the night. Just as I was about to take the receiver off my head came CQD. This was followed with, "We've hit something. Come at once." I called a sailor and sent word to an officer, and a few minutes later the captain turned the Carpathia at 18 knots in the direction of the Titanic, which was 60 miles or more from us. Before I could tell the Titanic we were coming, came their SOS, and the operator added, "I'm afraid we're gone." I told him we were coming, and he went on sending out signals in every direction. An assistant Marconi man from the Titanic, not on duty at the time of the wreck, was among the survivors and assisted Cotton in his work after Wednesday, having been laid up the 2 previous days by the shock of the chill he suffered in the water and by injuries to his legs. He denied a report generally circulated on this ship that Jack Benz, of Republic fame, was on the Titanic. He said Phillips, the Titanic's chief operator, was lost. Mrs. Edward S. Robert, whose husband, a leading St. Louis attorney, died last December during her absence in England, and her daughter, Miss Georgette Madale, have been in close seclusion on the Carpathia since their rescue from the Titanic. They are accompanied by Mrs. Roberts' maid. S.V. Silverthorne, buyer for Nugent's, was one of 3 or 4 saloon passengers on the Titanic who saw the deadly iceberg just after the collision. "I was in the smoking room reading near a bridge whist game at one of the tables," he said, "when the crash came. I said, 'We hit something,' and went out to the starboard side to look. None of us was alarmed. It occurred to me we might have bumped a whale, or at most ran down some small craft. Ordered on deck and told to get into the boats." I went back in the smoking room with the others. One of the bridge players had not left the smoking room at all and was waiting impatiently for the others to come back and resume the game. They returned and took up their hands, and were all about to settle down when an officer ordered us on deck and told us to get into the boats, there not being enough women on deck to fill the first ones. We didn't like the idea of leaving the ship then, but did as we were told. Had we been in our rooms, we would have had to stand aside, as other men did then. 2 orphan French boys, about 2 and 4 years old respectively, whose surname I believe to be Hoffman, and who called each other Louis and Lolo, will be cared for by Miss Margaret Hayes of 304 West 83rd Street, New York, while efforts will be made to find the relatives to whom their father was thought to have been taking them. The elder boy has been ill with a fever for 3 days, the excitement, exposure, and probably grief over the loss of his father having told on the little fellow. The other, too young to realize what has befallen him, played around the saloon or sat contentedly in the lap of one of his new-made but devoted friends among the passengers. The father, who is in the list of second cabin passengers as Mr. Hoffman, is said to have told fellow passengers on the Titanic the children's mother died recently. Mrs. Sylvia Caldwell, of Bangkok, Siam, is happy in having her husband and little son. Since she was the last woman to embark, her husband was able to come with her. Mrs. Esther Hart, whose husband was lost, was coming, with her daughter Eva, to visit Mr. Hart's sister in New York, then go on to Winnipeg to make their home. They had sold the property at Ilford, Essex, England. All their money was lost when Mr. Hart went down with the Titanic. Mrs. Lucy Risdale, of London, had said goodbye to England and started for Marietta, Ohio, to make her home with her sisters. She was saved with the few clothes she wore. She had written letters telling of a safe arrival and pleasant voyage, and had them ready to mail. They went down with the ship. End of section 2. Section 3 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Band played to the last. Suffering in the lifeboats. Statement by Ismay. Would not desert husband. 30 on raft in icy water. Colonel Astor, a hero. Joked over collision. Officer saves many lives. But another account, compiled from various sources among the survivors, gives somewhat varying angles and supplies quite a few missing details. At the risk of a few slight repetitions, it is given: of the great facts that stand out from the chaotic accounts of the tragedy, these are the most salient. The death list was increased rather than decreased. 6 persons died after being rescued. The list of prominent persons lost stood as first reported. Practically every woman and child, with the exception of those women who refused to leave their husbands, were saved. Among the last was Mrs. Isidore Strauss. The survivors in the lifeboat saw the lights on the stricken vessel glimmer to the last, heard her band playing, and saw the doomed hundreds on her deck, and heard their groans and cries when the vessel sank. Accounts vary as to the extent of the disorder on board. Not only was the Titanic tearing through the April night to her doom, with every ounce of steam crowded on, but she was under orders from the general officers of the line to make all the speed of which she was capable. This was the statement made by J.H. Moody, a quartermaster of the vessel and helmsman, on the night of the disaster. He said the ship was making 21 knots an hour, and the officers were striving to live up to the orders to smash the records. It was close to midnight, said Moody, and I was on the bridge with the second officer, who was in command. Suddenly he shouted, "Port your helm!" I did so, but it was too late. We struck the submerged portion of the berg. Of the many accounts given by the passengers, most of them agreed that the shock when the Titanic struck the iceberg, although ripping her great sides like a giant can opener, did not greatly jar the entire vessel, for the blow was a glancing one along her side. The accounts also agree substantially that when the passengers were taking off on the lifeboats, there was no serious panic, and that many wished to remain on board the Titanic, believing her to be unsinkable. Experiences of passengers in lifeboats. The most distressing stories are those giving the experiences of the passengers in lifeboats. They tell not only of their own suffering, but give the harrowing details of how they saw the great hulk of the Titanic stand on end, stern uppermost for many minutes, before plunging to the bottom. As this spectacle was witnessed by groups of survivors in the boats, they plainly saw many of those whom they had just left behind, leaping from the decks into the water. J. Bruce Ismay, president of the International Mercantile Marine, owners of the White Star Line, who was among the 70-odd men saved, P.A.S. Franklin, vice president of the White Star Line, and United States Senator William Alden Smith, chairman of the Senate Investigating Committee, held a conference aboard the Carpathia soon after the passengers had come ashore. After nearly an hour, Senator Smith came out of the cabin and said he had no authority to subpoena witnesses at this time, but would begin an investigation into the cause of the loss of the Titanic at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel the next day. He announced that Mr. Ismay had consented to appear at the hearing, and Mr. Franklin and the 4 surviving officers of the Titanic would appear for examination by the Senate committee. He said that the course the investigation would follow would be determined after the preliminary hearing. Senator Smith was questioned as to the speed the Titanic was proceeding at when she crashed into the iceberg. He said he had asked Mr. Ismay, but declined to say what Mr. Ismay's reply was. Bruce Ismay, chairman of the International Mercantile Marine, gave out the following prepared statement on the pier. In the presence and under the shadow of a catastrophe so overwhelming, my feelings are too deep for expression in words. and I can only say that the White Star Line officers and employees will do everything humanly possible to alleviate the suffering and sorrow of the relatives and friends of those who perished. The Titanic was the last word in shipbuilding. Every regulation prescribed by the British Board of Trade had been strictly complied with. The master, officers, and crew were the most experienced and skillful in the British service. I am informed that a committee of the United States Senate has been appointed to investigate the circumstances of the accident. I heartily welcome the most complete and exhaustive inquiry, and any aid that I can render is at the service of the public and of the government of both the United States and Great Britain. Under these circumstances, I must defer making any further statement at this hour. Mr. Ismay said informally before giving out his statement that he left the ship in one of the last boats, one of the collapsible boats on the port side. This statement, however, as will appear, is scathingly denounced by several survivors as untrue. I do not know the speed at which the Titanic was going, said Mr. Ismay in reply to a question. She hit the iceberg a glancing blow. Mr. Ismay, after his interview with Senator Smith, said that he was desirous of sailing on the Carpathia the next afternoon. The Carpathia was scheduled to sail at 4 o'clock. Mr. Ismay assured the senators, however, that he would make a complete statement of the catastrophe, and that if he could not finish in time for the sailing, he would change his plans. Mr. Ismay then went to his apartments at the Ritz-Carlton. The arrival of the Carpathia brought a vast multitude of people to the Cunard docks. They filled the vast pier sheds, and overflowing for blocks, crowded the nearby streets in a dense throng. Through it all the rain fell steadily, adding a funeral aspect to the scene. The landing of the survivors was attended with little excitement, the crowd standing in awe-like silence as the groups from the ship passed along. The docking actually began shortly after 9 o'clock, and the debarking of passengers was so quickly disposed of by the waiving of the usual formality that practically everything had been concluded by 10:30 o'clock. The crowds remained about the pier long after this, however, to get a glimpse of the rescuing steamer and to hear the harrowing stories which had been brought back by the ship. Colonel Archibald Gracie, USA, the last man saved, went down with the vessel, but was picked up. He was met by his daughter, who had arrived from Washington, and his son-in-law, Paul H. Fabricius. Colonel Gracie told a remarkable story of personal hardship and denied emphatically the reports that there had been any panic on board. He praised in the highest terms the behavior of both the passengers and crew and paid a high tribute to the heroism of the women passengers. Contrary to the general expectation, there was no jarring impact when the vessel struck, according to the Army officer. He was in his berth when the vessel smashed into the submerged portion of the berg and was aroused by the jar. He looked at his watch, he said, and found it was just midnight. The ship sank with him at 2:22 a.m., for his watch stopped at that hour. Would not desert her husband. Mrs. Isidore Strauss, he said, went to her death because she would not desert her husband. Although he pleaded with her to take her place in the boat, she steadfastly refused, and when the ship settled at the head, the two were engulfed by the wave that swept her. Colonel Gracie told of how he was driven to the topmost deck when the ship settled, and was the sole survivor after the wave that swept her just before her final plunge. "I jumped with the wave," said he, "just as I have often jumped with the breakers at the seashore. By great fortune, I managed to grasp the brass railing at the deck above, and I hung on by might and main. When the ship plunged down, I was forced to let go, and I was swirled around and around for what seemed to be an interminable time. Eventually I came to the surface to find the sea a mass of tangled wreckage. Luckily I was unhurt, and casting about, managed to seize a wooden grating floating nearby. When I had recovered my breath, I discovered a larger canvas and cork life craft which had floated up. A man, whose name I did not learn, was struggling toward it from some wreckage to which he had clung. I cast off and helped him to get on the raft, and we then began the work of rescuing those who had jumped into the sea and were floundering in the water. When dawn broke, there were 30 of us on the raft, standing knee-deep in the icy water and afraid to move lest the cranky craft be overturned. Several, unfortunately, benumbed and half dead, besought us to save them, and 1 or 2 made an effort to reach us. The hours that elapsed before we were picked up by the Carpathia were the longest and most terrible that I ever spent, practically without any sensation of feeling, because of the icy water, We were almost dropping from fatigue. We were afraid to turn around to look to see whether we were seen by passing craft, and when someone who was facing astern passed the word that something that looked like a steamer was coming up, one of the men became hysterical under the strain. The rest of us, too, were nearing the breaking point. Denies that any men were fired upon. Colonel Gracie denied with emphasis that any men were fired upon, and declared that only once was a revolver discharged. This was for the purpose of intimidating some steerage passengers, he said, who had tumbled into a boat before it was prepared for launching. This shot was fired in the air, and when the foreigners were told that the next would be directed at them, they promptly returned to the deck. There was no confusion and no panic. Before I retired, said Colonel Gracie, I had a long chat with Charles H. Hayes, president of the Grand Trunk Railroad. One of the last things Mr. Hayes said was this: the White Star, the Cunard, and the Hamburg American lines are devoting their attention and ingenuity in vying with the other to attain the supremacy in luxurious ships and making speed records. The time will soon come when this will be checked by some appalling disaster. Poor fellow, a few hours later he was dead. The conduct of Colonel Jacob Astor was deserving of the highest praise, Colonel Gracie declared. The millionaire New Yorker, he said, devoted all his energies to saving his young bride, nee Miss Force of New York, who was in delicate health. Colonel Astor helped us in our efforts to get her into the boat, said Colonel Gracie. I lifted her into the boat, and as she took her place, Colonel Astor requested permission of the officer to go with her for her own protection. No, sir, replied the officer. Not a man shall go on a boat until the women are all off. Colonel Astor then inquired the number of the boat, which was being lowered away, and turned to the work of clearing the other boats and reassuring the frightened and nervous women. By this time the ship began to list frightfully to port. This became so dangerous that the second officer ordered everyone to rush to starboard. This we did, and we found the crew trying to get a boat off in that quarter. Here I saw the last of John B. Thayer and George B. Widener of Philadelphia. Speed kept up despite warnings. Colonel Gracie said that, despite the warnings of icebergs, no slowing down of speed was ordered by the commander of the Titanic. There were other warnings, too, he said. In the 24 hours run ending the 14th, he said, the ship's run was 546 miles, and we were told that the next 24 hours would see even a better record posted. No diminution of speed was indicated in the run, and the engines kept up their steady running. When Sunday evening came, we all noticed the increased cold, which gave plain warning that the ship was in close proximity to icebergs or ice fields. The officers, I am credibly informed, had been advised by wireless from other ships of the presence of icebergs and dangerous floes in that vicinity. The sea was as smooth as glass, and the weather clear, so it seems that there was no occasion for fear. When the vessel struck, he continued, the passengers were so little alarmed that they joked over the matter. The few that appeared on deck early had taken their time to dress properly, and there was not the slightest indication of panic. Some of the fragments of ice had fallen on the deck, and those were picked up and passed around by some of the more facetious ones, who offered them as mementos of the occasion. On the port side, a glance over the side failed to show any evidence of damage, and the vessel seemed to be on an even keel. James Clinch Smith and I, however, soon found the vessel was listing heavily. A few minutes later, the officers ordered men and women to don life preservers. E.Z. Taylor of Philadelphia, one of the survivors, jumped into the sea just 3 minutes before the boat sank. He told a graphic story as he came from the Carpathia. I was eating when the boat struck the iceberg, he said. There was an awful shock that made the boat tremble from stem to stern. I did not realize for some time what had happened. No one seemed to know the extent of the accident. We were told that an iceberg had been struck by the ship. I felt the boat rise, and it seemed to me that she was riding over the ice. Rocking over a veritable sea of ice. I ran out on the deck, and then I could see ice. It was a veritable sea of ice, and the boat was rocking over it. I should say that parts of the iceberg were 80 feet high, but it had been broken into sections, probably by our ship. I jumped into the ocean and was picked up by one of the boats. I never expected to see land again. I waited on board the boat until the lights went out. It seemed to me that the discipline on board was wonderful. A young Englishwoman, who requested her name be omitted, told a thrilling story of her experience collapsible boats, which had been manned by 8 of the crew from the Titanic. The boat was in command of the 5th officer, H. Lowe, whose actions she described as saving the lives of many people. Before the lifeboat was launched, he passed along the port deck of the steamer, commanding the people not to jump into the boats, and otherwise restraining them from swamping the craft. When the collapsible was launched, Officer Lowe succeeded in putting up a mast and a small sail. He collected other boats together. In some cases the boats were short of adequate crews, and he directed an exchange by which each was adequately manned. He threw lines connecting the boats together, 2 by 2, and all thus moved together. Later on he went back to the wreck with the crew of one of the boats, and succeeded in picking up some of those who had jumped overboard and were swimming about. On his way back to the CARPATHIA, he passed one of the collapsible boats, which was on the point of sinking with 30 passengers aboard, most of them in scant night clothing. They were rescued just in the nick of time. Among the first passengers off the CARPATHIA was Mrs. Paul Shabert of Derby, Connecticut. She said that she had a stateroom on the port side and had sailed with her brother Philip. Mrs. Shabert declared that her brother was saved because she refused to leave him. In the general panic came the cry, "Ladies first!" It was a terrible experience, Mrs. Shabert added. I was awakened by the shock of the collision and went out on deck. There was very little excitement, and persons were coming from their rooms asking what had happened. Suddenly from the bridge came the cry, "Ladies first!" This was the first inkling we had the ship was in danger. I went back to my stateroom and dressed, and then as I returned to the deck, I heard the horrifying order that women must leave their husbands and brothers. I refused to leave my brother, and finally he was shoved into the boat with me. Mrs. Isidore Strauss, who had a stateroom near me, and with whom I had frequently talked, declared that under no circumstances would she leave Mr. Strauss. As we pushed away from the Titanic, the ship started to go down, and as she disappeared beneath the water, Mr. and Mrs. Strauss were standing arm in arm. Mrs. D.W. Marvin, who was on a honeymoon trip with her husband, was almost prostrated when she reached the deck and learned that her husband had not been picked up by some other boat. "My God, don't ask me too much," she said. "Tell me, have you any news from Dan? He grabbed me in his arms and knocked down men to get me into the boat. As I was put into the boat, he cried, 'It's all right, little girl. You go, and I will stay a while. I'll put on a life preserver and jump off and follow your boat.' As our boat shoved off, he threw a kiss at me, and that was the last I saw of him." Edward Bean of Glasgow, Scotland, who with his wife occupied a stateroom in the second cabin, declared that 15 minutes after the Titanic hit the iceberg, there was an explosion in the engine room, which was followed in a few minutes by a second explosion. False report of passenger being shot. The stern of the boat floated for nearly an hour after the bow was submerged, said Mr. Bean, and then went down. I heard a report that 2 steerage passengers were shot by officers when they started to crowd into the boats, but later this was denied. Max Falliker-Stelly, who with his wife and his daughter Margaret was on his way to the city to visit a brother, said, "My wife and 2 women entered one of the first boats lowered. 12 men, including myself, were standing near, and as there were no other women passengers waiting, we were ordered to get in. The sea was calm. We were rowed by 4 seamen, one of whom was in charge." The order maintained on the Titanic was what I would call remarkable. There was very little pushing, and in most cases it was the women who caused the commotion by insisting that their husbands go with them into the lifeboats. As a rule, the men were very orderly. It was not until we had left the ship that many of the women showed fright. From that time on, however, they filled the air with shrieks. The following statement, issued by a committee of the surviving passengers, was given the press on the arrival of the CARPATHIA. "We, the undersigned surviving passengers of the SS Titanic, in order to forestall any sensational or exaggerated statements, deem it our duty to give the press a statement of facts which have come to our knowledge and which we believe to be true." On Sunday, April 14, 1912, at about 11:40 p.m., on a cold starlit night, in a smooth sea, and with no moon, the ship struck an iceberg, which had been reported by the bridge by the lookouts, but not early enough to avoid collision. Steps were taken to ascertain the damage and save passengers and ship. Orders were given to put on lifebelts and the boats were lowered. The ship sank about 2:20 a.m. Monday, and the usual distress signals were sent out by wireless and rockets fired at intervals from the ship. Fortunately, the wireless message was received by the Cunard's SS Carpathia at about 12 o'clock, and she arrived on the scene of the disaster at about 4 a.m. Monday. The officers and crew of the SS Carpathia had been preparing all night for the rescue and comfort of the survivors, and the last mentioned were received on board with the most touching care and kindness, every attention being given to all, irrespective of class. The passengers, officers, and crew gave up gladly their staterooms, clothing, and comforts for our benefit. All honor to them. On the boat at the time of the collision was first class 330, second class 320, third class 750, total 1,400. Officers and crew 940, total 2,340. Of the foregoing, about the following were rescued by SS Carpathia. First class 210, second class 125, third class 200, officers 4, seamen 39, stewards 96, firemen 71, total 210 of the crew. The net total of 745 saved was about 80% of the maximum capacity of the lifeboats. We feel it our duty to call the attention of the public to what we consider the inadequate supply of life-saving appliances provided for on modern passenger steamships, and recommend that immediate steps be taken to compel passenger steamers to carry sufficient boats to accommodate the maximum number of people carried on board. The following facts were observed and should be considered in this connection: the insufficiency of lifeboats, rafts, etc., lack of trained seamen to man same, stokers, stewards, etc., are not efficient boat handlers, not enough officers to carry out emergency orders on the bridge and superintend the launching and control of lifeboats, absence of searchlights. The Board of Trade rules allow for entirely too many people in each boat to permit the same to be properly handled. On the Titanic, the boat deck was about 75 feet above water, and consequently the passengers were required to embark before lowering boats, thus endangering the operation and preventing the taking on of the maximum number the boats would hold. Boats at all times to be properly equipped with provisions, water, lamps, compasses, lights, etc. Life-saving boat drills should be more frequent and thoroughly carried out, and officers should be armed at boat drills. Greater reduction in speed in fog and ice, as damage, if collision actually occurs, is liable to be less. In conclusion, we suggest that an international conference be called to recommend the passage of identical laws providing for the safety of all at sea, and we urge the United States government to take the initiative as soon as possible. The statement was signed by Samuel Goldenberg, Chairman, and Committee of Passengers. End of Section 3.
Chapter 4 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror, by Jay Henry Mowbray. Section 4, Neglect Caused Disaster. Tardy answer to telephone call. Lookout signals not answered. Ship could have been saved. 3 fatal minutes. Ismay accused. Women help with oars. Ship broken in two. Band played till last. The trifle of a telephone call, hardly answered, sent the Titanic to the bottom of the Atlantic, occasioned the greatest marine disaster in history, and shocked all civilized nations. This, at least, is the tale told by sailors of the ill-starred Titanic, brawny seamen who only lived to tell it because it happened in the line of their duty to help man the boats into which some of the Titanic's passengers were loaded. but the telephone call that went unanswered for probably 2 or 3 minutes, none can tell the exact time, was sent by the lookout stationed forward to the first officer of the watch on the bridge of the great liner on the maiden voyage. The lookout saw a towering blue berg looming up in the sea path of the Titanic, the latest and proudest product of marine architecture, and called the bridge on the ship's telephone. When, after the passing of those 2 or 3 fateful minutes, an officer on the bridge of the Titanic lifted the telephone receiver from its hook to answer the lookout, it was too late. The speeding liner, cleaving a calm sea under a star-studded sky, had reached the floating mountain of ice, which the theoretically unsinkable ship struck a crashing, if glancing blow with her starboard bow. Had the officer on the bridge, who was William T. Murdoch, according to the account of the tragedy given by 2 of the Titanic's seamen, known how imperative was that call from the lookout man, whose name was given as Fleet, the man at the wheel of the world's newest and greatest transatlantic liner might have swerved the great ship sufficiently to avoid the berg altogether, or at the worst would have probably struck the mass of ice with her stern, and at much reduced speed. For obvious reasons, the identity of the sailorman who described the foundering of the Titanic cannot be divulged. As for the officer, who was alleged to have been a laggard in answering the lookout's telephone call, harsh criticism may be omitted. Murdoch, if the tale of the Titanic sailor be true, expiated his negligence, if negligence it was, by shooting himself within sight of all alleged victims huddled in lifeboats or struggling in the icy seas. The unwritten law of the sea. The revolver which the sailors say snuffed out Murdoch's life was not the only weapon that rang out above the shrieks of the drowning. Officers of the Titanic, upon whom devolved the duty of seeing that the unwritten law of the sea, women and children first, was enforced, were, according to the recital of the members of the great liner's crew, forced to shoot frenzied male passengers, who, impelled by the fear of death, attempted to get into the lifeboats swinging from their davits. The sailor's account of the terrific impact of the Titanic against the berg that crossed the path was as follows. It was 11:40 p.m. Sunday, April 14. Struck an iceberg. The berg was very dark and about 250 feet in height. The Titanic struck the berg a glancing blow on the starboard bow. The ship, which was traveling between 20 and 23 knots an hour, crashed into the berg at a point about 40 feet back of the stem. The Titanic's bottom was torn away to about forebridge. The tear was fully 50 feet in length and was below the water line. Regarding the state of the sea and the character of the night, the sailors declared, "It was a perfect night, clear and starlight. The sea was smooth. The temperature had dropped to freezing Sunday morning. We knew or believed that the cold was due to the nearness of bergs, but we had not even run against cake ice up to the time the ice mountain loomed up. The Titanic raced through a calm sea, in which there was no ice, into the berg which sank her." Continuing their joint account, the 2 men of the Titanic's crew further said, "The first officer of the watch was Murdoch. He was on the bridge. Captain Smith may have been near at hand, but he was not visible to us who were about to wash down the decks. Hitchens, quartermaster, was at the wheel. Fleet was the outlook." It's characteristic of sailors that they make no effort to learn the baptismal names of a ship's officers. Fleet reported the berg, but the telephone was not answered on the bridge at once. A few minutes afterwards, the telephone call was answered, but it was too late. The ship had struck. The ship had struck. Murdoch, after the ship struck the berg, gave orders to put helm to starboard. Afterwards he ordered the helm hard to port, and the ship struck the berg again. Afterwards Murdoch gave an order for the carpenter to sound the wells to learn how much water the ship was taking in. The carpenter came up and told Murdoch the Titanic had 7 feet of water in her in less than 7 minutes. Keeping on with their narrative, the sailors, whose nerves had not been broken by their experiences, declared, "Then Captain Smith, who had put in an appearance, gave orders to get the boats ready. There was less than 10 minutes between the time the Titanic first struck the berg and the second crash, both of which brought big pieces of ice showering down on the ship. Orders came to the crew to stand by the boats. The boats were got out. There were 22 boats all told." At this juncture the sailors described, without apparent prejudice or bitterness, how J. Bruce Ismay, chairman of the board of directors of the White Star Line, was the first to leave the Titanic. Ismay, the sailors asserted, with his 2 daughters and a millionaire, Sir Cosmo Duff Gordon, and the latter's family, got into the first accident or emergency boats, which are about 28 feet long, and were always ready for lowering onto the bridge. The boat in which Ismay and Sir Cosmo left was manned by 7 seamen. There were 17 persons in the boat. This boat pulled away from the ship a half-hour before any of the lifeboats were put into the water. There were 13 first-class passengers and 5 sailors in the emergency boat. Both boats were away from the ship within 10 or 15 minutes of the ship's crashing into the berg. First boats to get away. Asked to explain how it was possible for 2 boats to be put over the ship's side into the water without being subjected to a rush on the part of the great ship's passengers, the Titanic seaman said, "Ismay and those who left in the 2 emergency boats occupied cabins de luxe. The 2 boats were swinging from davits ready for lowering. We have no idea who notified Mr. Ismay and his friends to make ready to leave the ship, but we do know that the boats in which they were got away first." The sailor's seemingly unvarnished tale then went on as follows. It was perhaps a half-hour before the first of the lifeboats was ready for lowering. Not a man was allowed in one of the lifeboats, so far as we could see, only women and children. The boats were all 36 feet long and carried about 60 passengers. There were about 35 or 40 passengers to a boat when they were lowered, but 2 sailors went in each boat. Besides the 16 lifeboats and the 2 emergency boats, 4 collapsible boats, each with a carrying capacity of 40 passengers, were put over the sides of the Titanic. Every boat on the ship was put into the water. One of the collapsible boats filled with water. The women and children in the boat were mostly third-class passengers. The boat turned keel and nearly 20 persons clung to it. Many of these were rescued by the lifeboats. The spokesman for the sailors here asserted, "We want to make it plain that the officers and crew of the Titanic did their duty. Not a male passenger got into the lifeboats. During the early excitement, men tried to force their way into the boats, but the officers shot them down with revolvers. I saw probably a half-dozen men shot down as the lifeboat to which I was assigned was being filled. The men shot were left to die and sink on the upper deck of the Titanic." The Titanic sailors described how frail women, steeled by a desperate emergency, seized oars and labored with the seamen to get the lifeboats at a safe distance from the great liner, sinking deep and deeper under the weight of water. Women helped with the oars. There were 10 oars to each lifeboat, the sailors said. The women seized the sweeps and helped us to get the boats clear of the ship. We got away about 100 yards from the ship and waited to see what would happen. The liner was sinking fast, but the lights continued to shine through the black night. The end came at 2:30 on Monday morning. The lights on the ship did not go out until 10 minutes before the liner sank. The inrushing seas reaching the after fires produced an explosion, which sundered the big liner. The forward half of the Titanic dived gently down. The after part of the ship stood on end and then disappeared. The force of the explosion blew, it seemed to us watching from the lifeboats, scores of passengers and sailors into the air. That there were stout hearts on the Titanic, even in the last moments of an unprecedented catastrophe, that refused to quail, was proven by the rough seaman's further testimony. The band on the promenade deck, they declared, played "Abide with Me" and "Eternal Father Strong to Save," and other hymns as the ship sank. The Titanic sank at 2:30, almost at the spot where she collided with the mountain of ice. It was an hour later when the CARPATHIA was sighted by the thinly clad occupants of the lifeboats, and it was 4:30 before the first of the Titanic's passengers set foot on the deck of the Cunarder. It was 8 o'clock on Monday morning, April 15, before the last of the half-clad suffering passengers of the Titanic were taken aboard the CARPATHIA, a not difficult feat as the sea continued smooth. The CARPATHIA's run from the Newfoundland banks to New York was uneventful except for the burial at sea of 5 persons. 4 of the 5, according to the sailors, were consigned to the deep at about 4 p.m. on Monday, April 15. One of the 4 was a sailor, 1 a fireman, and 2 male passengers of the 3rd class. Telephone call doubted. The alleged negligence of Murdoch, the first officer of the watch, who is blamed as stated above by some of the sailors for the wreck in not responding immediately to a telephone call from the lookout giving warning of the iceberg ahead, is doubted by a naval man who has had a long experience on transatlantic liners. I cannot help doubting, in fact, absolutely disbelieving, that an officer of the watch could be negligent in either responding to a call from the crow's nest or even failing to discover anything in the course of his vessel as soon as the lookout, especially considering the fact that the vessel had been warned of ice several times. The position of the senior officer of the watch is on the windward side of the bridge. He does not depend on the lookout. That man is only a check upon him. Usually, any object in the course of the vessel is discovered by both at the same time. The lookout's signal was not a telephone call when I was on the seas, but a horn blast. 3 blasts, object dead ahead, 1 blast, object on port bow, 2 blasts, object on starboard bow. That Murdoch did not see the berg as soon as his lookout seems improbable. That he did not see it immediately after his lookout seems impossible. That he did not answer any signal from the lookout immediately is impossible, unless he was dead. Murdoch knew his responsibility, and he wasn't shirking. He wouldn't have been on the watch or on the Titanic if he ever shirked. Could a vessel the size of the Titanic change its course sufficiently to avoid the berg within 3 minutes supposed to have elapsed during which Murdoch didn't answer his lookout's call? It could. I never sailed a vessel the size of the Titanic, but I unhesitatingly say that the Titanic's course could be changed in considerably less than a mile. Why, by putting the wheel hard aport and stopping the engines on that side, the vessel could be turned so quickly that it would list 15 degrees in swinging around. I have steered a transatlantic liner in and out among fishing smacks, and they are easier to hit than an iceberg. Questioned about conditions on moonless night. 2 other seafaring men of long experience, who have many nights sat in the crow's nest of a liner and watched the course, were asked how far an iceberg the size of the one that the Titanic struck could be seen on a clear night without a moon, a condition on which all of the survivors seemed to agree was present the night the Titanic was sunk. One of these men said at least 1 mile, the other at least 2 miles. So the fact remains that Murdoch was supposed to be on the bridge keeping a strict lookout, and not depending on the crow's nest, that he could have seen the iceberg when it was at least a mile from the vessel, and that the Titanic could have been easily turned sufficiently in her course to avoid the berg within a mile. The surviving passengers are unanimous that the unbelievable happened. The voyage had been pleasant and uneventful, except for the fact that it was being made on the largest and most magnificent vessel that ever sailed, and for the keen interest which the passengers took in the daily bulletins of the speed. The Titanic had been making good time, and all accounts agree that on the night of the disaster she was apparently going at her usual rate, of from 21 to 25 knots an hour. J. H. Moody, the quartermaster, who was at the helm, said that the ship was making 21, and that the officers were under orders at the time to keep up speed in the hope of making a record passage. These orders were being carried out in face of knowledge that the steamer was in the vicinity of great icebergs sweeping down from the north. That very afternoon, according to the record of the hydrographic officer, the Titanic had relayed to shore a wireless warning from the steamer America that an unusual field of pack ice and bergs menaced navigation off the banks. Officers confident even in the face of danger. But it was a clear and starlit night, as all the survivors described the weather, and the great ship sped through the quiet seas, with officers confident that even though an iceberg should be seen, the vessel could be controlled in ample time, and the passengers rested in full confidence that their temporary quarters in the largest and most magnificent vessel ever constructed were as safe as their own homes. This confidence is emphasized in the tales of nearly all the survivors, that when the crash came there was almost no excitement. Many who felt anxious enough to go on deck to inquire what had happened were little perturbed when they learned that the ship had only struck an iceberg. It appeared to be a glancing blow, and at first there was no indication of a serious accident. A group of men at cards in the smoking room sent one of their number to look out of the window, and when he came back with the announcement that the boat had grazed an iceberg, the party went on with the game. It was never finished. The stoppage of the engines was noticed more than the collision, the effect being, as one survivor put it, like the stopping of a loud ticking clock. The overconfident passengers were not brought to the slightest realization that the collision might mean serious danger until the call ran through the ship, "All passengers on deck with lifebelts on." Captain Smith, it is said, was not on the bridge when the collision occurred, but when hurriedly summoned by his first officer, he took charge of what seemed a hopeless situation in a manner which the passengers praise as calm, resolute, and efficient to the highest degree. One of the most stirring narratives of action and description of scenes that followed the collision was told by L. Beasley, a Cambridge University man, who was one of the surviving second cabin passengers. The cruise allotted to the boats. The steamer lay just as if she were waiting the order to go on again, when some trifling matter had been adjusted, he said. But in a few minutes we saw the covers lifted from the boats, and the crews allotted to them standing by ready to lower them to the water. Presently we heard the order, "All men stand back, and all ladies retire to the next deck below," the smoking room deck or B deck. The men stood away and remained in absolute silence, leaning against the end railing or pacing slowly up and down. The boats were swung out and lowered from A deck. When they were to the level of B deck, where all the ladies were collected, the ladies got in quietly, with the exception of some who refused to leave their husbands. In some cases they were torn from them and pushed into the boats. All this time there was no trace of any disorder, no panic or rush for the boats, and no scenes of women sobbing hysterically. Everyone seemed to realize so slowly that there was imminent danger. When it was realized that we would be presently in the sea with nothing but our lifebelts to support us until we were picked up by passing steamers, it was extraordinary how calm everyone was, and how complete the self-control. One by one the boats were filled with women and children. Presently we heard the order, "All men stand back," and all lowered and rowed away into the night. Presently the word went around among the men, "The men are to be put in boats on the starboard side." I was on the port side, and most of the men walked across the deck to see if this was so. Presently I heard the call, "Any more ladies?" Looking over the side of the ship, I saw boat number 13, swinging level with B deck, half full of women. I saw no more come, and one of the crew said then, "You'd better jump." I dropped in and fell in the bottom as they cried, "Lower away." Beasley said that the lifeboat was nearly 2 miles away from the Titanic, less than 2 hours later, when they made out that the great liner was sinking. Ship apparently breaks in two. Other survivors who were nearer to the sinking liner told of hearing the strains of "Nearer, My God, to Thee" played as the liner sank, and some of those in the lifeboats blended their voices in the melody. Suddenly there was a mighty roar, and the ship, already half submerged, was seen to buckle and apparently break in two by the force of an explosion caused when the water reached the hot boilers. The bow sank first, and for fully 5 minutes the stern was poised almost vertically in the air, when suddenly it plunged out of sight. With the last hope gone of seeing their loved ones alive, many women in the lifeboats seemed to be indifferent whether they were saved or not. They were nearly 1,000 miles from land, and had no knowledge that a ship of succor was speeding to them. Without provisions or water, there seemed little hope of surviving long in the bitter cold. There were 16 boats in the forlorn procession which entered upon the terrible hours of suspense. The confidence that the big ship, on which they had started across the sea, was sure to bring them safely here, was now turned to utter helplessness. But the shock of learning that their lives were in peril was hardly greater than the relief when, at dawn, a large steamer's stacks were seen on the horizon, and eager eyes soon made out that the vessel was making for the scene. The rescue ship proved to be the CARPATHIA, which had received the Titanic's distress signals by wireless. By 7 o'clock in the morning, all the Titanic's 16 boats had been picked up, and their chilled and hungry occupants welcomed over the CARPATHIA's side. The CARPATHIA's passengers, who were bound for a Mediterranean cruise, showed every consideration for the stricken, and many gave up their cabins, that the shipwrecked might be made comfortable. The rescued were in all conditions of dress and undress, and the women on the CARPATHIA vied with one another in supplying missing garments. On the 4 days' cruise back to New York, many who had realized that their experiences would be weighted by an anxious world put their narratives to paper, while their nerves were still at a tension from the excitement of the disaster they had barely escaped. The end of Section 4.
Section 5 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield, July 2024. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Believed ship unsinkable. Shots and hymn mingle. Titanic settled slowly. Best traditions upheld by passengers and crew. Boiler explosions tore ship apart. Anguish in the boats. Survivors carried to Carpathia. Not enough provision against accident. Outside of great naval battles, no tragedy of the sea ever claimed so many victims as did the loss of the Titanic. The pitiful part of it is that all on board the Titanic might have been saved had there been a sufficient number of lifeboats aboard to accommodate the passengers and crew. Only 16 lifeboats were launched. One of these, a collapsible boat, the last to be launched, was overturned, but was used as a raft and served to save the lives of many men and women. Many women went down with the ship, steerage women unable to get to the upper decks where the boats were launched, maids who were overlooked in the confusion, cabin passengers who refused to desert their husbands or who reached the decks after the last of the lifeboats was gone and the ship was settling for her final plunge to the bottom of the Atlantic. Confidence in the ability of the Titanic to remain afloat led many of the passengers to death. The theory that the great ship was unsinkable remained with hundreds who had entrusted themselves to the gigantic hulk long after the officers knew that the vessel could not long remain above the surface. That so many of the men passengers and members of the crew were saved, while such a large majority of females drowned, was due to the fact that the women had not appeared about the lifeboats in sufficient numbers to fill them when they first were launched. Dozens of male survivors assert they were forced into the first boats lowered, against their will by officers who insisted that the boat should go overboard, filled to their capacity. From a rather calm, well-ordered sort of leaving of passengers over the side when the disaster was young, the departure of survivors became a riot as the last boats were lowered, and it was apparent that the Titanic would sink. Steerage passengers fought their way to the upper decks and struggled with brutal ferocity against cabin passengers who were aimlessly trying to save themselves. Officers of the ship shot down men who sought to jump into already overcrowded boats. The sound of the pistol shots mingled with the strains of "Nearer, My God, to Thee," played by the ship's orchestra as the Titanic took her final plunge. Murdoch shoots himself. Murdoch, the first officer, who was on the bridge in charge of the Titanic when she struck the iceberg, shot himself when convinced the vessel was doomed. The report that Captain Smith shot himself is contradicted by survivors, who say they saw him swept from the ship as she went down. The Titanic settled into the sea gently. The greater part of her bulk was underwater when she slipped beneath the waves. No trace of suction was felt by those in lifeboats only a few hundred yards away. Colonel John Jacob Astor died a hero and went down with the ship. Had he leapt into the water as she made her final plunge, he might have been picked up by one of the lifeboats, but he remained on the deck and was swept under by the drawing power of the great bulk, bound for the bottom. All the officers who died, and most of the members of the crew, upheld the traditions of heroism held sacred by seamen. They did their duty to the end and died with their ship. Not a man in the engine room was saved. Not one of them was seen on deck after the collision. They remained at their posts, far down in the depths of the stricken vessel, until the waves closed over what was at once their pride and their burial casket. A boiler explosion tore the Titanic apart shortly before she sank. This occurred when the seawater, which had been working its way through the forward compartments, invaded the fire room. After the explosion, the Titanic hung on the surface, upheld only by the watertight compartments, which had not been touched by the collision. Although the officers of the Titanic had been warned of the proximity of ice, she was steaming at the rate of 23 knots an hour when she met her end. The lookouts in the crow's nest saw an iceberg ahead and telephoned the bridge. The vessel swung slightly in response to her rudder, and the submerged part of the iceberg tore out her plates along the starboard quarters below the water. Compartment wall gives way. Water rushed into several of the compartments. The ship listed to starboard. Captain Smith hurried to the bridge. It was thought the ship would float until a shudder that vibrated throughout the great frame told that a compartment wall had given way. Then a definite order was given to man the lifeboats, and stewards were sent to instruct passengers to put on life preservers. So thoroughly grounded was the belief of the cabin passengers that the Titanic was unsinkable that few of them took the accident seriously. Women in evening dress walked out of the magnificent saloons and joked about the situation. Passengers protested against getting into the lifeboats, although the ship was then sinking by the head. Mr. and Mrs. H.J. Allison and their little daughter remained on the ship and were lost, after the infant son of the Allison family had been placed in a lifeboat in charge of a nurse. Isidore Strauss and his wife did not appear on deck until an order had been issued that only women and children should be allowed in the lifeboats. Mrs. Strauss clung to her husband and refused to leave him. They died in each other's arms. Those who escaped in the first lifeboats were disposed to look on their experience as a lark. The sailors manning the oars pulled away from the Titanic. The sound of music floated over the starlit waves. The lights of the Titanic were burning. Like simultaneous photographs of the same tragedy etched on the brains of 745 persons, survivors of the Titanic tell of their experiences and what they saw in those pitifully few hours between the great ship's impact on the iceberg and the appalling moment when she disappeared. As the survivors came, half fainting, half hysterical, down the Carpathia's gangplank, they began to relate these narratives. Many of these were disjointed, fragmentary, a picture here, a frightful flash of recollection there. Some bordered on hallucination. Some were more connected, as one of those who are now beginning to realise the horror through which they came. A few, strangely enough, are calm and lucid, but everyone thrills with some part of the awful truth as its narrator saw it. Individually conflicting stories of the wreck. Each tale is like another view of the same many-sided shield. Sometimes they seem to contradict each other, but that is because those who witness such scenes see them as individuals. There is not a survivor but has something new and startling and dramatic to tell. Taken altogether, their accounts are a composite picture of 700 separate experiences. The shock of the collision had barely jarred the ship. One man who was directing letters in his cabin kept on with his work until he felt a sudden shift in the position of the ship and rushed to the deck in time to leap into a lifeboat. Some of the passengers had returned to their berths. Nothing occurred to indicate to the passengers aboard the Titanic, or moving away from the ship in lifeboats, that the vessel would not remain afloat until help should arrive, until the boilers exploded. Then the end was apparent to all. Men with life preservers strapped about their waists jumped overboard by scores, and some were picked up by boats which had not got far from the ship. As the last 3 lifeboats were launched, the restriction as to women and children was removed. It was a free-for-all then on the deck, where unskilled men, principally stewards, were trying to get the cumbersome boats overboard. Nearly all those who took part in that struggle for life are dead. Those who survived are not anxious to talk about it. Just before the Titanic disappeared from view, men and women leapt from the stern. As the portion of vessel remaining above water swung up to an almost perpendicular position, hundreds on the upper decks were thrown into the sea and were pulled down in the vortex. The biggest, most thrilling moments of the wreck were those last moments when the airtight compartments in the after part of the Titanic were supporting the balance of the ship. Kept together by green light. None are alive to tell the tale of that short period. Towards 2 o'clock on Monday morning, a green light aboard one of the lifeboats kept the fleet of craft carrying the survivors together. Through the hours until dawn, the men in charge of the boats hovered about that green light. Occasionally bodies of men slipped by the lifeboats. A few men, more dead than alive, were pulled aboard the boats that were now overcrowded. The weather became bitterly cold, and the survivors suffered physical pain as well as mental anguish. Benumbed by the extent of the catastrophe, most of the women sat motionless in their places. The Carpathia appeared soon after dawn. Not until the big Cunarder was close by did the realization of what had happened reach the women survivors. Many of them became temporarily insane. It was necessary to use force to place them in swings in which they were hoisted to the Carpathia's decks. The officers of the Carpathia, knowing the Titanic had gone down, were prepared for an emergency. Passengers on the Cunarder gave their cabins to the Titanic sufferers. The captain surrendered his room for hospital purposes. Stewardesses were compelled to cut the clothing from some of the women who had jumped into the water and been picked up by the lifeboats. Among the survivors picked up by the Carpathia were several babies. These little ones were tossed overboard by their parents and rescued by the boats. The identity of these orphans may never be determined. When the list of persons aboard the Carpathia was checked up, it was found that among the survivors were 30 women who had been widowed by the disaster. Nearly all these women, bereft of their life partners, were reassured by the hope that those who had been left behind had been picked up by another vessel until they reached New York. For some reason, the impression prevailed on the Carpathia that the Californian had picked up a number of survivors floating in the sea, upheld by life preservers. Every husband saved his wife. As against the 30 widows stands the record of every married man who was saved. Each of these men saved his wife also. No wife was left on the Titanic by a husband who had reached a lifeboat. Narratives of the various survivors, assembled in a consecutive narrative, makes one of the most thrilling tales of modern life. It is a narrative filled with heroism unparalleled. Bravery and heroism performed by American businessmen. They were men of millions who had everything to live for, and yet, in that crisis at sea, they worked coolly, steadfastly to save women and children. Then they went down with the White Star liner Titanic, the greatest ship afloat. When the Carpathia came into port carrying the more than 700 survivors of the disaster, the curtain, which had hidden the story of the tragedy since the first word of it was flashed to a startled world, was drawn aside. Here is the real tale of the sinking of the Titanic. The Titanic was athrob with the joy of life on Sunday night, when, without warning, the great liner was jammed against a partly submerged iceberg. The blow, which was a glancing one, did not cause much of a jar, and there were some on board who did not know that an accident had happened until later. The liner struck the berg on the starboard side amidships. Only Captain E.J. Smith, the commander, realized that there might be grave danger, and even he did not regard the collision as fatal. Going to the wireless cabin in which Phillips, the operator, was in conversation with Cape Race on traffic matters, he gave orders to the wireless man to hold himself in readiness to flash out a distress signal. At the time, there was a great throng in the main saloon, where the ship's orchestra was giving a concert. Despite the bitterly cold weather, some of the passengers were taking advantage of the bright moonlight to stroll upon the decks. Survivors, who were upon the starboard side, said that the ice mountain which the vessel struck was at least 150 feet high where exposed. Under full head of steam. At the time, the ship was steaming ahead under nearly a full head of steam at about 21 knots. If she had been going slowly, the disaster probably would never have happened. Acting under orders from Captain Smith, the ship's officers passed among the passengers, reassuring them as the rumour that the ship had struck spread. "Keep cool, there is no danger," was the message which, repeated over and over, gradually became monotonous. The warning was hardly necessary, for none, save the highest officers of the ship, who were in Captain Smith's confidence, knew the real gravity of the situation. Captain Smith immediately went below and began an examination. This showed that quick action was necessary. Within 15 minutes of his first warning, the captain again entered the wireless cabin and told Phillips to flash the distress signal. "Send the international call for help, so they will understand," Captain Smith said. "Bride, The assistant operator, who had been asleep, was standing at Phillips's side. Some of the passengers who had been sleeping were aroused and left their berths. Many hastened on deck to get a glimpse of the berg, but so swiftly was it moving in the Gulf Stream current that, within 20 minutes after the vessel struck it, the ice mountain had disappeared from view. At 11:50 p.m., 15 minutes after the collision, the first intimation of impending danger was given. Officers passed among the passengers, warning them to put on lifebelts. The tarpaulins were cast off the lifeboats and the life rafts, and the davit guys loosened so that the boats could be swiftly swung over the side. Members of the crew also donned life preservers, but, with studied forethought, Captain Smith ordered the principal officers not to don their belts. They were told, however, to be ready to do so in an emergency. Phillips pounds out the SOS. The ship soon had begun to list. The wireless masts were sputtering a blue streak of sparks. Phillips at his key pounded out one SOS call after another. He alternated between the SOS and the CQD so that there might be no chance of the signal being misunderstood. The first ship to respond to the Titanic was the Frankfurt. The second was the Carpathia. Phillips told the Carpathia's wireless man that the accident was serious and that the White Star liner was sinking by the head. "We are putting about and coming to your aid," was the reply flashed by the Cunarder. About 12:15 o'clock, the officers began warning the women to get into the boats. Even at this time, no one realised that there was any danger. Many of the women refused to get into the boats and had to be placed in them forcibly by the crew. Colonel and Mrs. John Jacob Astor were walking upon the deck. They were approached by Captain H.D. Stephenson of the Swedish Embassy at Washington. Captain Stephenson advised Mrs. Astor to leave the ship. She demurred, saying there was no danger. Finally, Colonel Astor said, "Yes, my dear, it is better for you to go. I will follow in another boat after all the women have been taken off." They kissed and parted. It was a beautiful parting. Mrs. Washington Dodge of San Francisco, wife of another prominent passenger, was asleep in her stateroom. She was aroused by her husband, who urged her to get in a boat. So certain were both that the measures were only precautionary and not necessary, that they did not even kiss each other goodbye. Mr. Dodge embarked in another boat. These incidents are given because they are typical. They show how little the passengers knew that they were standing at the brink of death. The gap increases. The riven plates under the water increased the gap, allowing more and more water to pour into the hold. The steel frame had been buckled by the impact of the collision, and water was rushing into the supposedly watertight compartments around the doors. The dynamo supplying the ship's searchlight and the wireless outfit were put out of commission. Officers hurried hither and thither, reporting to Captain Smith. This master mariner, hero of the White Star Line, knew that he was doomed to death by all the traditions of the sea, but did not flinch. He was the coolest man on board. As lifeboat after lifeboat was filled and swung over the side, it pulled off some distance and stood by. When the officers began to load the women of the steerage into the boats, trouble started. Men refused to be separated from the wives. Families clamoured to get into lifeboats together. The ship's officers had a hard time subduing some of the steerage passengers. The survivors say that some of the men of the steerage were shot by the ship's officers. As the officers were loading the women of the first cabin list into the boat, they came upon Mrs. Isidore Strauss, the elderly wife of the noted philanthropist. She started to get into a boat, but held back, waiting for her husband to follow. Mr. Strauss tenderly took her in his arms, bade her farewell, and explained that he must abide by the inexorable rule of the sea, which says women and children must be saved first. "If you do not go, I don't go," exclaimed the devoted wife. She clung to her husband's arm, and, despite his efforts and the efforts of officers to persuade her to get into one of the boats, she refused. The devoted couple went to death together. While the vessel was going down, the call for help was picked up and acknowledged by the White Star liners Olympic and Baltic. They turned their heads toward the Titanic, but were too far away to render aid. Strains of music drowns all cries. The band, which had been playing incessantly in the main saloon, moved out to the open deck, and the strains of music rose above the shouts of the officers and the cries of the passengers. By 1 o'clock, even those who knew nothing of seamanship began to realise by the angle at which the giant liner careened that she was in grave danger. By this time, more than half of the lifeboats had been sent away, and they formed a ring in the darkness about the great vessel. Excitement began to run high. Major A.W. Butt, USA, military aide to President Taft, William T. Stead, the famous journalist, Colonel Astor, and others of the passengers volunteered their services to Captain Smith. They helped the officers hold back other male passengers, who by this time had become thoroughly frightened. As one of the lifeboats was being swung over the ship's side, a frantic mother who had been separated from her 8-year-old boy cried out hysterically. Colonel Astor was standing by the boat, assisting the officers. The little boy, in fright and despair, stretched out his arms appealingly to his mother, but the officer in command of the boat said that it would not be safe for another to enter. Colonel Astor, seeing a girl's hat lying upon the deck, stealthily placed it upon the boy's head. Lifting up the child, he called out, "Surely you will not leave a little girl behind." The ruse worked, and the child was taken on board. Up in the wireless room, Bride had placed a life preserver upon his companion, Phillips, while Phillips sat at his key. Upon returning from Captain Smith's cabin with a message, Bride saw a grimy stoker of gigantic proportions bending over Phillips, removing the lifebelt. Phillips would not abandon his key for an instant to fight off the stoker. Bride is a little man. He was subsequently saved, but plucky. Drawing his revolver, he shot down the intruder, and the wireless work went on as though nothing had happened. J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the International Mercantile Marine Company, owners of the White Star Line, was sitting in the cafe chatting to some friends when the liner ran upon the berg. He was the first one informed by Captain Smith. Ismay rushed to the deck to look at the berg. "The ship cannot sink." "The ship cannot sink," was the reply which he gave, with smiling assurance, to all inquirers. Nevertheless, there are survivors who say that Ismay was one of the passengers of the lifeboats which put off. They saw him enter the boat. By 1:30 o'clock, the great vessel, which only a short time before had been the marvel of the 20th century, was a waterlogged hulk. Panic was steadily growing. The word had been passed around that the ship was doomed. The night continued calm. The sea was smooth. The moon was brilliant in the sky. Into one of the last lifeboats that were launched, 2 Chinamen, employed in the galley, had hidden themselves. They were stretched in the bottom of the boat, face downward, and made no sound. So excited were the women that they did not notice the presence of the Chinese until the boat had pulled off from the Titanic. Then the officer in charge drew his revolver and shot both to death. The bodies were tumbled overboard. The weather was very cold, and the sea was filled with floating ice. All were warned before getting into the boats to dress as warmly as possible. By the time the boats were filled, the water had entered the engine room, and the ship was drifting helplessly. About 2 o'clock, Captain Smith, who had been standing upon the bridge with a megaphone to his mouth, again went to the wireless cabin. "Men," he said to Phillips and Bride, with a break in his voice, "you have done your full duty. You can do no more. Abandon your cabin, for it is now every man for himself." Bride left the cabin, but Phillips still clung to his key. He perished. The saving of Bride, the second wireless man, was only one of a series of thrilling escapes. Wearing a lifebelt, Bride went upon deck. He saw a dozen men passengers tugging at a collapsible boat, trying to work it to the edge of the deck. Bride swept overboard. The wireless man went to their assistance, and they had got it nearly to the point from which they could swing it over, when a wave rolled over the deck. Bride, who had hold of an oarlock, was swept overboard with the boat. The next thing he knew, he was struggling in the water beneath the boat. The icy water struck a chill through him. He realized that unless he got from beneath the boat, he would drown. Diving deeply, he came up on the outside of the gunwale and grasped it. On every hand was wreckage of all kinds, and struggling men who had been washed overboard by the submerging coma. Bride clung to the craft until he saw another boat nearby. Exerting all his strength, he swam to this boat and was pulled in it more dead than alive. By this time, all the boats and life rafts had been taken from the ship. The boats were ringed about the ship from 150 feet to 1,000 yards distant. Their occupants could see the lights burning on the vessel, which had settled low in the water. Suddenly, as they looked, great billows of live sparks rose up through the 4 funnels. These were followed by billowing clouds of smoke and steam. The rush of water had reached the boiler rooms, and the boilers had exploded. After this, the great vessel sank more rapidly, and within less than 20 minutes had plunged to her grave, 2 miles beneath the surface. In the meantime, however, those upon the sinking ship, who knew that they had only a few hours at most to live, lived up to the most splendid example of Anglo-Saxon courage. As the ship sank lower, those on board climbed higher, prolonging life to the last minute. Frenzied search was made of every part of the decks by those who hoped that the sailors had overlooked a life raft or small boat which might be used. Their search was in vain. Colonel Astor, Major Butt, C.M. Hayes, W.M. Clark and other friends stood together. Astor and Butt were strong swimmers. When the water reached the ship's rail, Butt and Astor jumped and began swimming rapidly away. There was little suction despite the bulk of the foundering craft. Ship disappears from view. There was a dreadful cry as the ship disappeared from view. Instantly the water was filled with hundreds of struggling men. The spot just above the grave of the liner was strewn with wreckage. Some tried to climb upon the ice cakes, but the cold air and the cold water soon numbed the fingers of the men in the water. Even the most powerful of the refugees soon gave out. Exhausted by their effort and numb from exposure, they dropped one by one. There are survivors, however, among them Dr. Henry J. Frauenthal, of this city, who said that they heard cries from the water for 2 hours after the Titanic sank. Amidst the acres and acres of wreckage, hundreds of dead bodies floated. Many of them were among the first cabin passengers, still dressed in their evening clothes, which they had worn when the ship struck the iceberg. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. How Survivors Escaped. Managing Director accused. Stoker makes direct charge. Supported by many survivors, tells about it, please don't knock, demanded food, brave lot of women, first officer shot himself. One man stands out in a most unenviable light amid the narratives of heroism and suffering attending the great Titanic sea tragedy. This man is J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, who, according to accounts of survivors, made himself the exception to the rule of the sea, women first, in the struggle for life. Some of the survivors say he jumped into the first lifeboat, others that he got into the third or fourth. However that may be, he is among the comparatively few men saved, and the manner of his escape aroused the wrath and criticism of many. A woman with a baby was pushed to the side of the third boat, says one survivor. Ismay got out. He then climbed into the fourth boat. I will man this boat, he said, and there was no one who said him nay. Mr. Ismay was the first lifeboat that left the Titanic, declared William Jones, an 18-year-old stoker, who was called to man one of the lifeboats. Jones comes from Southampton, England, and this was his first ocean voyage. He left the Carpathia tottering. There were 3 firemen in each boat, he said. I don't know how many were killed in the boiler explosion, which occurred after the last lifeboat was put off. I saw 4 boats filled with first cabin passengers sink. In the boat I was in, 2 women died from exposure. We were picked up about 8 o'clock. Mrs. Lucian P. Smith of Huntington, West Virginia, daughter of Representative James Hughes, West Virginia, was in the third boat that was launched, and in that boat was Mrs. John Jacob Astor. My niece saw Mr. Ismay leaving the boat. He was attended by several of the crew, and every assistance was given him to get into the boat, says Mrs. Smith. And then the Carpathia finally came along and rescued the shipwrecked passengers. Some of the crew of the Carpathia, together with men of the Titanic, actually carried Mr. Ismay to spacious rooms that had been set aside for him. As soon as Mr. Ismay had been placed in his stateroom, a sign was placed on the door, "Please don't knock." Mrs. W. J. Cardiza's narrative. According to Mrs. W. J. Cardiza of Philadelphia, who gave her narrative after she had arrived at the Ritz-Carlton with T.D.M. Cardiza, J. Bruce Ismay was not only safely seated in a lifeboat before it was filled, but he also selected the crew that rowed the boat. According to Mrs. Cardiza, Mr. Ismay knew that Mr. Cardiza was an expert oarsman, and he beckoned him into the boat. Mr. Cardiza manned an oar until Mr. Ismay's boat was picked up about 2 hours later. The White Star Line, through Ismay, disclaimed responsibility, saying that it was an act of God. Ismay defended his action in taking to the lifeboat. He said that he took the last boat that left the ship. "Were there any women and children left on the Titanic when you entered the boat?" he was asked. The reply was, "I am sure I cannot say." J. Bruce Ismay described to a reporter how the catastrophe occurred. "I was asleep in my cabin," said Mr. Ismay, "when the crash came. It woke me instantly. I experienced a sensation as if the big liner were sliding up on something. We struck a glancing blow, not a head-on, as some persons have supposed. The iceberg, so great was the force of the blow, tore the ship's plates halfway back. I think, although I cannot say definitely, there was absolutely no disorder. I left in the last boat. I did not see the Titanic sink. I cannot remember how far away the lifeboat in which I was had been rowed from the ship when she sank." Mr. Ismay began his interview by reading a prepared statement to this effect. "In the presence and under the shadow of so overwhelmingly a tragedy, I am overcome with feelings too deep for words. The White Star Line will do everything humanly possible to alleviate the sufferings of the survivors and the relatives of those who were lost. The Titanic was the last word in shipbuilding. Every British regulation had been complied with, and her masters, officers, and crew were the most experienced and skillful in the British service." Welcome's exhausted inquiry. "I am informed that a committee of the United States Senate has been appointed to investigate the accident. I heartily welcome a most complete and exhaustive inquiry, as the company has absolutely nothing to conceal, and any aid that my associates or myself, our shipbuilders or navigators can render will be at the service of both the United States and the British governments." "How soon did she sink after she struck?" Mr. Ismay was asked. "Let me see. It was 2 hours and 25 minutes, I think. Yes, that is right." "In other words, there would have been ample time to have taken everybody off if there had been enough lifeboats?" he was asked. "I do not want to talk about that now," was the reply. "Did you go off in the first boat?" someone asked. "What do you mean?" "Were you in the first boat that left the ship?" "No," he replied, slowly and firmly. "I was not. I was in the last boat. It was one of the forward boats." "Did the captain tell you to get in the boat?" "No." "What was the captain doing when you last saw him?" "He was standing on the bridge." "Is it true that he committed suicide?" "No. I heard nothing of it." Mr. Ismay was asked to explain the delay in sending the news of the wreck from the Carpathia. He said, "I can't say anything about that now except that I sent the first telegram announcing what had happened to Mr. Franklin at about 11 o'clock on the morning we were picked up. I am told that telegram did not reach its destination here until yesterday." In response to requests for more details, Mr. Ismay said, "I must refuse to say more until tomorrow, when I appear before the Congressional Committee. For God's sake, get me something to eat. I'm starved. I don't care what it costs or what it is. Bring it to me." An officer's complete account. This was the first statement made by Ismay a few minutes after he was landed on board the Carpathia. It is vouched for by an officer of the Carpathia. The officer gave one of the most complete accounts of what happened aboard the Carpathia from the time she received the Titanic's appeal for assistance until she landed the survivors at the Cunard Line pier. Mr. Ismay reached the Carpathia in about the 10th lifeboat, said the officer. I didn't know who he was, but afterward I heard the others of the crew discussing his desire to get something to eat the minute he put his foot on deck. The steward who waited on him, Maguire, from London, said Mr. Ismay came dashing into the dining room and throwing himself in a chair said, "Hurry, for God's sake, and get me something to eat. I'm starved. I don't care what it costs or what it is. Bring it to me." Maguire brought Mr. Ismay a load of stuff, and when he had finished it, he handed Maguire a $2 bill. "Your money is no good on this ship," Maguire told him. "Take it," insisted Mr. Ismay, shoving the bill in Maguire's hand. "I am well able to afford it. I will see to it that the boys of the Carpathia are well rewarded for this night's work." This promise started Maguire making inquiries as to the identity of the man he had waited on. Then he learned he was Mr. Ismay. I did not see Mr. Ismay after the first few hours. He must have kept to his cabin. The Carpathia received her first appeal from the Titanic about midnight, according to an officer of the Titanic. That vessel struck the iceberg at about 20 minutes to 12 o'clock and went down for keeps at 19 minutes after 2 o'clock. I turned in on Sunday night a few minutes after 12 o'clock. I hadn't closed my eyes before a friend of the chief steward told me that Captain Rostron had ordered the chief steward to get out 3,000 blankets and to make preparations to care for that many extra persons. I jumped into my clothes and was informed of the Titanic. By that time, the Carpathia was going at full speed in the direction of the Titanic. The crew told what is expected of them. The entire crew of the Carpathia was assembled on deck and were told of what had happened. The chief steward, Harry Hughes, told them what was expected of them. "Every man to his post, and let him do his full duty like a true Englishman," he said. "If the situation calls for it, let us add another glorious page to British history." After that, every man saluted and went to his post. There was no confusion. Everything was in readiness for the reception of the survivors before 2 o'clock. Only one or two of the passengers were on deck, one of them, Mr. Beechler, having been awakened by a friend, and the other because of an inability to sleep. Many of the Carpathia's passengers slept all through the morning up to 10 o'clock and had no idea what was going on. We reached the scene of the collision about 4 o'clock. All was black and still, but the mountain of ice just ahead of us told a story. A flare from one of the lifeboats some distance away was the first sign of life. We answered with a rocket, and then there was nothing to do but wait for daylight. The first lifeboat reached the Carpathia about 5:30 o'clock in the morning, and the last of the 16 boats was unloaded before 9 o'clock. Some of the lifeboats were only half filled, the first one having but 2 men and 11 women, when it had accommodations for at least 40. There were few men in the boats. The women were the gamest lot I have ever seen. Some of the men and women were in evening clothes, and others among those saved had nothing on but night clothes and raincoats. Imagine their husbands picked up by other vessels. As soon as they were landed on the Carpathia, many of the women became hysterical, but on the whole they behaved splendid. Men and women appeared to be stunned all day Monday, the full force of the disaster not reaching them until Tuesday night. After being wrapped up in blankets and given brandy and hot coffee, their first thoughts were of their husbands and those at home. Most of them imagined that their husbands had been picked up by other vessels and then began flooding the wireless rooms with messages. We knew that those who were not on board of the Carpathia had gone down to death, and this belief was confirmed Monday afternoon when we received a wire from Mr. Marconi himself asking why no news had been sent. We knew that if any other vessel could by any chance have picked them up, it would have communicated with land. After a while, when the survivors failed to get any answer to their queries, They grew so restless that Captain Rostron posted a notice that all private messages had been sent and that the wireless had not been used to give information to the press, as had been charged. Little by little, it began to dawn on the women on board, and most of them guessed the worst before they reached here. I saw Mrs. John Jacob Astor when she was taken from the lifeboat. She was calm and collected. She kept to her stateroom all the time, leaving it only to attend a meeting of the survivors on Tuesday afternoon. J.R. Moody was a quartermaster on the bridge beside First Officer Murdoch when the Titanic struck the berg. There is no way of telling the approach of the berg, and besides, I do not intend to go into that now, said Moody. We struck, and we paid dearly for it, and that is all there is to that now. We were running between 22 and 23 knots an hour. It seemed incredible that much damage had been done at first. We struck so lightly. There was a little jar. Almost immediately, though, Captain Smith rushed to the bridge and took charge. Afterward, I saw Murdoch standing on the first deck. I saw him raise his arm and shoot himself. He dropped where he stood. As far as Mr. Bruce Ishmay goes, he was in the second boat that left the Titanic. The first boat swamped. I am sure of that. And Mr. Ishmay was bundled into the second boat, regardless of his protests, to take charge of it in place of First Officer Murdoch, who had shot himself. When the Titanic started to sink, Captain Smith was on the bridge. I saw him. The first lurch brought the bridge almost under water, and the captain was washed off. He clambered back and must have been there another 10 minutes, when the bridge sank slowly down, and he was washed off for the second time. A boat tried to make back to him, but he waved for it to keep back. The last anybody saw of him, he was fighting his way back to the Titanic. He drowned fighting to reach her. J. Bruce Ismay never showed himself once during the whole voyage and on the voyage on the Carpathia. We never saw him from the time the vessel took up the survivors until we reached the dock. Personally, I do not think that Captain Smith was responsible for the high rate of speed at which the Titanic was traveling when the ship foundered. I kept a record during the voyage. From noon of Saturday to noon of Sunday, the Titanic traveled 546 knots. I believe they were trying to break records. When the crash came, the boat was traveling at top speed. Henry E. Stingle's story. This was the statement which Henry E. Stingle gave early today at his residence, 1075 Broad Street, Newark, New Jersey. Shaken with the horrors of the wreck and the nerve-wracking voyage on the rescue ship Carpathia, Mr. Stingle spoke in stern terms of the recklessness which made the accident so appalling. Although it was near to midnight when he and his wife reached Newark, there were 100 friends waiting to receive them, all of whom hung breathlessly on the recital of the perils which the two escaped. Mr. Stingle and his wife had one of the most remarkable reunions of any persons on the ship. The two did not escape in the same boat, Mrs. Stingle being in the first launched, while her husband was in the very last boat from the starboard side. Mrs. Stingle looked many years older than when she left the other side a few weeks ago, and was even more emphatic than her husband in criticism of the shortcomings of the White Star officials. There was absolutely no water in our boat. We would have died of thirst if rescue had not been near at hand, she said. I understand it was the way in all the other lifeboats, few of which even had lanterns. I have heard that a couple of them were provided with bread at the last moment, but our boat was absolutely without any food. Mrs. Stingle was warned by the constant strain which had been pressed upon her in the last 5 days. This has been such a terrible worry that I feel as though I could never sleep again, she said. Oh, it was horrible, horrible. Sometimes I think I would have been better dead than to have so much to remember. You see, when the crash first came, no one realized the awful seriousness of the situation. It was a loud, grinding crash, and it shook the boat like a leaf. But we all had become so filled with the idea that the Titanic was a creation greater than the seas that no one was terror-stricken. Some of the women screamed and children cried, but they told us it was all right and that nothing serious could happen. Did not want to leave her husband. I was just preparing for sleep when the crash came, and throwing on some clothes, I rushed on deck with my husband. In a short time we were told that the women would be sent in the boats. I did not want to leave my husband, but he laughed and told me that the boating was only temporary. There was very little confusion when we put off, and the men in the first and second cabins were absolutely calm. Mr. Stingle kissed me and told me not to worry, that he would come in a later boat unless it was decided to bring us back on the ship. For some reason, no attention was paid to the men who were put in our boat. One of them was an undersized Chinaman, and the other was an Oriental of some kind. When the lifeboat struck the water, they crawled up in the bottom and began to moan and cry. They refused to take their places at the oars, and first-class women passengers had to man many of the rowlocks. Still, none of us thought that the great Titanic would sink. We rowed 200 yards away, as they had told us, watching the great ship. Then the lights began to go out, and then came a terrible crash, like dynamite. I heard a woman in the bow scream, and then came 3 more terrific explosions. The boat gave a sudden lurch, and then we saw the men jumping from the decks. Some of us prayed, and I heard women curse, but the most terrible thing was the conduct of the Chinaman and the Oriental. They threw themselves about the boat in absolute fits and almost upset the boat. They were a menace during the whole night, and in the morning, when the light began to come in the east, and when the women were exhausted from trying to man the oars, the 2 of them found some cigarettes and lay in the bottom of the boat and smoked while we tried to work the oars. There is no survivor better qualified to tell of the last incidents aboard the vessel than Mr. Stingle is. He was one of the last 3 men to leave the boat. He is a man of scientific turn of mind and is in possession of some valuable data concerning the wreck. Little disorder on board. As my wife has told you, there was but little disorder on board after the crash, he said. I realized the seriousness of the situation immediately because I saw Captain Smith come out of the cabin. He was closely followed by Mr. and Mrs. George Widener of Philadelphia. What is the outlook? I heard Mr. Widener inquire. It is extremely serious, gentlemen, he said. Please keep cool and do what you can to help us. Deck stewards rushed through the corridors, rapping frantically on the doors of the occupied cabins. All were told that the danger was imminent. Some heated and grasping the first clothing they could find, they rushed on deck. Others refused to come out. They would not believe there was danger. On deck, the boat crews were all at their posts. The big lifeboats had been shoved around, ready to be put over the side. Women and children were picked up bodily and thrown into them. The rule of the sea, women and children first, was being enforced. One after the other, the boats went over the side. Then a cry was set up. "There are no more boats," was the shout. Consternation seized upon all that remained. They had believed there would be room for all. Uncontrollable terror seized many. They fought for the life belts. Some frantically tried to tear loose deck fittings, hoping to make small rafts that would sustain them until help would come. But everything was bolted fast. Then, fearful they would be dragged to death in the swirling suction that would follow, the men began to leap into the ice-filled ocean. They jumped in groups, seemingly to an agreed signal, according to the stories of the survivors tonight. Some who jumped were saved, coming up near lifeboats and being dragged into them by the occupants. Slowly, steadily, and majestically, the liner sank. One deck after the other was submerged. Whether the boilers exploded is a question. Robert W. Daniel, a Philadelphia banker, says that when the icy water poured into the boiler room, 2 separate explosions followed that tore the interior out of the liner. Others say they did not hear any explosions. Pistol shots fired. Pistol shots were fired. Some survivors say they were fired at men who tried to force women and children out of the way. No one who claimed to be an eyewitness to the shooting could be located. One account related in circumstantial detail that the captain and his first officer shot themselves, but Daniel and other passengers positively say they saw the white-bearded, grizzled face of the veteran mariner over the top of the bridge just before the railing disappeared. They say not until then did he jump into the ocean to drown in the suction that marked the last plunge of the Titanic. The plight of the survivors in the boats was pitiful in the extreme. Few of the women or children had sufficient clothing, and they shivered in the bitter cold blast that came from the great field of ice which surrounded them. The bergs and cakes of drift ice crashed and thundered, bringing stark terror to the helpless victims. Frail women aided with the heavy oars, tearing their tender hands until the blood came. Few of the boats were fully manned. Sailors had stood aside deliberately, refusing life that the women might have a chance for safety, although their places were in the boats. Daybreak found the little flotilla bobbing and tossing on the surface of the ocean. It was not known whether help was coming. Panic seized some of the occupants. Some of the women tried to jump into the water and had to be forcibly restrained. The babies, little tots, just old enough to realize their position, found themselves heroes. They set an example which moved their elders to tears as they told of it tonight. Some tried to comfort their stricken parents. Finally, off in the distant horizon, a sailor in the leading boat discerned smoke. "We are saved," went up the cry, and the rescue came just in time, for before the CARPATHIA had taken aboard the occupants of the last frail craft, the waves were increasing in height, kicked up by the wind, and had increased with the rising of the sun. All were tenderly cared for on the Cunard liner, the regular passengers willingly giving up their cabins to their unfortunate refugees. Medical aid was forthcoming, and nothing left undone that could relieve the distress. Did not see any shots fired. It was his face, more than anything else, which made me fearful, continued Mr. Stingle. He looked like an old man. I heard him give instructions to his officers, and they took their stations at the boats. I did not see anyone shot during the whole wreck. They fired 3 shots in the air to show the steerage men that the guns were loaded, but I was on the boat almost to the last, and I didn't see anyone shot. The boat which saved me was not a regular lifeboat, but a light emergency boat. There was a great rush for it. By the time it was launched, the first fear had subsided. It was the last to be lowered from the starboard side. The Titanic seemed to be floating safely, and a lot of people preferred it to the flimsy-looking rowboats. A deckhand told me that there was a vacant place in it. There I found Sir Cosmo Duff-Gordon, Lady Duff-Gordon, and her maid, Miss Francitelli. Just as the boat was lowered, Mr. A.L. Solomon jumped in. We had gone but a little way from the ship when the first boiler explosion came. It was followed in quick succession by 3 others, at intervals of about 1 second apart. In the boat which harbored Mr. Stingle were 3 stokers and 2 members of the steerage. Mr. Stingle told graphically of the last plunges of the ship and its final sinking. He declared that there was little eddy and no whirlpool when it sank. Many of the men on the Titanic jumped into the sea before the decks were awash. In telling of the long night on the sea, Mr. Stingle gave great credit to a member of the crew who had taken 3 green lanterns on board just as the small lifeboat was manned. He said it was the only beacon which the other lifeboats had for guidance, and said without it many more would surely have been lost. Mrs. Stingle spoke particularly of the calmness of the night. When the sun rose, there was not a ripple on the water, she said. It was as calm as a little lake in Connecticut. Words could not express the wonderful, terrible beauty of it all, but of course I couldn't appreciate it, because I thought my husband had gone down in the sea. The shout of land ever uttered by an explorer was not half so joyful as the shout of "ship," which went up when the CARPATHIA appeared on the horizon that morning, she said. The first dim lights which appeared were eagerly watched, and when it was really identified as a ship, men and women broke down and wept. The reunion of Mr. and Mrs. Stingle was on the CARPATHIA. Each was mourning the other as lost for more than an hour after it had been on the vessel when they met on the promenade deck. Their separation and subsequent reunion was generally considered one of the most remarkable in the history of the wreck. End of section 6.
Chapter 7 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Woman's Thrilling Narrative. J. Bruce Ismay, Managing Director of the White Star Line, who has been widely charged with cowardice in saving himself when the Titanic was wrecked, has found his first offender in the person of August H. Weichman, Commodore Barber of that company's fleet, who was chief ship's barber on the ill-fated vessel. Weichman declares that he was a witness of the scene when Ismay left the vessel, and that he was literally thrown into the lifeboat by a seaman who did not recognize him and thought he was interfering with the work. He asserts that Ismay was striving valiantly to help in the work of launching the boats, and went overboard only under physical compulsion. Weichman was accompanied to his home in Palmyra, New Jersey, by his brothers-in-law, A.H. and John Henricks, who tell of a vexatious experience in getting him off the Carpathia. Weichman was badly injured when he was blown off the ship by the explosion of the boilers. A.H. Henricks charges that the custom officials refused him a pass to the pier because he wanted to get a member of the ship's crew, and the officials said they were not bothering about the crew. The brothers finally made their way to the pier by running between double lines of automobiles. Weichman was brought off the Carpathia on a rolling chair, too late to catch the special train which came to this city, and the Pennsylvania Railroad officials provided him with a berth free of charge. "I was in my barber shop reading," said Weichman, "when I felt a slight jar and realized we had struck something. I went to the gymnasium to see whether others had noticed it. I found some of the men punching the bag, while Colonel Astor, Mr. Widener, and a number of others were watching them. I had known Mr. Widener for some time, and I advised him to put on a life belt. He laughed at me. 'What sense is there in that? This boat isn't going to sink,' he said to me. 'There is plenty of time. We're safer here than in a small boat, anyway.' Then came the order to man the boats, and I went on deck to help. I saw Mr. Ismay at the rail, directing and helping the men. One of them did not recognize him and said, 'What are you interfering for? You get back out of the way.' Another seaman warned the first man that he was speaking to the head of the line. 'I don't care who he is. He's got to get back or go overboard. We can't be bothered with him and his orders now,' was the reply. Mr. Ismay stuck to his place and continued giving orders and directing the men. The rule was observed of sending over 4 women and then a man to look after them. When 4 women had been put over, the seaman turned to Mr. Ismay and ordered him over the side. Mr. Ismay refused to go when the seaman seized him, rushed him to the rail, and hurled him over. I saw that myself, and I know that Mr. Ismay did not go of his own accord, and that the charge of cowardice is unfair and untrue. While I was still helping at the boats, there came an explosion from below decks, and the ship took an awful lunge, throwing everybody into a heap. I was hurled clear of the vessel's side, and landed on top of a bundle of deck chairs which was floating on the water. I was badly bruised and my back was sprained. My watch stopped at 1:50 a.m., and I believe it was at that time I was thrown into the water. While I lay floating on the bundle of chairs, there came another terrific explosion, and the ship seemed to split in 2. There was a rain of wreckage, and a big piece of timber fell on me, striking my life belt. I believe if it had not been for the belt, I would have been killed. I floated for what I believe was about 2 hours. Then arms reached down and drew me aboard a life raft. The man who did this was a seaman named Brown, whose life I probably had saved 2 years ago by hurrying him to a hospital in England when he was taken ill suddenly. There were 6 persons on the raft, and others were in the water up to their necks, hanging on to the edges of the raft. The raft was already awash, and we could not take them aboard. One by one, as they became chilled through, they bade us good-bye and sank. In the bottom of the raft was a man whom I had shaved that morning, and whom I had been told was worth $5 million. I did not know his name. He was dead. And so we floated on the raft, bereft of hope and stupefied by the calamity, until picked up by the Carpathia. I was so badly injured, they had to take me on board in a boatswain's chair. The happiness of husbands at seeing their wives put in the way of safety from the Titanic was described by Mrs. Terrell Cavendish, daughter of Henry Segal. She said, "I was with my husband in our stateroom when the accident happened. He awakened me. I remember it was midnight and told me something was the matter with the boat. My husband kissed me and put me into a boat in which were 23 women. He told me to go and that he would stay on the ship with the other men. They were happy to see their wives lowered away in the boats. They kept telling us they would be all right because the ship could not sink. We were lowered into the water without any light. Only one man tried to get into the boat. He was pushed back by a sailor. Most of the women in the boat I was in were in their bare feet. I can still see those husbands kissing their wives and telling them goodbye. I can see the sailor standing by so calm and brave. The sight of those good men who gave their lives for others will always be with me. Words can't tell the tale of their sacrifice." The hours we spent in that small boat after those heroic men went down were hours of torture. When we got on the Carpathia, we were treated with the utmost consideration. I saw Mr. Ismay when he came on board. He was trembling from head to foot and kept saying, "I'm Ismay, I'm Ismay." Immediately upon their disembarkation from the Carpathia, Mr. and Mrs. William E. Carter, Miss Lucille Carter, and William E. Carter, Jr., of Newport, Bryn Mawr, and 2116 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, about whom so much anxiety was felt for the first 24 hours after the news of the Titanic disaster reached the mainland, went in taxicabs to the home of William Dickerman at 89 Madison Avenue. Mr. Dickerman is a brother-in-law of Mr. Carter. I kissed my husband good-bye, and as he stood on the deck, I went down the side to a lifeboat. There were no seamen there. It was life or death. I took an oar and started to row, said Mrs. Carter, who was formerly Miss Lucille Polk, of Baltimore, when seen later at the Madison Avenue house. Mrs. Carter had just come from the ship, and the tears were still in her eyes. Glad tears from the welcome she had received from her relatives, among whom was Anderson Polk, who had come to New York to meet her. She told of being roused from her sleep at 14 minutes of 12 on Sunday night by the sudden crash, of rushing out on the deck to find the chaos of destruction quickly form itself into the decisive action of brave men about to face their death. Clasping her hands tightly, she told how the men had stood back, or else helped to lower away the lifeboats, and then, kissing their wives, bade them a good-bye which they thought would be forever. In brief words, tensely spoken, she told of going into the lifeboat and taking an oar. At 10 minutes past 1 o'clock, there was a sudden explosion, and the giant hulk of the Titanic blew up, rearing in the water like a spurred horse, and then sinking beneath the waves. She had to pull hard with her oars in the desperate attempt, which the poorly done lifeboat had to make, to keep from being sucked down with the diving Titanic. After minutes of work with the desperation of death, they made their way out of the suction and were saved. It was not until she was taken aboard the Carpathia that she met her husband, saved because he had to man an oar in another lifeboat. "We had a pleasant voyage from England," began Mrs. Carter. "The ship behaved splendidly, and we did not anticipate any trouble at all. I had retired on Sunday night, an hour before we struck the iceberg. The men were in the cabin smoking. Most of them were in the smoking room when the ship hit. The first I knew of the accident was a tremendous thump, which nearly threw me out of my berth. I realized that something must have happened, and feared that it was a bad accident. A moment later, my husband came down to the stateroom and told me that we had struck an iceberg. There was no confusion. I dressed myself hurriedly and went on deck with my children. The ship was badly damaged. The officers thought, at first, that she would not sink, and we were told to be calm. But it was not long before we knew that the ship could not long stand the strain of the water, which was pouring into the bow and bearing the ship down on her forward part. Then came the time when we knew that it must either be the lifeboats or stay on the ship and sink with her. The seamen began to lower away the lifeboats. One after another they released whatever machinery held them, and they dropped into the ocean. There was ice all about us, and the night, being comparatively clear, we could see the floes around us when we peered down over the side of the ship. When the boats had been lowered, then it was that the time of parting came. There was no excitement. Every one of the men whose wives or womenfolks were with them took them to the side of the ship where a lifeboat was waiting, and kissed them over the side. Major Archibald Butt remained on board and went down with the ship. Colonel Astor also went down with the ship. Mrs. Astor was in my boat. The colonel took her to the side and kissed her and saw her over the side. When I went over the side with my children and got in the boat, there were no seamen in it. Then came a few men, but there were oars with no one to use them. The boat had been filled with passengers, and there was nothing else for me to do but to take an oar. We could see now that the time of the ship had come. She was sinking, and we were warned by the cries from the men above to pull away from the ship quickly. Mrs. Thayer, wife of the vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, was in my boat, and she too took an oar. It was cold, and we had no time to clothe ourselves with warm overcoats. The rowing warmed me. We started to pull away from the ship. We could see the dim outlines of the decks above, but we could not recognize anybody. We had pulled our lifeboat away from the Titanic for a distance of about a city block. That is about all, I should say, when the Titanic seemed to shake to pieces. The ship had struck about 14 minutes to 12. It was 10 minutes past 1 when we saw her lunge. She had exploded. There was a rumbling noise within her. Then she gave a lurch and started to go down. We realized what it meant, that the sinking ship would suck us under with her. It was a moment later that the suction struck us. It was all we could do to keep from being caught. So strong was the drag down that followed the Titanic. But we pulled away at last, after straining as hard as we could at the oars. Then we were alone in the boat, and it seemed darker. We remained in the boat all night, waiting for daylight to come. It came at last, and when it broke over the sea, we saw ice floes all about it. It was about 8:30 o'clock when the Carpathia came into sight. I can't tell you how I felt when I saw her. I had believed that my husband had gone down on the ship. It was not until after we were taken over the side of the Carpathia that I saw him. Mr. Carter had been compelled to take an oar in a lifeboat that was not sufficiently manned. That is how he came to be saved. All of the men waited for the women to go first. Mr. Carter was among the number. When he put me into a lifeboat, he stayed back, and I had thought, when I saw the ship blow up and sink, that he had gone down with her. Mr. Ismay does not deserve any criticism for being saved. He was another of those who had to man an oar in a lifeboat, so as to get the boats out of danger by being sucked under by the sinking Titanic. 3 French survivors, Ferdinand Aumont, Pierre Maréchal, son of the well-known French admiral, and Paul Chèvre, the sculptor, conjointly cabled to the Matin a graphic narrative of the disaster to the Titanic, in which they repeatedly insist that more lives could have been saved if the passengers had not had such dogged faith that the Titanic was unsinkable. Several boats, they declared, could have carried double the number. The 3 Frenchmen say that they were playing bridge with a Philadelphian when a great, crunching mass of ice packed up against the portholes. As they rushed on deck, there was much confusion, but this quickly died down. One of the officers, when questioned by a woman passenger, humorously replied, "Do not be afraid. We are merely cutting a whale in two." Presently, the captain appeared to become somewhat nervous and ordered all to put on life preservers. The boats were then lowered, but only a few people stirred, and several of the boats put off half empty, one with only 15 persons in it. When the Frenchman's boat rowed off for half a mile, the Titanic presented a fairy-like picture, illuminated from stem to stern. Then, suddenly, the lights began to go out, and the stern reared up high in the air. An immense clamor rose on all sides, and during an hour anguished cries rang out. It was, said the narrators, like a great chorus chanting a refrain of death with wild obstinacy. Sometimes the cries died out, and then the tragic chorus began again, more terribly and more despairingly. The narrative continues. Those shrieks pursued us and haunted us as we pulled away in the night. Then one by one the cries ceased, and only the noise of the sea remained. The Titanic was engulfed almost without a murmur. Her stern quivered in a final spasm, and then disappeared. The Frenchmen and their companions suffered bitterly from the cold. They cried out to attract attention, and a German baron who was with them emptied his revolver in the air. When finally the Carpathia appeared, a feeble hurrah went up from the small boats, every one of which moved as swiftly as possible toward the liner. The Frenchmen related tragic incidents as they were leaving the sides of the Titanic. After all the boats had been launched, many of the passengers who had stayed behind too long tried to embark on a collapsible raft, which worked badly. 50 persons climbed onto the raft, which was half filled with water. One after another, the passengers on the raft were drowned, or perished with the cold. When a body was found in the way, it was thrown overboard, and only 15 of the 50 who had taken refuge on the raft were saved by the Carpathia. End of Chapter 7, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, August 7, 2024.
Chapter 8 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ty Lasky. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Survivors' Stirring Stories. Survivors' Stirring Stories. How young Thayer was saved. His father, second vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, drowned. Mrs. Strauss's pathetic death. Black coward shot. Countess aids in rowing boat. Standing at the rail of the main deck of the ill-fated Titanic, Arthur Ryerson of Gray's Lane, Haverford, Pennsylvania, waved encouragement to his wife as the lifeboat in which she and her 3 children, John, Emily, and Susan, had been placed with his assistance, glided away from the doomed ship. A few minutes later, after the lifeboat with his loved ones had passed beyond the range of his vision, Mr. Ryerson met death in the icy water into which the crushed ship plunged. It is now known that Mr. Ryerson might have found a place in one of the first lifeboats to be lowered, but made no effort to leave the ship's deck after assuring himself that his wife and children would be saved. It was not until the Carpathia reached her dock that relatives who were on hand to meet the survivors of the Ryerson family knew that little Jack Ryerson was among the rescued. Day by day since the first tidings of the accident to the Titanic were published, Jack had been placed among the missing. Perhaps of all those who came up from the Carpathia with the impress of the tragedy upon them, the homecoming of Mrs. Ryerson was peculiarly sad. While motoring with J. Lewis Hoffman of Radnor, Pennsylvania, on the main line on Monday a week before, Arthur L. Ryerson, her son, was killed. His parents abandoned their plans for a summer pleasure trip through Europe and took passage on the first homebound ship, which happened to be the Titanic, to attend the funeral of their son. And now, upon one tragedy, a second presses. Upon leaving the Carpathia, Mrs. Ryerson, almost too exhausted and weak to tell of her experiences, was taken in a taxicab to the Hotel Belmont. With her were her son, Jack, and her 2 daughters, Miss Emily and Miss Susan Ryerson. The young women were hysterical with grief as they walked up from the dock, and the little lad who had witnessed such sights of horror and tragedy clung to his mother's hand, wide-eyed and sorrowful. Mrs. Ryerson said that she and her husband were asleep in their staterooms, as were their children, when the terrible grating crash came and the ship foundered. The women threw kimonos over their nightgowns and rushed barefooted to the deck. Master Ryerson's nurse caught up a few articles of the little boy's clothing, and almost as soon as the party reached the deck, they were numbered off into boats and lowered into the sea. Harrowing and terrible. Mrs. John M. Brown, whose husband was formerly a well-known Philadelphian but now lives in Boston, described her experience on the Titanic as the most harrowing and terrible that any living soul could undergo. "Oh, it was heart-rending to see those brave men die," Mrs. Brown said, half sobbingly, after she had left the pier in a taxicab brought by her husband. Mr. Brown, for his part, said the days of agony which he had experienced when the lists of Titanic survivors were altered, diminished and published incomplete, leaving him indecisive as to his wife's fate, was almost on a par what she had undergone. In contradiction to several other statements, Mrs. Brown declared that she saw no signs of panic or disorder on the Titanic and did not know until later that there had been shooting on board the vessel. "I was in my berth when the crash came," Mrs. Brown said, "and after the first shock, when I knew instinctively that the vessel was sinking, I was comparatively calm. I had hardly reached deck when an officer called to me to enter a lifeboat. I did so, and saw the huge liner split in half, with a pang almost as keen as if I had seen somebody die." Mrs. Brown said that John B. Thayer, Jr., after jumping from the deck of the liner, clad only in pajamas, swam through cakes of floating ice to a broken raft. He was picked up by the boat of which Mrs. Brown was an occupant. Mrs. Brown said that it was about 2 hours after the Titanic sank that their boat came within sight of an object bobbing up and down in the cakes of ice about 50 yards away. Nearing, they made out the form of a boy, clinging with one leg and both arms wrapped around the piece of wreckage. Young Thayer uttered feeble cries as they pulled alongside. Lad pulled into lifeboat. The lad was pulled into the already crowded lifeboat, exhausted. With a weak, faint smile, Mrs. Brown said the lad collapsed. Women, who were not rowing or assisting in maneuvering the boat, by vigorous rubbing soon brought Thayer to consciousness and shared part of their scanty attire to keep him from dying from exposure. In the meantime the boat bobbed about on the waves, like a top, frequently striking cakes of ice. Mrs. Brown said for several hours more they battled with the sea before help arrived. "It was a blessed sight when all saw the Carpathia heading in our din," she declared. "We had hopes that a ship would come to our rescue, and all on board prayed for safe deliverance. No one can realize our feelings of gratitude when the Carpathia hove into sight. With increased energy, the men, aided by the women, pulled on the oars. We were soon taken aboard. Young Thayer was hurried into the hospital on board the boat and was given stimulants and revived. 3 survivors died soon after. They were buried at sea." Mrs. Brown said that Mrs. John Jacob Astor, the wife of Colonel John Jacob Astor, who proved himself a hero, was also an occupant of her boat. Mrs. Astor was frantic when she learned that her husband had gone with the Titanic, but between sobs said, "He died a hero," Mrs. Brown said. The colonel kissed her and, pushing his bride to the side of the ship, told her to hurry to the lifeboats waiting below. Mrs. Astor refused to listen to her husband's entreaties until he assured her that he would follow on the next boat, although all the time he knew that he would sink. "The following horrors have never left me, day or night," Mrs. Brown continued. Dead bodies of brave men. "I saw dead bodies of brave men float past the lifeboats. I heard the death cries of women and saw the terrible desolation of the wreck by dawn. In the boat with Mrs. Brown were her 2 sisters, Mrs. Robert Cornell, wife of Judge Robert Cornell, and Mrs. S.P. Appleton. They followed each other down the long, roughly constructed rope ladder, a distance of more than 50 feet, into the 10th lifeboat. All were thinly clad. They had retired for the night and were tumbled from their berths when the crash came. When the Titanic sank, and the first news came of the disaster, there appeared in the list of first cabin passengers the name of Washington Logue. Until J. Washington Logue of Philadelphia could be found to explain that he was not on the high seas, many of his friends feared that he had been on the Titanic. When he landed from the CARPATHIA, William Dodge of San Francisco was told how his name had been confused in the wireless reports from the Olympic. He said he congratulated Mr. Logue on having been no closer to disaster than this. Mr. Dodge, who is a millionaire, Mrs. Dodge and their 4-year-old son, Washington Dodge Jr., were among the first to land on the dock from the Cunarder. Mr. Dodge carried a life preserver of the Titanic as a memento. Nearly all the passengers had retired when the crash came, about 20 minutes past 10 o'clock, said Mr. Dodge. The liner was struck on the starboard side, near the bow. The bow, it seemed, withstood the crash, but water rushed into several compartments at the same time. There was complete order among the passengers and crew. We really didn't think there was any danger. We were assured that the ship would float and that there were plenty of vessels in the reach of wireless to come to our aid if that should become necessary. Then, the sinking of the Titanic by the head began and the crew was ordered to man the boats. There was no panic. The officers told the men to stay back, and they obeyed. A few men were ordered into the boats. 2 men who attempted to rush beyond the restraint line were shot down by an officer, who then turned the revolver on himself. I could see Mrs. Isidore Strauss. She clung to her husband and refused to leave him. Floated for 4 hours. Floated for 4 hours until we were picked up. Mr. Ismay left the Titanic on a small boat. I did not see the iceberg. When we got into the boat, she was gone. As the Titanic went down, Major Archibald Butt was standing on the deck. I saw him. The body of one black coward, a member of the Titanic's crew, lies alone in the wireless coop on the highest deck of the shadowy bulk of what was once the world's greatest ship, 2 miles down in the dark of unplumbed ocean depths. There is a bullet hole in the back of his skull. This man was shot by Harold Bride, the second wireless man aboard the Titanic, and assistant to the heroic Phillips, chief operator, who lost his life. Bride shot him from behind just at the instant that the coward was about to plunge a knife into Phillips' back and rob him of the life preserver which was strapped under his armpits. He died instantly, and Phillips, all unconscious at that instant that Bride was saving his life, had but a brief little quarter of an hour added to his span by the act of his assistant, and then went down to death. This grim bit of tragedy, only a little interlude in the whole terrible procession of horror aboard the sinking boat, occurred high above the heads of the doomed men and women who waited death in the bleak galleys of the decks. "I had to do it," was the way Bride put it. "I could not let that coward die a decent sailor's death, so I shot him down and left him alone there in the wireless coop to go down with the hulk of the ship. He is there yet, the only one in the wireless room where Phillips, a real hero, worked madly to save the lives of 2,000 and more people." New York physicians escape. Miss Alice Farnan, leader, a New York physician, escaped from the Titanic on the same boat which carried the Countess Roths. "The Countess is an expert oarsman," said Dr. Leader, "and thoroughly at home on the water. She took command of our boat when it was found that the seamen who had been placed at the oars could not row skillfully. Several of the women took their places with the Countess at the oars, and rowed in turns, while the weak and unskilled stewards sat quietly in one end of the boat. The men were the heroes," said Mrs. Churchill Candy of Washington, one of the survivors, "and among the bravest and most heroic, as I recall, were Mr. Widener, Mr. Thayer, and Colonel Astor. They thought only of saving the women and went down with the Titanic, martyrs to their manhood. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Isidore Strauss on the deck of the Titanic as I was lowered into one of the lifeboats. Mrs. Strauss refused to leave the ship until her husband could accompany her. They were on the top deck, and I heard her say she would not leave her husband. She went down with him as she had lived and traveled with him. Life without him did not concern her, seemingly. I've always stayed with my husband, so why should I leave him now? I'll die with him, I heard her say. Captain Smith, I think, sacrificed safety in a treacherous ice field for speed. He was trying to make 570 miles for the day, I heard. The captain, who had stood waist-deep on the deck of the Titanic as she sank, jumped as the ship went down, but he was drowned. All of the men had bravely faced their doom for the women and children. The ship settled slowly, the lights going out deck after deck as the water reached them. The final plunge, however, was sudden and accompanied by explosions, the effect of which was a horrible sight. Victims standing on the upper deck toward the stern were hurled into the air and fell into the treacherous ice-covered sea. Some were rescued, but most of them perished. I cannot help recalling again that Mr. Widener and Mr. Thayer and Colonel Astor died manfully. 2 distinct shocks. The ice pack which we encountered, explained Mrs. Candy, was 56 miles long, I have since heard. When we collided with the mountainous mass, it was nearly midnight Sunday. There were 2 distinct shocks, each shaking the ship violently, but fear did not spread among the passengers immediately. They seemed not to realize what had happened, but the captain and other officers did not endeavor to minimize the danger. The first thing I recall was one of the crew appearing with pieces of ice in his hands. He said he had gathered them from the bow of the boat. Some of the passengers were inclined to believe he was joking, but soon the situation dawned on all of us. The lifeboats were ordered lowered and manned, and the word went around that women and children were to be taken off first. The men stood back as we descended to the frail craft or assisted us to disembark. I now recall that huge Woolner Bjornstrom was among the heroic men. The Philadelphia women behaved heroically. This was the way Mrs. Walter B. Stevenson, of Haverford, a survivor of the wreck of the fated Titanic, began her brief but graphic account of the disaster at her home in Haverford, which she reached on the special train that brought Mrs. John B. Thayer and others over from New York. Worn by hours of terrible uncertainty on the frail lifeboats in the open sea, almost distracted by the ordeal of waiting for news of those left behind on the big liner, Mrs. Stevenson bore herself as did the women whom she described, heroically indeed. She told how John B. Thayer, Jr., fell overboard when the boats were launched, and how he was saved from the death that his father met by the crew of the lifeboat. She described tersely, to linger sadly as she finished with the words, "But we never saw Mr. Thayer, Sr., at all." Occupants of the same boat. Mrs. Thayer, Mrs. J. Bolton Earnshaw of Mount Airy, and Mrs. George D. Widener were occupants of the same boat that carried Mrs. Stevenson to safety, and, like Mrs. Stevenson, they witnessed the final plunge of the Titanic. "We were far off," said Mrs. Stevenson, "but we could see a huge dark mass behind us. Then it disappeared." That was all she could tell of the fate of those left on board. "Then it disappeared." She paused, and her voice choked. "We weren't sure, but what we might have been mistaken. A lingering hope remained until long after the Carpathia picked us up. Then the wireless told the terrible tidings. We were the sole survivors." Mrs. Stevenson wore the same dress that she hastily donned when the crash occurred. It was a simple gown of dark texture, showing the wear in its crumpled shape. Over it, she had managed to throw a cape, and to the covering she clung, as if yet fearful of the icy blasts of the northern ocean. Conveyed in a taxicab to the Pennsylvania Railroad station from the Cunard Wharf, Mrs. Stevenson alighted, hastened across the train shed, and into a waiting elevator. She walked unaided. Relatives who had rushed from Philadelphia to convey her in safety were solicitous for her welfare, but she assured them that she was well. "And she is well," said T. DeWitt Cuyler, a director of the Pennsylvania Railroad, who met the train. "She has borne up remarkably under the strain." "I was wakened in my cabin by the shock," Mrs. Stevenson began. "It was nearly 12 o'clock, but I cannot be sure. The shock was great, but not as great as the one I experienced in the San Francisco earthquake. I was staying in the St. Francis Hotel at the time of the earthquake. Even this terrible disaster cannot shake the memory of that night from my mind." Assurance of no immediate danger. I rose hastily from my berth and was about to hasten to the deck when my maid assured me that there was no immediate danger and that I would have time to dress. I put on this dress that I'm wearing and threw a cape around my shoulders. Then I went on deck. Scarcely had I gotten out in the air when an officer ordered me to don a lifebelt. I returned to the cabin to buckle one around me. When I returned, I heard the order to man the lifeboats. There was no disorder. The crew was under perfect discipline. Quickly and without any excitement, I was lifted into a lifeboat. Beside me I found Mrs. Thayer, Mrs. Earnshaw, and Mrs. Widener. Like myself, they had no clothing except what they wore. John B. Thayer, Jr. was with us. As the boat was lowered by the davits, he slipped and fell into the water. Luckily, he wore a lifebelt and was kept afloat until a sailor lifted him safely aboard. We never saw Mr. Thayer, Sr. at all. As the boats pushed off from the ship, Mrs. Widener collapsed. She was finally revived. The Philadelphia women behaved heroically. They stood up splendidly under the suspense, which was terrible. The sailors rowed our boat some distance away. We thought we saw the Titanic sink, but we couldn't be sure. Behind us we could see a dark shape. Then it disappeared. We despaired of any others being saved, but some hope remained until long after the Carpathia had picked us up. Then the wireless told us the sad tale. Waifs from Titanic restored to mother's arms. Lola and Maman, the little waifs of the Titanic disaster, snatched from the sea and kept for a month in a big strange land, were clasped in the arms of their mother, Madame Marcel Navratil, who arrived in New York on May 16th from France on the White Star liner Oceanic. Hurrying down the gangplank, after kindly customs officials had facilitated her landing, Madame Navratil, who is an Italian, 24 years old, of remarkable beauty, rushed to Miss Margaret Hayes, the rescuer of the two little boys, who, with her father, was waiting on the pier. They took her in a cab to the Children's Society rooms, and there she was reunited with her children. The little boys, 4 and 2 years old, were thrust into one of the last of the lifeboats to leave the sinking Titanic by an excited Frenchman who asked that they be cared for. A steward told him he could not enter the boat, and he said he did not want to, but must save his boys. Arriving in New York on the Carpathia, Miss Hayes at first could learn nothing of the children's identity, and she planned to care for them. Then developed another chapter of the weird story of the disaster in the ice fields. The Frenchman's body was recovered and taken to Halifax, where it was found that he was booked on the passenger list under the name of Hoffman. Cable messages to France brought the information that Madame Navratil's husband, from whom she was separated, had kidnapped her children and said he was going to America. He often used the name Hoffman. Photographs of the boys were sent to Madame Navratil in France, and she identified them as her children. End of Chapter 8.
Section 9 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror, by Jay Henry Mowbray. How Astor Went to Death. How Astor went to death. I resigned myself to my faith, he said, kissed wife fond farewell, lifted cap to wife as both left ship, crushed by death by ice. Famous novelist's daughter hears of his death, Philadelphia millionaire's heroism, last to see Widener alive, Major Butt dies a soldier's death. The heroism of the majority of the men who went down to death with the Titanic has been told over and over again. How John Jacob Astor kissed his wife and saluted death as he looked squarely into its face. The devotion of Mrs. Isidore Strauss to her aged husband, and the willingness with which she went to her doom with his loving arms pressed tenderly around her. The tales of life sacrifice that woman might be saved brought some need of comfort to the stricken. G.A. Brayton of Los Angeles, California says, John Jacob Astor went to one of the officers and told him who he was, and asked to go in the lifeboat with his wife. The officer told him he could not go into the lifeboat, Astor then kissed his wife goodbye, and she was put in the lifeboat. Astor said, "I resign myself to my fate," and saluted in farewell. Colonel Astor and Major Archibald Butt died together on the bridge of the ill-fated ship, said Dr. Washington Dodge of San Francisco, one of the survivors. "I saw them standing there side by side. I was in one of the last boats, and I could not mistake them. Earlier, during the desperate struggle to get the boats cleared, I had seen them both at work quieting passengers and helping the officers maintain order. A few minutes before the last, I saw Colonel Astor help his wife, who appeared ill, into a boat, and I saw him wave his hand to her and smile as the boat pulled away." Before the lifeboats left the ship, not far from the woman who would not let her husband meet death alone, Colonel Astor stood supporting the figure of his young wife, said another survivor. A boat was being filled with women. Colonel Astor helped his wife to a place in it. The boat was not filled, and there seemed no more women near it. Quietly, the colonel turned to the second officer, who was superintending the loading. "May I go with my wife? She is ill," he asked. The officer nodded. The man of millions got into the boat. The crew were about to cast off the falls. Suddenly, the colonel sprang to his feet, shouting for them to wait. He had seen a woman running toward the boat. Leaping over the rail, he helped her to the place he had occupied. Tried to climb from the boat. Mrs. Astor screamed and tried to climb from the boat. The colonel restrained her. He bent and tenderly patted her shoulder. "The ladies first, dear heart," he was heard to say. Then quietly he saluted the second officer and turned to help in lowering more boats. Miss Margaret Hayes gave another version of the manner in which Colonel Astor met his death. "Colonel Astor and his wife came out on deck as I was being assisted into a lifeboat," said Miss Hayes, "and both got into another boat. Colonel Astor had his arms about his wife and assisted her into the boat. At the time, there were no women waiting to get into the boats, and the ship's officer at that point invited Colonel Astor to get into the boat with his wife. The colonel, after looking around and seeing no women, got into the boat, and his wife threw her arms about him. The boat in which Colonel Astor and his wife were sitting was about to be lowered when a woman came running out of the companionway. Raising his hand, Colonel Astor stopped preparations to lower the boat and stepped out, assisting the woman into the seat he had occupied. Mrs. Astor cried out and wanted to get out of the boat with her husband, but the colonel patted her on the back and said something in a low tone of voice. A nephew of Senator Clark of Butte, Montana, said Astor stood by the after rail, looking after the lifeboats until the Titanic went down. Brayton says, Captain Smith stood on the bridge until he was washed off by a wave. He swam back, stood on the bridge again, and was there when the Titanic went to the bottom. Brayton says that Henry B. Harris, the theatrical manager, tried to get on a lifeboat with his wife, but the second officer held him back with a gun. A third-class passenger who tried to climb into the boats was shot and killed by a steward. This was the only shooting on board I know of. Another account of Captain Smith's death is as follows. Captain Smith died a hero. Captain Smith died a hero's death. He went to the bottom of the ocean without effort to save himself. His last acts were to place a 5-year-old child on the last lifeboat in reach, then cast his life belt to the ice-ridden waters and resign to the fate that tradition down the ages observed as a strict law. It was left to a fireman of the Titanic to tell the tale of the death of Captain Smith and the last message he left behind. This man had gone down with the vessel and was clinging to a piece of wreckage about a half an hour before he finally joined several members of the Titanic's company on the bottom of a boat which was floating among other wreckage. Harry Sr., the fireman, with his 8 or 9 companions in distress, had just managed to get a firm hold on the upturned boat when they saw the Titanic rearing preparatory for her final plunge. At that moment, according to the fireman's tale, Captain Smith jumped into the sea from the promenade deck of the Titanic with an infant clutched tenderly in his arms. It only took a few strokes to bring him to the upturned boat, where a dozen hands were stretched out to take the little child from his arms and drag him to safety. Captain Smith was dragged on the upturned boat, said the fireman. He had on a life buoy and a life preserver. He clung there for a moment, and then he slid off again. For a second time he was dragged from the icy water. Then he took off his life preserver, tossed the life buoy into the inky waters, and slipped into the water again with the words, I will follow the ship. At that time there was only a circle of troubled water and some wreckage to show the spot where the biggest of all ocean steamers had sunk out of sight. No, said the stoker, as he waved a sandwich above his head, holding a glass of beer in the other hand. Captain Smith never shot himself. I saw what he did. He went down with that ship. I'll stake my life on that. The same story repeated. Oddly enough, a Swedish stoker and survivor named Oskar Engström at another hotel in the same vicinity gave to one of the most prominent Swedish newspapermen in New York City practically the same tale that Senior told. Wilson Potter, whose mother, Mrs. Thomas Potter, Jr., of Mount Airy, Pennsylvania, was one of the survivors, told how she had urged Colonel Astor and his wife to leave the Titanic before the vessel went down. My mother was one of the first to leave the Titanic, he said. As the lifeboats were filling up, she called to Colonel and Mrs. Astor to come aboard. Mrs. Astor waved her off, exclaiming, "We are safer here than in that little boat." Hundreds of other passengers thought the same way, so much so that the first lifeboat, which my mother boarded, was large enough to hold 40 persons besides the crew. Still only 10 came along. All were of the opinion that the Titanic would remain afloat until aid came from another steamer. Mr. Potter also related another version of how J.B. Thayer, Jr. and his mother were rescued. As the crash came, Mrs. Thayer fainted. Young Mr. Thayer carried her to one of the lifeboats. As she was lifted in, father and son lost their hold and fell between the sinking steamer and the lifeboat. After struggling in the water for several minutes, young Mr. Thayer was picked up by a raft. 2 hours later, the raft was found by the CARPATHIA. A third remarkable escape, as related by Mr. Potter, was that of Richard Norris Williams. Mr. Williams remained on the stern of the Titanic, said Mr. Potter. He says the stern of the boat went down, then came up. As it started to go down a second time, Mr. Williams says he dived off and swam to a raft, which was picked up 2 hours later by the CARPATHIA. Utterly exhausted from her experience. When utterly exhausted from her experience, Mrs. John Jacob Astor was declared by Nicholas Biddle, a trustee of the Astor estate, to be in no danger whatever. Her physicians, however, have given orders that neither Mrs. Astor nor her maid, who was saved with her, be permitted to talk about the disaster. On landing from the CARPATHIA, the young bride, widowed by the Titanic sinking, told members of her family what she could recall of the circumstances of the disaster, of how Colonel Astor met his death. She has no definite conception. She recalled she thought that in the confusion, as she was about to be put into one of the boats, the colonel was standing by her side. After that, as Mr. Biddle recounted her narrative, she had no clear recollection of the happenings until the boats were well clear of the sinking steamer. Mrs. Astor, it appeared, left in one of the last boats which got away from the ship. It was her belief that all the women who wished to go had been taken off. Her impression was that the boat she left in had room for at least 15 more persons. The men, for some reason, which, as she recalled it, she could not and does not now understand, did not seem to be all anxious to leave the ship. Almost everyone seemed dazed. "I hope he is alive somewhere." "Yes, I cannot think anything else," the young woman said of her husband to her father as she left the latter to go to the Astor home, according to some who overheard her parting remarks. The chief steerage steward of the Titanic, who came in on the CARPATHIA, says that he saw John Jacob Astor standing by the life ladder as the passengers were being embarked. His wife was beside him, the steward said. The colonel left her to go to the purser's office for a moment, and that was the last he saw of him. Writer goes down with the ship. Mrs. May Futrell, whose husband, Jacques Futrell, the writer, went down with the ship, was met here by her daughter, Miss Virginia Futrell, who was brought to New York from the convent of Notre Dame in Baltimore. Miss Futrell had been told her father had been picked up by another steamer. Mrs. Charles Copeland of Boston, a sister of the writer, who also met Mrs. Futrell, was under the same impression. "I am so happy that father is safe, too," declared Miss Futrell, as her mother elapsed in her arms. It was some time before Mrs. Futrell could compose herself. "Where is Jack?" Miss Copeland asked. Mrs. Futrell, afraid to let her daughter know the truth, said, "Oh, he is on another ship." Mrs. Copeland guessed the truth and became hysterical. Then the writer's daughter broke down. Jack died like a hero. Mrs. Futrell said, when the party became composed. He was in the smoking room when the crash came. The noise of the smash was terrific, and I was going to bed. I was hurled from my feet by the impact. I hardly found myself when Jack came rushing into the stateroom. "The boat is going down. Get dressed at once," he shouted. When we reached the deck, everything was in the wildest confusion. The screams of women and the shrill orders of the officers were drowned intermittently by the tremendous vibrations of the Titanic's bass foghorn. The behavior of the men was magnificent. They stood back without murmuring and urged the women and children into the lifeboats. A few cowards tried to scramble into the boats, but they were quickly thrown back by the others. Let me say now that the only men who were saved were those who sneaked into the lifeboats or were picked up after the Titanic sank. I did not want to leave Jack, but he assured me that there were boats enough for all and that he would be rescued later. Lifted into a lifeboat and kissed. "Hurry up, May. You're keeping the others waiting," were his last words, as he lifted me into a lifeboat and kissed me goodbye. I was one of the last lifeboats to leave the ship. We had not put out many minutes when the Titanic disappeared. I almost thought, as I saw her sink below the water, that I could see Jack, standing where I had left him and waving at me. Mrs. Futrell said she saw the parting of Colonel John Jacob Astor and his young bride. Mrs. Astor was frantic. Her husband had to jump into the lifeboat 4 times and tell her that he would be rescued later. After the 4th time, Mrs. Futrell said he jumped back on the deck of the sinking ship and the lifeboat bearing his bride made off. George D. Widener and his son, Harry Elkins Widener, lost in the wreck of the Titanic, died the death of heroes. They stood back that the weaker might have a chance of being saved. Mrs. Widener, one of the last women to leave the ship, fought to die with her husband and her son. She would have succeeded, probably, had not sailors literally torn her from her husband and forced her onto a life raft. As she descended the ladder at the ship's side, compelled to leave, despite her frantic, despairing pleas, she called to Mr. Widener and her son pitifully. "Oh, my God," she cried. "Goodbye, George. Harry, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, God, this is awful." And that was the last she saw of her husband and her son, who waved a brave farewell as she disappeared down the ladder. Mr. Widener, according to James B. McGow, 708 West York Street, Philadelphia, a buyer for the Gimbel store, one of those rescued, was as calm and collected, except at the time of the final parting from his wife, as though we were taking a walk on Broad Street. Helped women and children. The financier's son, too, was calm. The 2 men helped the women and the children to make their escape, but always stood back themselves when a boat or raft was launched. As soon as the vessel had struck the iceberg, Mr. and Mrs. Widener had sought out Captain Smith. "What is the outlook?" Mr. Widener was heard to inquire. "It is extremely serious," was the quick reply. "Please keep cool and do what you can to help us." And this is what Mr. Widener did. Mr. McGow, when he returned to his home, contributed to the several versions of the escape of John B. Thayer, Jr., son of John B. Thayer, 2nd Vice President of the Pennsylvania Railroad, who was lost. One version was that the boy jumped from the Titanic just as she sank, and that he swam about among big cakes of ice until taken aboard a lifeboat. Mr. McGow, in his account of the lad's rescue, said the boy jumped as the vessel sank, but that he alighted near a life raft to which, half frozen, he clung until taken aboard a boat. Another statement by Mr. McGow was that when a man, presumably an Associated Press correspondent, boarded the Carpathia off Cape Cod, tried to wireless a message ashore, a ship officer seized it and threw it into the ocean. Several weeks ago, Mr. McGow was sent abroad on a purchasing trip for his firm. With him were J.D. Flynn of New York, formerly of Philadelphia, and N.P. Calderhead, also a former Philadelphian. When the gangplank was thrown down from the Carpathia, Mr. McGow was the first passenger from the ill-starred Titanic to land. Waiting for him were his wife, Mrs. Mary McGow, and his 3 brothers, Philip A., Thomas, and Andrew McGow, all of 252 South 7th Street, Philadelphia. His wife saw him first. Stretching out her arms, she threw herself from the police lines toward him, and in a moment he had her clasped in his embrace. Sends a message to his mother. Afterward, he rushed through the crowd and took a motor car to the home of a relative. Thence he went to the Imperial Hotel, From the hotel, he sent a message to his mother at 252 7th Street. "I am here, safe," the message read. The collision which caused the loss of the Titanic, Mr. McGow said, occurred about 11:40 o'clock. I had an outer stateroom on the side toward the iceberg against which the ship crashed. Flynn, who occupied the room with me, had just gone to bed. Calderhead was in a bed in a stateroom adjoining. When the crash came, I ran to the porthole. I saw the ice pressed against the side of the ship. Chunks of it were ground off, and they fell into the window. I happened to glance at my watch, and it showed me exactly the hour. I knew that something was seriously wrong, and hastily got into my clothes. I took time also to get my watch and money. Flynn, in the meantime, had run over to Calderhead's stateroom and had awakened him. When I had dressed, I ran outside. I saw the iceberg. The boat deck stood about 90 feet out of the water, and the berg towered above us for at least 50 feet. I judged the berg stood between 140 and 150 feet out of the water. Many of the women on board, I am sure, did not leave their staterooms at once. They stayed there for at least a time. I believe that many of them did not awaken to their danger until near the last. One statement I want to correct. The lights did not go out, at least not while I was on board. When I ran to the deck, I heard Captain Smith order that the air chambers be examined. An effort was made to work the doors, closing the compartments, but to no avail. When the ship ran upon the iceberg, the sharp-pointed berg cut through both thickness of the bottom and left it in such a position that it filled rapidly. Might have perished. I remember it was a beautiful night. There was no wind and the sea was calm. But for this, it is certain that when the boats were launched, most all of us would have perished in the ice-covered sea. At first the captain ordered the hatches over the steerage fastened down. This was to prevent the hysterical passengers in that part of the ship rushing to the deck and increasing the panic. Before we left, however, those passengers were released. 2 sailors were put into each of the boats. When the boats were lowered, the women hung back. They feared to go down the long, steep ladder to the water. Seeing them hesitate, I cried, "Someone has to be first," and started down the ladder. I had hardly started before I regretted I had not waited on deck, but I feel if I had not led the way, the women would not have started, and the death list would have been much larger. Flynn and Calderhead led the way into other boats. It was only a short time before the boat was filled. We had 55 in our boat, nearly all of them women. We had entered the craft so hastily that we did not take time to get a light. For a time we bobbed about on the ocean. Then we started to row slowly away. I shall never forget the screams that flowed over the ocean toward us from the sinking ship. At the end there was a mad rush and scramble. It was fearfully hard on the women. Few of them were completely dressed. Some wore only their nightgowns, with some light wrapper or kimono over them. The air was pitilessly cold. There were so few men in the boat, the women had to row. This was good for some of them, as it kept their blood in circulation. But even then it was the most severe experience for them imaginable. Some of them were half crazed with grief or terror. Several became ill from the exposure. I saw Mr. Widener just before I left, and afterward, while we were rowing away from the vessel, I had a good glimpse of him. He appeared as calm and collected as though he were taking a walk on Broad Street. When the rush for the boats began, he and his son Harry stood back. Ship goes down at 2:30 o'clock. At the end, sailors had to tear Mrs. Widener from him, and she went down the ladder, calling to him pitifully. The ship went down at 2:20 o'clock exactly. The front end went down gradually. We saw no men shot, but just before the finish we heard several shots. I was told that Captain Smith, or one of the officers, shot himself on the bridge just before the Titanic went under. I heard also that several men had been killed as they made final rush for the boats, trying to cut off the women and children. While we were floating around, the sailors set off some red fire, which illuminated the ocean for miles around. This was a signal of distress. Unfortunately, there was no one near enough to answer in time. John V. Thayer, Jr. was saved after he had gone down with the ship. Just as the vessel took the plunge, he leaped over the side. He struck out for a life raft and reached it. There he clung for several hours, until half frozen, he was taken into one of the boats, which was a trifle less crowded than the others. For 6 hours we bobbed around in the ocean. We rowed over to a boat that was provided with a light and tied the 2 small craft together. Finally, daylight came, and the sun rose in a clear sky. There we were, a little fleet, alone in the limitless ocean, with the ice cakes tossing about on all sides. It was after 8 o'clock in the morning when we saw the mast of a steamship coming up over the horizon. It was the most blessed sight our eyes ever saw. It meant an end to the physical suffering, a relief to the strain under which we have been laboring. Many broke down when they saw it. The ship, of course, was the CARPATHIA. While it was hurrying toward us, the crew and passengers had made the most generous preparations for us. When they took us on board, they had blankets, clothing, food, and warm liquids all ready. Their physicians were ready to care for the sick. The passengers gave up their warm beds to us. Bumped into floating bodies. During the time we were in the water, we bumped frequently into the bodies that floated about us. A great many of the men jumped into the water before the boat sank, and they were their bodies that we struck. D.H. Bishop, a rich lumberman of Dowagiac, Michigan, who with his wife was returning from a bridal trip to Egypt, is the last person known to have seen George D. Widener alive. Mr. Bishop said, "My wife and I had just retired, and we heard the jar and felt a decided tilt of the ship. I got up and started to investigate, but soon became reassured and went back to bed. A few minutes later, we heard the calls to put on life belts. My wife felt very alarmed and kneeled to pray. She said she knew we would be lost, although at that time there was no reason to think so, and she remarked, 'What is the use bothering with jewelry if we're going to die?' Accordingly, she left her stateroom jewelry worth about $11,000, but strangely enough insisted upon me running back and getting her muff. As we came up the stairway, we met Captain Smith and Colonel John Jacob Astor talking hurriedly. What they said I do not know. When we got on deck, there were not more than 50 people there, and no one seemed excited, and no one appeared to want to get into the lifeboats, although urged to do so. Mrs. Bishop and I were literally lifted into the first lifeboat. At that time, I observed Mr. and Mrs. Widener, and I saw the former leave his wife as she was getting into the lifeboat, and accompanied by his son, go toward the stairway. I did not see him again, as our lifeboat, with only 28 persons in it and only half manned, was lowered over the side at that moment. An instant later there was an apparent rush for the lifeboats, and as we rowed away they came over the side with great rapidity. Before we were 100 yards away, men were jumping overboard, and when we were a mile away the ship went down with cries from the men and women aboard that were heart-rending. There is nothing to say concerning the blame, except that I do know that icebergs were known to be in our vicinity, and that it was the subject of much talk that the Titanic was out for a record. Captain Smith was dining with J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, and of course was not on the bridge. It was rumored on the CARPATHIA that Captain Smith tried to save himself in a lifeboat at the last minute, but of this I know nothing. End of section 9. Section 10 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Notable woman saved. Praises captain and crew. Bids president of Grand Trunk Railroad goodbye. In water for 6 hours. Saved by cake of ice. Boats not filled, she says. Millionaire died to save wife's maid. Heroic sacrifice of railroad official. From William E. Carter, Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania, who with his wife and 2 children, Lucille and William E. Carter, Jr., was saved from the wreck of the Titanic. It was learned today that the 3 women probably most notable among the survivors were in the same lifeboat. They were Mrs. John Jacob Astor, Mrs. George T. Widener, and Mrs. John B. Thayer. In the same boat were Mrs. Carter and her 2 children. Colonel Astor, Mr. Mayer, Mr. Widener, and Mr. Carter separated as soon as the ladies were safely in the lifeboats, and Mr. Carter never saw the 3 men again. Mr. Carter was a passenger on the lifeboat in which J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, made his escape from the sinking liner. Mr. Carter declared that the boat was the last to leave the starboard side of the Titanic and was nearly the last which left the vessel. When entered by Mr. Carter and Mr. Ismay, the boat was occupied entirely by women of the third cabin. Every woman on the starboard side of the vessel had been sent off in lifeboats when Mr. Ismay and he got into the boat, Mr. Carter said. Mr. Carter and his family were staying for a few days at the home of his brother-in-law, William C. Dickerman, 809 Madison Avenue, New York. Mr. Carter expressed the greatest admiration for the discipline maintained by the officers of the Titanic and voiced the opinion that Mr. Ismay should not be held open to criticism. If there had been another woman to go, neither Mr. Ismay nor myself would have gotten into the boat. There can be no criticism of Mr. Ismay's action. In describing his experience, Mr. Carter said he had urged Harry Elkins Widener to go with him to the starboard side of the vessel. Young Mr. Widener, thinking that there was no immediate danger, remarked that he would take his chances on the vessel. Mr. Carter said he was in the smoking room of the Titanic when the crash came. I was talking to Major Butt, Clarence Moore, and Harry Widener, he explained. It was just 17 minutes to 12 o'clock. Although there was quite a jar, I thought the trouble was slight. I believe it was the immense size of the Titanic which brought many of the passengers to believe there was no danger. I went on deck to see what had happened. Almost as I reached the deck, the engines were stopped. Vessel lists to port. I hurried down to see about my family and found they were all in bed. Just then the vessel listed a little to port, and I told my wife and children they had better get up and dress. Just then orders were issued for everyone to get on life preservers. When we came out on the deck, boats were being lowered. Mrs. Carter and the children got into the fourth or fifth boat with Mrs. Astor, Mrs. Widener, and Mrs. Thayer. After I got my family into the boat and saw it pushed off, the Titanic listed more and more to one side. I decided that I had better look out for myself and went up to a deck on the starboard side. In the meantime, a good many boats were getting off. There were no women on the starboard side when I reached there except one collapsible raft load of third-class women passengers. Mr. Ismay and myself got into the boat, which was either the last or next to the last to leave the Titanic. As we left the ship, the lights went out and the Titanic started to go down. The crash had ripped up the side, and the water rushing into the boiler room caused the boilers to explode. We were a good distance off when we saw the Titanic dip and disappear. We stayed in the boat until about 5 o'clock. Mr. Ismay and myself pulled on the oars with 3 members of the crew practically all the time. Never in my life have I seen such splendid discipline as was maintained by Captain Smith and his men. There was no panic, and the order was splendid. Before I left Harry Widener, I urged him to come with me to the starboard side of the ship, and it was then he told me he would take his chances on the vessel. He had on a life belt, as did every other passenger, many of whom stayed in the smoking room playing bridge. Mr. Widener parted from his wife. I saw Colonel Astor place his wife in the same boat that I put my family in, and at the same time Mr. Widener parted from his wife, and Mr. Thayer put Mrs. Thayer in the boat. I did not see the men again. Major Arthur Peuchen, a wealthy resident of Toronto, Canada, was the last man on the Titanic to say goodbye to Charles M. Hayes, president of the Grand Trunk Pacific Railroad, who lost his life. After assisting members of the crew in filling up the first 5 boats, Major Peuchen, who was an experienced yachtsman, was assigned by the second mate to take charge of boat number 6. Major Peuchen said he declined to accept such a post, not desiring to have any preference over any of his fellow passengers. Captain Smith, wishing an experienced boatsman on number 6, directed the second officer to give the major a written order to take charge of it. Major Peuchen displayed his order to some of the friends last night, so as to make it plain that it was at the demand of the ship's officers that he undertook the assignment. Just as the major was about to leave in the lifeboat, his old friend Charles M. Hayes of the Grand Trunk came up and said goodbye. Mr. Hayes had no idea, according to Mr. Peuchen, that the ship would sink as soon as it did, but believed that help would be at hand sufficient to care for all before the vessel went down. Mr. Hayes remarked to the major that the ship could not possibly sink within 8 hours, and then long before then everybody would be taken off safely. Mr. Hayes expressed no fear that he would be lost by remaining on board the ship. Peter D. Daly of New York, jumped from the deck of the Titanic after it was announced that there was only boats enough for the women and children. As he saw the ship settling gradually, he swam away with all his might to prevent being carried down with the suction of the sinking liner. Picked up by CARPATHIA. For 6 hours I beat the water with hands and feet to keep warm, he said. Then I was picked up by one of the CARPATHIA's boats, which was cruising around looking for survivors. I was numb from the cold, after a fight which I can scarcely bear to discuss. Even after I recovered from the chill and shock, I was practically prostrated by the nervous strain, and every mention of the disaster sends a shiver through me. There was no violent impact when the vessel collided with the ice. I rushed to the deck from my cabin, got a life preserver, and when things began to look serious, threw myself into the water. The boat had already begun to settle. A huge cake of ice was the means by aiding Emile Portaluppi of Arcicabo, Italy, in escaping death when the Titanic went down. Portaluppi, a second-class passenger, was awakened by the explosion of one of the boilers of the ship. He hurried to the deck, strapped a life preserver around him, and leaped into the sea. With the aid of the preserver and holding to a cake of ice, he managed to keep afloat until one of the lifeboats picked him up. There were 35 people in the boat when he was hauled aboard. Mrs. Lucine P. Smith of Huntington, West Virginia, daughter of Representative James P. Hughes of West Virginia, a bride of about 8 weeks, whose husband was lost in the wreck, gave her experience through the medium of her uncle, Dr. J. H. Vincent of Huntington, West Virginia. The women were shoved into the lifeboats, said Dr. Vincent. The crew did not wait until the lifeboat was filled before they lowered it. As a matter of fact, there were but 26 people in the boat, mostly all women, when an officer gave instructions to lower it. Mr. Smith was standing alongside the boat when it was lowered. There was plenty of room for more people to get into the lifeboats, the capacity being 50. Appeals to Captain were ignored. Mrs. Smith implored Captain Smith to allow her husband in the boat, but her repeated appeals, however, were ignored. This lifeboat was permitted to be lowered with but one sailor in it, and he was drunk. His condition was such that he could not row the boat, and therefore the women had to do the best they could in rowing about the icy waters. As the boat swung out from the side, it was evident that the 3 men knew absolutely nothing about rowing, and Mrs. Kenyon said she and another woman seized the oars and helped the sailors to pull clear. Gradually, the small boat was worked away from the Titanic. The boat had gone quite a distance when suddenly all heard a terrific explosion, and the glare which followed they saw the body of a man hurled from the bridge high in the air. Then darkness fell. At 6:30, the boat was picked up by the CARPATHIA. Mrs. Elizabeth Diker of West Haven, Connecticut, a bride whose husband perished, lost beside her husband all her worldly possessions. When the crash came, said Mrs. Diker, I met Adolph on deck. He had a satchel in which were 2 gold watches, 2 diamond rings, a sapphire necklace, and 200 crowns. He couldn't go in the boat with me, but grabbed a life preserver and said he would try to save himself. That was the last I saw of him. When the lifeboat came alongside the CARPATHIA, one of the men in it threw my satchel to the deck. I have not seen it since. Kate Mullen, of County Longford, Ireland, told of how stewards had tried to keep back the steerage women. She said she saw scores of men and women jump overboard and drown. Bernard Toglin, a Swede, was saved in the next to the last boat which left the Titanic. Before getting into the boat, he placed 2 hysterical women in another boat. Then he heard a cry, and looking up, saw a woman standing on the upper deck. The woman, he said, dropped from her arms her baby, which Tonglin caught, and gave it to one of the women he had put in the boat. Then he got into his own boat, which was lowered, and shortly afterwards came the 2 explosions, and the plunge downward of the Titanic. Tonglin declared he had seen numerous persons leap from the decks of the Titanic and drown. Helps his wife to a place in the boat. Mrs. Fred R. Kenyon of Southington, Connecticut, was one of the Titanic survivors. Her husband went down with the vessel rather than take the place of a woman in a boat. Mrs. Kenyon said when the call was given for the women to take places near the boat davits in readiness to be placed in the boats as they were swung off, Mr. Kenyon was by her side. When it came her turn to enter the boat, Mr. Kenyon helped his wife to a place and kissed her goodbye. Mrs. Kenyon said she asked him to come with her, and he replied, I would not, with all those women and children waiting to get off. In an instant, Mr. Kenyon had stepped back, and other women took their places, and the boat swung clear and dropped into the water. In the boat, Mrs. Kenyon said, there were 1 sailor and 3 men who had been ordered in because they said they could row. Mrs. John B. Thayer, whose husband, the second vice president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, went down with the Titanic after heroically standing aside to allow his wife's maid to take his place in the lifeboat, and whose young son, John B. Thayer, Jr., was pulled aboard a lifeboat after being thrown from the giant liner just before she sank, seemed too dazed by what she had gone through to realize the awful enormity of the tragedy when she reached her home at Haverford, Pennsylvania. After reaching the Thayer home, Mrs. Thayer was put to bed, and the greatest precautions were taken to see that neither she nor young Jack Thayer was disturbed. Detectives from the Pennsylvania Railroad, assisted by 2 members of the Lower Merion Police Force, guarded the house both front and rear. All callers were told that both Mrs. Thayer and her son were too much overcome by their heartbreaking experience to see anyone. Died to save wife's maid. Mrs. Thayer, young John B. Thayer, Jr. no longer, Miss Eustace, a sister of Mrs. Walter B. Stevenson of Haverford, and Margaret Fleming, Mrs. Thayer's maid, for whose safety Mr. Thayer sacrificed his own life, all arrived at the Haverford station at 12:30 o'clock. They made the trip from Jersey City in a special train consisting of an engine, baggage car, and Pullman, with 2 day coaches to add to the necessary weight to make the train ride easily. The special left the Pennsylvania station at 10:16 and drew up at the Haverford station just 2 hours and 14 minutes later. Harry C. Thayer of Marion, a brother of Mr. Thayer, met his sister-in-law and nephew at the New York pier where the CARPATHIA docked, together with Dr. R.G. Gamble of Haverford, the Thayers' family physician. Mrs. Thayer, though seemingly composed, is really in a very serious condition, according to Dr. Gamble. Her hours of exposure in an open boat, her uncertainty as to the fate of her son, whom she saw jump overboard just before the Titanic sank, carrying her husband to a watery grave, was more than any woman could be expected to bear. 8 or 10 friends and relatives of the Thayer family, together with Captain Donaghy of the Lower Merion Police Department and a squad of his men, were awaiting the special train at the Haverford station. A big limousine automobile was also on hand, with the motor running, ready to whisk the party to the Thayer home, Redwood, just back of the Merion Cricket Club. As the train slowed down, the relatives and friends formed a double line opposite the Pullman car. The moment the train stopped, Mrs. Thayer was helped down the steps and to the automobile. Wearing heavy brown furs, a dark hat, and a half veil, Mrs. Thayer looked dazed and walked as one asleep as she was assisted into the motor car. Her son, young Jack Thayer, was at her side, with Miss Eustace and the maid, Margaret Fleming, bringing up the rear. The boy, a husky youngster, looked little worse for his experiences and bore himself in manly fashion. Too overcome to be questioned. There was a clang of the motor car door, a crashing bang as the gears were shoved into place, and the machine was off at top speed for the Thayer residence. Dr. Gamble, whose car was also in waiting, acted as spokesman for all. Mrs. Thayer, he said, was too overcome to be questioned, but he had gleaned from young Jack Thayer and from Margaret Fleming, the maid, a few details that brought out in vivid relief the quiet heroism of Mr. Thayer. The son also had proven himself in the critical moment. Shortly after the Titanic crashed into the iceberg, said the doctor, Mr. Thayer had forced his wife and her maid into the boat and then tried to get his son in also. The lad, however, refused to desert his father. Stepping back, he made room for someone else, said to have been a grown man, and grasping his father's hand, said he guessed he would stick by Dad. Before Mr. Thayer could protest or forcibly place his son in the lifeboat, it had been launched, and the opportunity was gone. A few seconds before the Titanic sank, however, Mr. Thayer seemed to grasp the fact that the end was near. Picking up the boy, he threw him into the sea. "Swim to a boat, my boy," he said. Young Thayer, taken by surprise, had no chance to object. Before he knew what had happened, he was struggling in the icy waters of the ocean. Striking out, the lad swam to a lifeboat, said Mr. Gamble, but was beaten off by some of those aboard as the boat was already overcrowded. But the pluck that has made so many Thayers famous as athletes in many branches of sport was deeply implanted in young Jack Thayer. Turning from the lifeboat from which he had been beaten off, he swam to another. Once again he was fended away with a long oar, and all this time Mrs. Thayer, safe in another boat, watched her son struggle for life, too overcome with horror to even scream. Not as much suction as expected. A few seconds later the Titanic went down. There was a swirling of the waters, though not as much suction as had been expected. To save himself from the tug of the indraw waters, young Thayer grasped the floating cake of ice. To this he clung until another boat, filled with people of more kindly hearts, came by and pulled him aboard. In this boat was Miss Brown, a friend of the boy's mother. She took charge of him until they were taken on board the CARPATHIA. Mrs. Thayer had not seen the rescue of her son. She had fainted, it is said, but revived a few moments later and did yeoman service at the oars. Other survivors in her boat spoke in the highest terms of her calm courage, which served to keep up the spirits of the women, half frozen from the bitter cold, insufficiently clad, and bereft of their loved ones. Taking an oar, without waiting to be asked, she used every ounce of her strength for long hours before the CARPATHIA arrived, aiding the few soldiers aboard to keep the boat's head to the sea and to dodge the myriad of ice cakes. The exercise, however, served to keep her warm, and when she was lifted into the deck of the CARPATHIA, she did not need hospital treatment. Her son, however, was in bad shape when he was rescued. His clothing was frozen to his body, and he was exhausted from his battle with the ice-filled sea. Restoratives and hot water bottles in the Carpathia's hospital brought him around in time, however, and the moment he was able to stand on his feet, he rushed through the ship seeking his mother. That was a joyful reunion for both, but particularly for Mrs. Thayer, as she had given up her son for lost. Stayed on board until she sank. Broken in spirits, bowed with grief, Mrs. Thayer stepped off the Carpathia at New York with the other few hundreds of survivors last night. With her was her young son, John B. Thayer, Jr., who stayed on board the vessel until she sank to share his father's fate, but who proved more fortunate than the railroad magnate and was saved. She was heavily veiled and was supported by the son, who seemed, with his experience, to have aged twice his 16 years. Awaiting her arrival was a special train sent by officers of the Pennsylvania Railroad for her arrival. One of the cars was that in which she and Mr. Thayer frequently had taken trips together. It was in this car that she rode to Philadelphia, the last time she will ever enter it. Every arrangement had been made for the care and comfort of Mrs. Thayer. Immediately upon her arrival at the pier where the rescue ship Carpathia docked, relatives and representatives of the railroad were ready to receive her. A motor car had been held in readiness, and when she disembarked from the vessel, leaning upon the arm of her young son, she was silently led to it. They were the first of the Philadelphia survivors to arrive at the Pennsylvania station. It was exactly 10 o'clock when the car in which she and her son had ridden pulled up outside the great building, erected when her husband was one of the directing heads of the road. With her was Dr. Niedermeyer, the station physician, who had been sent to take care of her during the short time she stayed in New York. Tenderly he lifted Mrs. Thayer to the pavement and then led her inside and across the central floor toward the train. Garments had been brought from her home for Mrs. Thayer to take the place of those which she had worn when scantily clad. She bade her husband good-bye and climbed down the ladder of the Titanic to the waiting lifeboats. But the widow was too worn physically and too greatly bowed down with grief to make the change. She wore a thin raincoat which reached nearly to the ground. Its folds were wrinkled. A heavy veil completely covered her head, crushing down her hat. Met at the Cunard Pier. Following her from the cab came her son and Henry Thayer, a brother of the former railroad man. Dr. Gamble, the family physician, and Mr. Norris, a relative of Mrs. Thayer, were also in the party which had met her at the Cunard Pier. As the widow of their former chief passed them, the employees of the railroad stopped and removed their hats. T. DeWitt Cuyler, a director of the Pennsylvania Railroad, saw her coming and stepped toward her. As he did so, Dr. Niedermeyer quickly grasped his arm and drew him to one side where Mrs. Thayer would not hear. "Mr. Thayer is dead," the physician whispered silently. Mr. Cuyler gripped the doctor's hand and then, his face working violently, he turned quickly away. It was only a few minutes after Mrs. Thayer had stepped on board the car that the train started for Philadelphia. It left the station at 10:19 o'clock. "I was with Father," said Jack Thayer, speaking for himself of his experience. "They wanted me to go into a boat, but I wanted to stay with him. Men and women kept calling to me to hurry and jump in a boat, but it wasn't any use. I knew what I was doing. It didn't seem to be anything to be afraid about. Some of the men were laughing. Nobody appeared to be excited. We had struck with a smash, and then we seemed to slide off backwards from the big field of ice. It was cold, but we didn't mind that. The boats were put off without much fuss. Mother was put into one of the boats. As I said, she wanted me to go with her, but I said I guessed I would stick with Dad. After a while, I felt the ship tipping toward the front. The next thing I knew, somebody gave me a push, and I was in the water. Down, down, down I went, ever so far. It seemed as if I never would stop. I couldn't breathe. Then I shot up through the water just as fast as I went down. I had just time to take a long, deep breath when a wave went over me. When I came to the surface a second time, I swam to a boat. They wouldn't take me in. Then I tried another. Same result. Finally, when I was growing weak, I bumped against something. I found it was an overturned lifeboat. It was a struggle to put myself upon it, but I did after a while. My, it was cold. I never suffered so much in my life. All around were the icebergs. I could see boats on all sides. I must have shouted, because my throat was all raw and sore, but nobody seemed to notice. I guess they were all shouting too. Every part of me ached with the cold. I thought I was going to die. It seemed as if I couldn't stand it any longer. The time was so long and I was so weak that I just couldn't feel anything anymore. I knew if I stayed there I would freeze. A boat came by and I swam to it. They took me aboard. The next thing I remembered clearly was when the boat from the CARPATHIA came and I was taken into it and wrapped up in the coats of the men. They told me I was more than 3 hours on that raft and in that open boat. It seemed more like 3 years to me. End of section 10.
Chapter 11 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Major Butt, Martyr to Duty. Captain E.J. Smith, the commander of the Titanic, was a guest at a banquet which was being given by W. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, when the big steamer plunged into that fated iceberg, according to Robert M. Daniel, member of the banking firm of Hilliard Smith, Daniel and Company, 328 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia. The fourth officer was in charge of the vessel, said Mr. Daniel, when seen at the Waldorf Astoria in New York, to which hotel he went immediately after landing from the Carpathia, accompanied by his mother and younger brother, who had come up from their home in Virginia to meet him. We were about 50 miles ahead of our schedule at the time the accident happened, said Mr. Daniel, and were running at about a 20-mile-an-hour rate. Everybody on board had been talking, all along, about how we were trying to beat the Olympics record for the Western trip, and many pulls were made on each day's run. I was asleep in my berth when the collision came, and so cannot tell how we happened to hit that berg, or what occurred immediately afterwards. I got up and looked out of my stateroom door, but all seemed to be quiet, and I went back to bed again. A little later, I heard someone crying that the boats were being manned, and I got frightened. So I wrapped an overcoat about me and went on deck. On the way, I grabbed a life belt and tied it on. The boat had already sunk so far down that the lower decks were awash. I didn't waste any time in thinking. I just jumped overboard. I clung to the same overturned lifeboat that young John B. Thayer, Jr. swam to later, and saw him jump from the Titanic. It looked to me as though his father pushed him off and jumped after him, but the boat sank so soon afterwards, and things were so mixed up, that I couldn't be sure about that. A boat came by after a while that was full of women. They were frightened, and seeing me, pulled me aboard, saying they needed a man to take charge. I did my best to cheer them up, but it was a poor effort, and didn't succeed very well. Still, I kept them busy with one thing and another, and so helped pass the weary hours until we were picked up by the Carpathia. Mr. Daniel stated with emphasis that Colonel John Jacob Astor stayed on the Titanic until the last second, then jumped just as the liner was going down, and he did not see the millionaire again. Captain Smith also stuck to the bridge until the ship sank, said Mr. Daniel, when the skipper also jumped, but disappeared below the waves and apparently never came up again. I spoke to the fourth officer just before I went to my cabin, said Mr. Daniel, and he told me he was in charge while the captain was at dinner. Then I remembered I had heard Ismay was giving a banquet. The fourth officer said the skipper was coming up pretty soon to relieve him, added Mr. Daniel. On the Carpathia, Mr. Daniel said, were 19 women who had been made widows by the Titanic disaster. 6 of them were young brides who were returning on the steamship from honeymoon trips on the continent. None of them, he said, was able to obtain from the passengers of the Carpathia mourning garb. While on the Carpathia, Mr. Daniel proved of considerable assistance to the wireless operator. He is an amateur student of wireless telegraphy. Following the disaster, the operator on the Carpathia was compelled to work night and day. While the operator was engaged in the arduous task of sending to shore the long list of those who had been snatched from the sea, Mr. Daniel went into the operating room. He found the operator on the verge of collapse, and, volunteering his services, sent a large part of the list himself. Mr. Daniel denied that all the lifeboats and collapsible rafts launched from the Titanic had been picked up by the Carpathia. Only 12 boats were picked up, he said, while there were half a dozen more that drifted away in other directions. There has been no storm, and I don't see why they should not have been located by some other vessel. A German steamer, the Frankfurt, was 35 miles nearer to the Titanic than was the Carpathia at the time of the accident, but, for some reason, would not come to the assistance of the stricken liner, Mr. Daniel said. Asked if any women had been left aboard the Titanic, he said, "Only those women who positively refused to leave their husbands and who could not be forced into lifeboats for lack of time." One of the most remarkable features of this horrible affair is the length of time that elapsed after the collision before the seriousness of the situation dawned on the passengers. The officers assured everybody that there was no danger, and we all had such confidence in the Titanic that it didn't occur to anybody that she might sink. As to the reports that many persons had been shot to prevent them from rushing the lifeboats, Mr. Daniel said that several shots had been fired in the air to frighten the steerage passengers and keep them in order, but that he did not know or hear of anyone being hit by a bullet. Mrs. John Jacob Astor, said Mr. Daniel, had been confined to her stateroom under the doctor's care during her stay on the Carpathia. I did not lay eyes on her, nor on Bruce Ismay. He stuck close to his cabin, and I don't think he came on deck once during the trip on the Carpathia. Even when the passengers finally realized that the Titanic was doomed, there was no disorder, according to Mr. Daniel. The crew's discipline was perfect, and the women were placed in the boats quietly and without confusion. It was only after the ship had gone down, he added, and the women awoke to the fact that their husbands, brothers, sons, and sweethearts, who had told them they would follow in other boats, had sunk to their death, that there was any hysteria. Then the cries were awful to listen to. Some of the women screamed all the time. For 4 straight hours they kept at it. First from one boat, then from another. It was heart-rending. Asked why the Carpathia had refused to answer the wireless messages relayed to her, Mr. Daniel answered that so many land stations were trying to get the vessel that the air was full of cross currents, and it was almost impossible to catch any one message meant for the rescue ship, let alone trying to reply to any of them. While Mr. Daniel was talking to the newspaper men on the pier, just after landing from the Carpathia, a man ran up and, showing him 2 newspaper photographs, asked if he remembered the face. "It's my brother, Mr. White, of California," said the man. "Is he on board the Carpathia?" "I don't think so," answered Mr. Daniel. "I remember meeting this gentleman on board the Titanic, but I have not seen him since." Mr. White's brother grabbed the photographs and rushed away. "Many of the men," said Mr. Daniel, "refused to jump from the Titanic until the ship was actually disappearing beneath the waves. They seemed to think they were safer on board," he said, "and by waiting too long, lost their chance of being saved, for they were probably carried down by the suction. Howard B. Case, of New York, was one who declined to jump. C. Dwayne Williams was another. He was washed overboard, but his son, Richard Norris Williams, jumped and was saved. Mr. Daniel was in the water or on a cake of ice nearly an hour before he was pulled aboard a lifeboat. He had nothing to keep him from freezing, save a light overcoat over his pajamas. While on the Carpathia, he slept on the floor of the dining saloon, and was so weak when he landed that he could hardly move. When in Philadelphia, Mr. Daniel makes his home at the Southern Club, though he is a native of Richmond, Virginia, where his mother and brother live. "When I finally went on deck," said Mr. Daniel, "the water already was up to my ankles. I saw the women and some of the men taking to the boats. A short distance away was a big cake of ice. I jumped for it and crawled on it. John B. Thayer, Jr. came to the same ice cake later, after the Titanic sank. Then a boat passed near, and he swam to it and was pulled aboard. A half hour afterwards another boat came by, and I was pulled aboard. It seemed a long time before we saw the masts of the Carpathia, but when the straight masts and the blur of smoke from her funnels were outlined against the horizon, we realized that it meant rescue for all of us. When the boat finally reached us, the men in the boat did what they could to help the women to the vessel, but most of us were almost helpless from the cold and exposure. I cannot pretend to explain the accident. All I can say is that we knew for 5 hours before the accident that there were ice fields about. I saw Colonel Astor after I was on the raft. He was still on deck. The water was washing about his knees. He made no effort to get into a boat. The last I saw of Major Butt," Mr. Daniel added, "he was playing bridge whist with Clarence Moore of Washington, formerly of Philadelphia, and widely known as a horse show exhibitor, and 2 other men. This was just before I went to my cabin. When I came on deck again, I did not see him. I have no doubt he met his death as a soldier should." Major Archibald Butt, U.S.A., military aide to President Taft, who lost his life on the Titanic, met his death in a manner that fully justified the President's estimation of him, as expressed in the eulogy given out at the White House, in which the President tenderly referred to his late aide as a man gentle and considerate, and as one who was every inch a soldier. From the moment the Titanic climbed to her death on the jagged shelf of the great iceberg, until the last boatload of women and children, and some men, was lowered, Major Butt was, to all intents and purposes, an officer not only of the American Army, but of the British Mercantile Marine. He was among the first to realize the gravity of the Titanic's condition, and he immediately forgot self and went to the assistance of the sorely taxed skipper and junior officers of the sinking liner. From the moment that Captain Smith let it be known to his officers and a few of the men passengers that the Titanic was doomed, Major Butt was an officer of the Titanic. He was here and there and everywhere, giving words of encouragement to weeping women and children, and uttering, when necessary, commands to keep the weak-kneed men from giving in and rendering the awful situation even more terrible. That this was the manner in which Major Butt met his death is certain. Captain Charles E. Grain, of the 27th United States Infantry, was a passenger on the Carpathia, and when he learned that Major Butt was among the dead, he made it his duty to get the true tale of his comrade's death. "Naturally," said Captain Crane, "I was deeply concerned in the fate of Major Butt, for he was not only a fellow officer of the Army, but also a personal friend of many years' standing. I questioned those of the survivors who were in a condition to talk, and from them I learned that Major Butt, when the Titanic struck, took his position with the officers, and from the moment that the order to man the lifeboats was given until the last one was dropped into the sea, he aided in the maintenance of discipline and the placing of the women and children in the boats. But, I was told, was as cool as the iceberg that had doomed the ship, and not once did he lose control of himself. In the presence of death, he was the same gallant, courteous officer that the American people had learned to know so well as a result of his constant attendance upon President Taft. There was never any chance of Butt getting into any of those lifeboats. He knew his time was at hand, and he was ready to meet it as a man should, and I, and all the others who cherish his memory, are glad that he faced the situation that way, which was the only possible way a man of his caliber could face it. Mrs. Henry B. Harris, of Washington, a survivor of the Titanic, said, "I saw Major Butt just before they put me into a collapsible raft with ever so many women from the steerage. Mr. Millet's little smile, which played on his lips all through the voyage, had gone, but when I was put in the boat I saw him wave his hand to a woman in another boat. But, oh, this whole world should rise in praise of Major Butt. That man's conduct will remain in my memory forever. The way he showed some of the men how to behave when women and children were suffering, that awful mental fear that came when we had to be huddled in those boats. Major Butt was near me, and I know very nearly everything he did. When the order to take to the boats came, he became as one in supreme command. You would have thought he was at a White House reception, so cool and calm was he. A dozen or so women became hysterical all at once, as something connected with a lifeboat went wrong. Major Butt stepped to them and said, 'Really, you must not act like that. We are all going to see you through this thing.' He helped the sailors rearrange the rope or chain that had gone wrong, and lifted some of the women in with gallantry. His was the manner we associate with the word aristocrat. When the time came for it, he was a man to be feared. In one of the earlier boats 50 women, it seemed, were about to be lowered, when a man, suddenly panic-stricken, ran to the stern of it. Major Butt shot one arm out, caught him by the neck, and pulled him backward like a pillow. His head cracked against a rail, and he was stunned. 'Sorry,' said Major Butt. 'Women will be attended to first, or I'll break every bone in your body.' The boats were lowered away, one by one, and as I stood by my husband, he said to me, 'Thank God for Archie Butt.' Perhaps Major Butt heard it, for he turned his face toward us for a second. Just at that time, a young man was arguing to get into a lifeboat, and Butt had hold of the lad by the arm, like a big brother, and appeared to be telling him to keep his head. I was one of 3 first-cabin women in our collapsible boat. The rest were steerage people. Major Butt helped those poor frightened people so wonderfully, tenderly, and yet with such cool and manly firmness. He was a soldier to the last. If anything should happen to me, tell my wife in New York that I've done my best in doing my duty." This was the last message of Benjamin Guggenheim, of the famous banking family, dictated to a steward only a short while before the banker sank to his death with the Titanic. It was not until several days later that the message was received by Mrs. Guggenheim. It was delivered by James Etches, assistant steward in the first cabin of the Titanic, to whom Mr. Guggenheim communicated it. Etches appeared at the St. Regis Hotel and inquired for Mrs. Benjamin Guggenheim. He said that he had a message from Benjamin Guggenheim and that it had to be delivered in person. Mrs. Guggenheim was in the care of Daniel Guggenheim, whose apartments are at the St. Regis. The steward was admitted, but was not permitted to see Mrs. Guggenheim, who is prostrated with grief. He insisted that he must see her personally, but finally consented to transmit the message through her brother-in-law. "We were together almost to the end," said the steward. "I was saved. He went down with the ship, but that isn't what I want to tell Mrs. Guggenheim." Then the steward produced a piece of paper. He had written the message on it, he said, to be certain that it would be correct. The message was as given. "That's all he said," added the steward. "There wasn't time for more." Little by little Mr. Guggenheim got the account of his brother's death from the steward. It was the first definite news that he had received of his brother. "Mr. Guggenheim was one of my charges," said the steward anew. "He had his secretary with him. His name was Giglio, I believe, an Armenian, about 24 years old. Both died like men. When the crash came, I awakened them and told them to get dressed. A few minutes later, I went into their rooms and helped them to get ready. I put a life preserver on Mr. Guggenheim. He said it hurt him in the back. There was plenty of time, and I took it off, adjusted it, and then put it on him again. It was all right this time. They wanted to get out on deck with only a few clothes on, but I pulled a heavy sweater over Mr. Guggenheim's life belt, and then they both went out. They stayed together, and I could see what they were doing. They were going from one lifeboat to another, helping the women and children. Mr. Guggenheim would shout out, 'Women first!' and he was a great assistance to the officers. Things weren't so bad at first, but when I saw Mr. Guggenheim about 3/4 of an hour after the crash, there was great excitement. What surprised me was that both Mr. Guggenheim and his secretary were dressed in their evening clothes. They had deliberately taken off their sweaters, and as nearly as I can remember, they wore no life belts at all. "What's that for?" I asked. "We've dressed up in our best," replied Mr. Guggenheim, "and are prepared to go down like gentlemen. It was then he told me about the message to his wife, and that is what I have come here for." Well, shortly after the last few boats were lowered, and I was ordered by the deck officer to man an oar, I waved goodbye to Mr. Guggenheim, and that was the last I saw of him and his secretary. End of Chapter 11, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 10, 2024.
Section 12, Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Mrs. Astor's Bravery. Showed wonderful fortitude in the hour of peril. Sailors in lifeboat tell of her heroism. Pleaded to remain with husband. Changed clothes to embark. Seamen confirm Murdoch's suicide. One heartless fiend. Williams killed as funnel fell. Narratives of the remarkable heroism of Colonel John Jacob Astor and the patient fortitude of Mrs. Astor under conditions that tried the self-control of the hardiest continued to come to light. The narrative of the dreadful suspense which in a short time changed her from a radiant bride to a sorrowing widow was told by a friend of the family. At the same time, survivors who occupied lifeboat number 4, in which Mrs. Astor and her maid escaped, told of how Mrs. Astor had helped calm the other women and had even offered fellow sufferers portions of her slender stock of clothing. "Mrs. Astor was the bravest little woman I ever met," said Jack Foley, who with his mate, Sam Parks, pulled an oar in boat number 4. "Colonel Astor was a man all through, if there ever was one," continued Foley. "You see, it took us some time to launch boat number 4. After we had all the women and children in the boat, we discovered we couldn't launch her until we removed the sounding spar several decks below. So Sam and I got down and chopped the spar away. We were some time doing this, as we had to hunt for an axe. We finally got the spar away and launched the boat. That is why boat number 4 was the last boat to be launched. The others had a freeway below it and could be put in the water at once. While waiting up there, Mrs. Astor several times wanted to leave the boat. Mr. Astor kept telling the good little woman that he was sure to be saved and it was her duty to go. She stretched out her arms just as though she was pleading with him to let her go out of the boat and take her place with him. Mr. Astor picked up a heavy steamer shawl and wrapped it about her shoulders. After pulling those 8 men into the boat, I was pretty wet and was shivering. Mrs. Astor threw the shawl about my shoulders and said that I needed it more than she did. I told her that I would get warmed up after pulling a while at the oar and would have no use for it. Whimpering with cold. I put the shawl back on her lap. Sitting next to Mrs. Astor was a Swedish woman with a little girl that I should take to be 3 or 4 years old. The little girl was whimpering with the cold. Mrs. Astor took the shawl and threw it about the shoulders of this woman, who thanked her in some foreign lingo. Then the steerage woman kissed her little girl and took her into her arms and wrapped a shawl about her. When the explosion occurred aboard the ship, Mrs. Astor made some kind of a sound, but I couldn't understand whether she said anything or merely sobbed. She turned her head away from the direction of the vessel. So little was the impact felt at the time of the collision that Mrs. Astor thought the crash was the result of some mishap in the kitchen and paid no attention to it until the engine stopped. Then, realizing that something was wrong, she inquired of her steward the cause. He informed her that a slight accident had happened and that the captain had ordered the women to the lifeboats, but he added this was only a precautionary measure and that they would all be back soon again on the ship. Mrs. Astor then entered her stateroom and changed her dress, preparatory to leaving the Titanic for one of the lifeboats in company with her maid. As she left the room, the steward told her he would lock up her suite so that nobody would enter it during her absence, for he thought everybody would soon return. Colonel Astor accompanied his wife and her maid to lifeboat number 4. When he attempted to enter it, he was pushed back by the sailor in charge and was told no men were permitted in it. But, said Colonel Astor, there are no more women to be taken in, and there is plenty of room. That makes no difference, replied the man. The orders are no men, so you cannot get in. There was no use arguing, Colonel and Mrs. Astor thought, so after waving her adieu, he called out, "Goodbye, Madeline." Titanic going down to her doom. Lifeboat number 4 did not go far before she returned to the place which soon after became the Titanic's grave. The great unsinkable ship was already going fast to her doom, and fear that the suction from the sinking vessel would draw down the little lifeboat made its sailors once more turn away from the wreck and seek safety, with its handful of women and its empty seats. When the CARPATHIA hove in sight, 2 sailors in lifeboat number 4 were dead. The watch of one, which a woman looked at, had stopped at 2:15 o'clock. In the roster of the Titanic's heroes, the name of Robbins should appear. He was Colonel Astor's old butler, and like the Colonel's valet, always traveled with him. He is numbered among the Titanic's dead. Faithful unto death was Kitty, Colonel Astor's Airedale terrier and constant companion. On land or sea, Kitty was never far from her master's heels, and the two were familiar figures on Fifth Avenue. When the crash came, Robbins went below and brought Kitty up on deck. There, the most faithful of friends, she stood beside her master while the sea embraced them, and she now shares his grave. Reports that a number of men, probably steerage passengers, on the Titanic, who tried to rush the lifeboats and preempt the places of women and children, were unceremoniously shot, were confirmed by Jack Williams and William French, able seamen, survivors of the Titanic's crew. The first stampede. When the first of the 56-foot lifeboats were being filled, explained Williams, the first stampede of panic-stricken men occurred. Within a dozen feet of where I stood, I saw fully 10 men throw themselves into the boats already crowded with women and children. These men were dragged back and hurled sprawling across the deck. 6 of them, screaming with fear, struggled to their feet and made a second attempt to rush the boats. About 10 shots sounded in quick succession. The 6 cowardly men were stopped in their tracks, staggered and collapsed one after another. At least 2 of them vainly attempted to creep aboard the boats again. The others lay quite still. This scene of bloodshed served its purpose. In that particular section of the deck, there was no further attempt to violate the women and children first rule. Were any of these men from the first or second cabins? Williams was asked. Williams, a medium-sized, stockily built, blond-haired man of 36, passed the query on to his sailor chum French, who replied, "It was hard to tell. All of them were so scantily dressed. In the semi-darkness and prevailing excitement, faces left no distinct impression with me. I should say that most, if not all of them, were from the steerage. Other men passengers, who in a general way resembled these same men, were among a score or so who jumped from the upper decks into the boats occupied by women and children, after the order had been given to lower boats. These men were not shot. They were tossed by the officers and crew of the boat into the sea, where most of them perished, as they deserved to. The report that First Officer Murdoch, and not Captain Smith, shot himself on the bridge just as the forward section of the Titanic sank is true. I still have before me the picture of Mr. Murdoch standing on the bridge as the water surged up about him, placing the pistol to his head and disappearing as the shot that ended his life rang out. Emergency boats made ready. French and I, said Williams, stood by as the two emergency boats, those that are always kept ready for rescue purposes at sea, were made ready. These boats were only 26 feet long, while the regular lifeboats were about 56 feet in length. It was the first of these emergency boats that Mr. Ismay put off. This boat and emergency boat number 2 were launched with first-class passengers less than a half hour after the collision. A lot has been printed in the papers about the heroism of the officers, but little has been said of the bravery of the men below the decks. I was told that 17 engine men, who were drowned side by side, got down on their knees on the platform of the engine room and prayed until the water surged up to their necks. Then they stood up, clasped hands as to form a circle, and died together. All of these men helped break the fires out from 10 of the forward boilers after the crash. This delayed the explosion and undoubtedly permitted the ship to remain afloat nearly an hour longer, and thus saved hundreds of lives. Mrs. John C. Hogeboom, her sister, Miss Cornelia T. Andrews, and their niece, Miss Gretchen F. Longley of Hudson, New York, were at the home of Mrs. Arthur E. Flack in East Orange, New Jersey, where Miss Andrews told how she and her aunts waited for the 4th lifeboat because there was not room for the 3 of them in the first 3 boats launched. And when we finally did get into a boat, continued Miss Andrews, we found that our miserable men companions could not row and had only said they could because they wanted to save themselves. Finally, I had to take an oar with one of the able seamen in the boat. Alongside of us was a sailor who lighted a cigarette and flung the match carelessly among us women. Several women in the boat screamed, fearing they would be set on fire. The sailor replied, "We are going to hell anyway, and we might as well be cremated now as then." At this point, Mrs. Hodgeboom interrupted and said, "Better put on life preservers." A little after 12, we heard commotion in the corridor, and we made more inquiries, and they told us we had better put on life preservers. We had only 5 minutes to get ready. We put our fur coats right on over our night dresses and rushed on deck. One lifeboat was already full, but there was no panic. The discipline in a way was good. No one hurried and no one crowded. We waited for the 4th boat, and we were slowly lowered 75 feet to the water. The men made no effort to get into the boat. As we pulled away, we saw them all standing in an unbroken line on the deck. There they stood, Major Butt, Colonel Astor waving a farewell to his wife, Mr. Thayer, Mr. Case, Mr. Clarence Moore, Mr. Widener, all multimillionaires, and hundreds of other men bravely smiling at us all. Never have I seen such chivalry and fortitude. Such courage in the face of fate, horrible to contemplate, filled us even then with wonder and admiration. Before our boat was lowered, they called to some miserable specimens of humanity and said, "Can you row?" And for the purpose of getting in, they answered, "Yes." But upon pulling out, we found we had a Chinese and an American, neither of whom knew how to row. So there we were, mid-ocean, with one able-bodied seaman. Then my niece took one oar and assisted the seamen, and some of the other women rowed on the other side. We then pulled out about a mile, as we feared the suction should the ship go down. Scarcely any of the lifeboats were properly manned. 2, filled with women and children, capsized before our eyes. The collapsible boats were only temporarily useful. They soon partially filled with water. In one boat, 18 or 20 persons sat in water above their knees for 6 hours. 8 men thrown overboard. 8 men in this boat were overcome, died and were thrown overboard. 2 women were in this boat. One succumbed after a few hours, and one was saved. The accident was entirely the result of careless and lack of necessary equipment. There were boats for only 1/3 of the passengers. There were no searchlights. The lifeboats were not supplied with food or safety appliances. There were no lanterns on the lifeboats. There was no way to raise sails, as we had no one who understood managing a sailboat. Mrs. Hogeboom explained that the new equipment of masts and sails in the boats was carefully wrapped and bound with twine. The men undertook to unfasten them, but found it necessary to cut the ropes. They had no knives, and in their frenzy they went about asking the ill-clad women if they had knives. The sails were never hoisted. According to Richard Norris Williams, Jr., his father, C. Duane Williams, was killed, not drowned, in the Titanic wreck. The son, who with his father was on his way to visit Richard Norris Williams, his uncle, 8124 St. Martin's Lane, Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania, says his father was crushed to death by a falling funnel. His account of the tragedy was given through Mrs. Alexander Williams, daughter-in-law of Richard Norris Williams. Richard told us, she said, that he and his father had been watching the Titanic's lifeboats lowered and filled with women. The water was up to their waists, and the ship was about at her last. Suddenly one of the great funnels fell. Richard sprang aside, trying to drag his father after him, but Mr. Williams was caught under the funnel. A moment later the funnel was swept overboard, and the decks were cleared of water. Mr. Williams, the father, had disappeared. Swam through the ice. Richard sprang overboard and swam through the ice to a life raft. He was pulled aboard. There were 5 other men there and 1 woman. Occasionally they were swept off into the sea, even the woman, but they always managed to climb back. Finally, those on the raft were picked up by a Titanic lifeboat and later were saved by the CARPATHIA. Young Mr. Williams said he didn't see J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, after the iceberg was struck. He didn't know the Wideners or other Philadelphians aboard when he saw them. Young Mr. Williams and his father were on their way here from Geneva, Switzerland. The young man was met at the pier in New York, when the CARPATHIA docked, by G. Hyde Norris, a cousin. Together they went to the Waldorf Astoria, where they remained for a few days. The Reverend P.M.A. Hogue, a Catholic priest of St. Césaire, Canada, who was a passenger on the CARPATHIA, told of finding the boats containing the survivors. He said, "Every woman and child, as if by instinct, put the loops around their bodies and drew them taut. Some of the women climbed the ladders. To others, chairs were lowered, and in these they were lowered, and in these they were lifted aboard. Not a word was spoken by any one of the rescued or the rescuers. Everybody was too benumbed by horror to speak. It was a time for action and not words. Not a tear dimmed the eyes of one of the hundreds we got on deck. The women were less excited than the men. Apparently they all had drained their tear ducts dry, for every eye was red and swollen." One of the most interesting accounts of the Titanic disaster, which has come to light, is in a letter written on board by the CARPATHIA by Dr. Alice Leader of New York, one of the survivors, after she had been transferred to the CARPATHIA in a lifeboat. The letter is a personal communication addressed to Mrs. Sarah Babcock, 2033 Walnut Street, Philadelphia. By the wavering of the handwriting, one can realize the state of mind in which it was written. Dr. Leader's letter. In the letter, Dr. Leader said there was no panic on board the Titanic, and that everyone who had met death met it with composure. She speaks of the generosity and kindness shown by the crew and passengers of the CARPATHIA in their treatment of the survivors. Following is the letter. Royal Mail, Steamship CARPATHIA, Wednesday, April 16. My dear Mrs. Babcock, we have been through a most terrible experience. The Titanic and above 1,000 souls sunk on Monday about 3 o'clock in the morning. Margaret and I are safe, although we have lost everything. One of our party also, Mr. Kenyon, was lost. He was such a charming man, so honorable and good. I sat talking to him a little before the accident, and a little later he was dead. His wife is crushed by the blow. I can say one thing, nothing could part me from my husband in time of danger. After floating about for 4 hours, we were taken on board the steamer that was bound for Naples, but she is now taking us to New York. It is terrible to see people who have lost their families and friends. One lady lost $15,000 worth of clothing, and no one has saved anything. Many of the passengers have only their night clothes with coats over them. I shall never forget the sight of that beautiful boat as she went down, the orchestra playing to the last, the lights burning until they were extinguished by the waves. It sounds so unreal, like a scene on the stage. We were hit by an iceberg. We were in the midst of a field of ice, towers of ice, fantastic shapes of ice. It is all photographed on my mind. There was no panic. Everybody met death with composure. As one said, the passengers were a set of thoroughbreds. We are moving slowly toward New York. Everyone on this boat is so kind to us. Clothing and all the necessaries are at our convenience. I am attired in my old blue serge, a steamer hat. Truth to tell, I am a sorry-looking object to land in New York. This is rather a mixed-up epistle, but please pardon lack of clearness of expression. If you want me sometime, I will come to Philadelphia for a day or two in the future. With dear love, Alice J. Leader. Two handsome little boys, tiny waifs of the sea, are one of the mysteries of the Titanic disaster. These small boys were rescued as the big liner was foundering. Miss Hayes, who has them in charge, said, "These two beautiful children speak French fluently, and they know what their first names are, but they do not know their last names. They are Louis, 4.5 years old, I should say, and Lump, a year younger. They were rescued from the Titanic and brought to the CARPATHIA, where I was taken in another boat. Nobody knows who they are. There was but one man in the second-class cabin who had 2 children with him, and that was a Mr. Hoffman, but no one knows any more about him than that. Whether these are his children or not, we do not know. We in the first cabin used to see them and greatly admired them for their beauty and sweet ways. When they were brought on board the CARPATHIA, there were no New York people except myself who had not lost friends. I was the only one in a position to befriend them, and I went to the committee of passengers we had on board and offered to take them to my home. They gladly gave them to me because it meant that otherwise some society would grab them and they might be separated and never reunited. I think that the boys are French, but perhaps Swiss, French, or Alsatian. I have tried them in Italian, German, and English, but they cannot understand. Louis, the oldest, is brown-eyed, with curly brown hair, very regular teeth, and has no scar or mark on his body that would identify him. Both are well bred. The little fellow is just like his brother, but a year younger. Both have very long, curling lashes. When they got up this morning, they asked first thing for a bath, and at breakfast placed their napkins under their chins themselves. Louis came aboard wrapped in a blanket that a sailor had given him. The other boy had a little blue coat with white collar. Louis's French is not a patois, and he has a very large vocabulary. I shall keep them till they are identified and make every effort to find out who they are. Anyone who can help me will win my thanks and the thanks, doubtless, of some poor stricken relatives. It seems almost impossible that these boys can fail to be identified in this day and generation. End of section 12.
Chapter 13 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ty Lasky. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Lifeboats bunglingly handled. Widow of college founder scores management for lack of drill. First thought damage was slight. Aid may have been near. No oil in life lamps. Hudson, New York woman's pathetic recital. A. Dick of New York talks. The urgent need of lifeboat drills on the transatlantic liners was touched upon by Mrs. William R. Bucknell, widow of the founder of Bucknell University, and herself one of the survivors of the disaster, in the course of a graphic account of the wreck of the Titanic given by her at the home of her son-in-law, Samuel P. Wetherell, Jr., at 23rd and Spruce Streets, Philadelphia. Mrs. Bucknell said that not only were the passengers on the Titanic absolutely unfamiliar with the life-saving equipment of the vessel, but that the equipment was inadequate and even faulty. The lifeboats were bunglingly fastened to their davits, she said, and many of the collapsibles were too stiff to open and thus useless for service. To her, the greatest crime was the unpreparedness of the lifeboat equipment. Mrs. Bucknell declared one of the boats was launched with the plug out of the bottom and afterwards sank, the occupants fortunately being rescued by the Titanic's fifth officer. The lifeboat in which she was placed by Captain Smith, she declared, was manned only by a steward and 3 ordinary seamen, and none of the men, she declared, knew how to row. Mrs. Bucknell also said that she had not seen a lifeboat drill while she was aboard the Titanic, and diligent inquiry among those rescued after they were safely aboard the Carpathia failed to develop any knowledge on their part of such drills ever having been held. Mrs. Bucknell said that the only provisions aboard her lifeboat was a basket full of bread. She saw no water, although she said that 2 small casks beneath one of the seats may have contained water. The lifeboats were so bunglingly fastened to the davits in the first place that it was hard work to get them free, said Mrs. Bucknell. Half the collapsible boats were so stiff that they could not be opened and were useless. Those that were not already opened and ready for use were unavailable, also, for none on board seemed to understand how they worked. Hundreds more could have been saved if these collapsible boats had worked properly. Lifeboat begins to fill. One of the lifeboats had a big hole in the bottom. A plug had fallen out, I believe. When it was loaded and lowered over the side into the sea, it began to fill at once. At this point, the 5th officer proved himself a hero. Women in the leaking boat were screaming with fright and tearing off their clothing in wild and fruitless efforts to plug up the hole. The boat filled to the gunwales before any were saved. The brave 5th officer, to my knowledge, rescued 19 of the women in this boat, some of whom had fallen over the side into the sea. It was finally hauled alongside and replugged, loaded, and relaunched. I was asleep in my cabin when the crash came, said Mrs. Bucknell, beginning her account of the disaster. I cannot explain just what the noise was like, except that it was horrible and sounded like a mixture of thunder and explosions. In a moment, there was a roaring sound, and I knew that something serious was the matter. The corridors filled rapidly with frightened passengers, and then the stewards and officers came, reassuring us with the announcement that everything was all right and that only a small hole had been stove in the bow. As I stepped out of my stateroom, I saw lying before me on the floor a number of fragments of ice, as big as my fists. More was crumbled about the porthole, and it flashed over me at once just what had happened. "We have hit an iceberg," I said to my maid. "Get dressed at once." We hurried into our clothes, and I took the precaution to get fully dressed. So did my maid. I even thought to wrap myself in my warm fur coat, for even then I felt sure we would have to take the boats. Something told me the damage was greater than we had been told. My fears were realized a few minutes later, when a steward walked briskly down the corridor, calling to the passengers who had retired again to hurry into their clothes and get on deck at once. I could see by this man's drawn and haggard face that something dreadful had happened. Would not be separated. There was very little confusion on the deck. Once a group of men shouted that they would not be separated from their wives if it became necessary to take to the boats, and made a rush to find accommodations for themselves. The captain seemed to straighten out his shoulders, and his face was set with determination. "Get back there, you cowards," he roared. "Behave yourselves like men. Look at these women. Can you not be as brave as they?" The men fell back, and from that moment there seemed to be a spirit of resignation all over the ship. Husbands and wives clasped each other and burst into tears. Then, a few minutes later, came the order for the women and children to take to the boats. I did not hear an outcry from the women or the men. Wives left their husbands' side and without a word were led to the boats. One little Spanish girl, a bride, was the only exception. She wept bitterly, and it was almost necessary to drag her into the boat. Her husband went down with the ship. The last person I remember seeing was Colonel Astor. When he had been told by the captain that it would be impossible for the husbands to take to the boats with their wives, he took Mrs. Astor by the arm, and they walked quietly away to the other side of the vessel. As we pulled away, I saw him leaning tenderly over her, evidently whispering words of comfort. There were 35 persons in the boats in which the captain placed me. 3 of these were ordinary seamen supposed to manage the boat, and a steward. One of these men seemed to think that we should not start from the sinking ship until it could be learned whether other boats would accommodate the rest of the women. He seemed to think that more could be crowded into ours, if necessary. "I would rather go back and go down with the ship than leave under these circumstances," he cried. Ordered to pull for the light. The captain shouted to him to obey orders and to pull for a little light that could be just discerned miles in the distance. I do not know what this little light was. It may have been a passing fishing vessel, which, of course, could not know our predicament. Anyway, we never reached it. We rowed all night. I took an oar and sat beside the Countess de Roths. Her maid had an oar, and so did mine. The air was freezing cold, and it was not long before the only man that appeared to know anything about rowing commenced to complain that his hands were freezing. A woman back of him handed him a shawl from about her shoulders. As we rowed, we looked back at the lights of the Titanic. There was not a sound from her, only the lights began to get lower and lower, and finally she sank. Then we heard a muffled explosion and a dull roar caused by the great suction of water. There was not a drop of water on our boat. The last minute before our boat was launched, Captain Smith threw a bag of bread aboard. I took the precaution of taking a good drink of water before we started, so I suffered no inconvenience from thirst. Another thing that I must not forget to mention, it is but additional proof of my charge that the Titanic was poorly equipped. The lamp on our boat was nearly devoid of oil. "For God's sake, keep that wick turned down low, or you will be in complete darkness," we were told on leaving. It wasn't long before these words proved true, and before daylight we were dependent on a cane one of the women had brought along, which contained a tiny electric lamp. Fought their way through the darkness. With this little glowworm, we fought our way through the darkness. I rowed for an hour straight ahead. Then I rested, and someone else took my place. Then I grasped the oars again. I have had lots of experience in this form of exercise, and at my place in the Adirondacks am at it continually. So, contrary to stories that have been written, I did not blister my hands. I want to say right here that I did not manage the boat. I helped row it, and that's all. We had rowed about 10 miles when, looking over Countess Roth's oar, I spied a faint light to the rear. "What's that light?" I almost screamed. One of the sailors looked where I indicated and said, "It's a ship. I can tell by the lights on her masthead." As we passed over the spot where the Titanic had gone down, we saw nothing but a sheet of yellow scum and a solitary log. There was not a body, not a thing to indicate that there had been a wreck. The sun was shining brightly then, and we were near to the Carpathia. Mrs. K.T. Andrews, of Hudson, New York, a first-class passenger on the Titanic, said, "When our boat was away from the Titanic, there was an explosion, and the Titanic seemed to break in two. Then she sank, bow first. Just before this, I saw Mr. Astor, Mr. Thayer, and Mr. Case standing on deck. They were smiling, and as we went off, they waved with their hands." Thomas Whitley, a waiter on the Titanic, who was sent to a hospital with a fractured leg, was asleep 5 decks below the main saloon deck. He ran upstairs and saw the iceberg towering high above the forward deck of the Titanic. "It looked like a giant mountain of glass," said Whitley. "I saw that we were in for it. Almost immediately, I heard that stokehold number 11 was filling with water and that the ship was doomed. The watertight doors had been closed, but the officers, fearing that there might be an explosion below decks, called for volunteers to go below to draw the fires. could almost feel the water rushing in. 20 men stepped forward almost immediately and started down. To permit them to enter the hold, it was necessary for the doors to be opened again, and after that one could almost feel the water rushing in. It was but a few minutes later when all hands were ordered on deck with lifebelts. It was then known for a certain fact that the ship was doomed. Charles Williams, the racket coach at Harrow, England, who is the professional champion of the world and was coming to New York to defend his title, said he was in the smoking room when this boat struck. He rushed out, saw the iceberg, which seemed to loom above the deck over 100 feet. It broke up amidship and floated away. He jumped up from the boat deck on the starboard side, as far away from the steamer as possible. He was 9 hours in the small boat, standing in water to his knees. He said the sailors conducted themselves admirably. A. Dick of New York said, "Everybody in the first and second cabin behaved splendidly. The members of the crew also behaved magnificently. But some men in the third class, presumably passengers, were shot by some of the officers. Who these men were we do not know. There was a rush for the lifeboats. It was fully an hour after the boat struck that the lifeboats were launched. This was due to the fact that those aboard had not the slightest idea that the ship would sink." George Reams of 417 Fifth Avenue, New York, was on the Titanic with his brother-in-law, Joseph Holland Loring of London. He said no one seemed to know for 20 minutes after the boat struck that anything had happened. Many of the passengers stood round for an hour with their lifebelts on, he said, and saw people getting in the boats. When all the boats had gone, he added, he shook hands with his brother-in-law, who would not jump, and leaped over the side of the boat. Boat half under water. He swam for a quarter of an hour and reached a boat and climbed in. He found the boat with 18 occupants half under water. The people were in water up to their knees. 7 of them, he said, died during the night. The sufferings of the Titanic's passengers, when taken off the lifeboats by the Carpathia, were told by John Cool of Omaha, Nebraska, who was a passenger on the latter vessel. Many of the women, he said, were scantily clad, and all were suffering from the cold. 4 died on the Carpathia as a result of the exposure. In spite of the suffering and the crowded conditions of the boats, said Mr. Cole, the utmost heroism was displayed by all of the unfortunates. When they were lifted to the deck of the Carpathia, many of the women broke down completely, and there were many touching scenes. Many of the women were incoherent, and several were almost insane. Of all the heroes who went to their death when the Titanic dived to its ocean grave, none, in the opinion of Miss Hilda Slater, a passenger in the last boat to put off, deserved greater credit than the members of the vessel's orchestra. According to Miss Slater, the orchestra played until the last. When the vessel took its final plunge, the strains of a lively air mingled gruesomely with the cries of those who realized that they were face to face with death. Mrs. Edgar J. Meyer of New York said, "It was a clear and starlit night. When the ship struck, we were in our cabin. I was afraid, and made my husband promise, if there was trouble, he would not make me leave him. We walked around the deck a while. An officer came up and cried, 'All women into the lifeboats.' My husband and I discussed it, and the officer said, 'You must obey orders.' We went down into the cabin, and we decided on account of our baby to part. He helped me put on warm things. I got into a boat, but there were no sailors aboard. An English girl and I rowed for 4 hours and a half. Then we were picked up at 6 o'clock in the morning." There were 2 explosions. Hugh Wellner, a son of Thomas Wellner, R.A., of London, says there were 2 explosions before the Titanic made her dive into the sea. Wellner believes he was the last person to leave the Titanic. Mrs. Alexander T. Compton and her daughter, Miss Alice Compton, of New Orleans, 2 of the Titanic's rescued, reached New York completely prostrated over loss of Mrs. Compton's son, Alexander, who went down with the big liner. "When we waved goodbye to my son," said Mrs. Compton, "we did not realize the great danger, but thought we were only being sent out in the boats as a precautionary measure. When Captain Smith handed us life preservers, he said cheerily, 'They will keep you warm if you do not have to use them.' Then the crew began clearing the boats and putting the women into them. My daughter and I were lifted in the boats commanded by the 5th officer. There was a moan of agony and anguish from those in our boat when the Titanic sank, and we insisted that the officer head back for the place where the Titanic had disappeared. We found one man with a life preserver on him, struggling in the cold water, and for a moment I thought he was my son. That all possible means were taken to prevent the male passengers on board the Titanic from going away in lifeboats and allowing the women and children to perish is the tale told by Miss Lily Bentham of Rochester, New York, a second-class passenger who said she saw shots fired at men who endeavored to get away. Miss Bentham was in a hysterical condition when the Carpathia landed and was unable to give a full account of what happened, but Mrs. W.J. Doughton, a fellow passenger, who also comes from Rochester and who lost her husband, told about what took place. Packed like sardines in the boat. I had not been in bed half an hour, said Mrs. Doughton, when the steward rushed down to our cabin and told us to put on our clothes and come upon deck. We were thrown in lifeboats and packed like sardines. As soon as the men passengers tried to get to the boats, they were shot at. I don't know who did the shooting. We rowed frantically away from the ship and were tied to 4 other boats. I arose and saw the ship sinking. The band was playing Nearer, My God, to Thee. There was a baby in the boat with one of the women. The baby's hands had been cut off. I think it was still alive. The mother did not give it up. During the night, when waiting for the Carpathia, 4 of the crew died in the boat and were thrown overboard. It was bitter cold, and we had to wait until 8 o'clock in the morning before being taken off the lifeboats of the Carpathia. John R. Joyce, a banker of Carlsbad, New Mexico, a passenger on the Carpathia, said, "When the Carpathia reached the scene of the wreck, we saw 18 boats and 1 raft on the water. The Carpathia picked them all up. 4 persons on the raft were dead. They were buried at sea on our way back to New York. A survivor told me that some of the Titanic's passengers jumped for the lifeboats, missed them, and were drowned. I heard nothing of Major Butt." Mrs. Dickinson Bishop of Detroit declared that she was the first woman in the first boat. "We floated around a half-mile or so from the scene of the disaster for 4 hours before we were picked up by the Carpathia," she said. "I was in bed when the crash came. I was not much alarmed, but decided to dress and go on deck. By the time I was dressed, everything seemed quiet, and I lay down in my berth again, assured that there was no danger. I rose again at the summons of a stewardess. There were very few passengers on the deck when I reached there. Discipline was perfect. There was no panic, and the discipline of the Titanic's crew was perfect. My husband joined me on the Carpathia, and we knelt together and thanked God for our preservation. That the stokers of the Titanic were the first to realize the seriousness of the accident and came rushing pell-mell to the upper decks for safety was the tale related by one of the survivors to John R. Joyce, a passenger aboard the Carpathia, who hails from Carlsbad, New Mexico. "Soon after the crash," said Mr. Joyce, "I was told that about a dozen stokers came scrambling to the upper decks. They were whispering excitedly and edging their way cautiously towards one of the lifeboats. Suddenly, and without consulting any of the officers of the ship, they climbed into the lifeboat and were off before any others of the crew were the wiser." George Bjorden of California had this to say: "I was beside Henry B. Harris, the theatrical manager, when he bade his wife goodbye. Both started toward the side of the boat, where a lifeboat was being lowered. Mr. Harris was told it was the rule for women to leave the boat first. 'Yes, I know, I will stay,' Harris said. Shortly after the lifeboats left, a man jumped overboard. Other men followed. It was like sheep following a leader. Captain Smith was washed from the bridge into the ocean. He swam to where a baby was drowning and carried it in his arms while he swam to a lifeboat, which was manned by officers of the Titanic. He surrendered the baby to them and swam back to the steamer. About the time Captain Smith got back, there was an explosion. The entire ship trembled. I had secured a life preserver and jumped over. I struck a piece of ice, but was not injured. I swam about 60 yards from the steamer when there was a series of explosions. I looked back and saw the Titanic go down, bow first. Hundreds of persons were in the water at the time. When the great steamer went down, they shrieked hysterically. Mrs. Paul Shabert's story. Mrs. Paul Shabert of Derby, Connecticut said, I was in the stateroom number 28 on the port side and was asleep at the time of the collision. The shock awoke me, but there seemed no excitement and people were walking about in orderly fashion, many stateroom doors being opened simply to permit inquiries as to the cause of the shock. Then, in the midst of all this quiet, came the startling cry of, "Ladies first!" and it was the first intimation of danger that we had. Many of us, however, went back to our staterooms to dress, and did it in rather leisurely fashion until the order was passed that women must leave their husbands, brothers, and other male relations and take to the lifeboats. By this time, the ship's orchestra had been ordered to play as the lifeboats were sent away from the Titanic's side. I refused to leave unless my brother was also permitted to go with me. I stood aside and saw about a dozen boats rowed away, and several times officers of the boat tried to persuade me to go along. When the next to the last lifeboat was ready to leave, there was not another woman in sight, and the word was passed that I might take Philip with me. The Titanic sank about 1:50 o'clock Monday morning, and it was 6 o'clock the same morning that the CARPATHIA put in an appearance, and we were picked up. We were probably a mile from the Titanic's grave when taken aboard the CARPATHIA. C.H. Romaine, Georgetown, Kentucky, tells his story as follows. I had just retired for the night when the Titanic crashed to its doom. The jar was so slight that not much attention was paid to it. Before going on deck, I was told that there was not the slightest danger. 45 minutes afterwards, we were told that the vessel was sinking. Men, women, and children were gathered together on deck. Men stood aside to let the women and children take their places in the boats. The men who remained behind were confident that the Titanic would float for hours. I was commanded to row in one of the first boats that left the ship. We passed out of sight of the Titanic before she sank, but distinctly heard the explosion. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lasky. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror, by Jay Henry Mowbray. Not like Bourgogne disaster. Lone woman survivor makes comparison. Does not like law of the sea. Families first, it should be, she says. Husband greeted like the hero he was. Privations and horror hasten death. Whenever men speak of tragedies of the sea, the story of La Bourgogne, the French line steamship, which was sunk in collision with the British ship CARPATHIA, is always recalled. The conduct of the French sailors upon that occasion is held up as a shining example of what the behavior of a crew should not be. It even appears more reprehensible in the light of comparison with the heroism and noble sacrifices of the male passengers and crew who went down with the Titanic. There were 584 persons drowned in the wreck, and only one woman was saved. She was saved by her husband, who seems to have been the only man in all that great company who showed his manhood in the face of that overwhelming disaster. This hero was Adrien Lacasse, a young French teacher of Plainfield, New Jersey. He died 3 years ago in New York, pneumonia being given as the immediate cause of death. His friends know that the horrors through which he had gone so weakened his constitution that he could not withstand the illness. Mrs. Victoire Lacasse is living quietly in this city with her son Robert, who was born after the disaster. Time has not erased the lines left by the tragedy in her face, and only a glance at that sad, patient face tells the story of her suffering. Since the news of the wreck of the Titanic came, she has not dared to remain alone with her thoughts, but has always had some friend near her when it was possible, and when it was not has found comfort in talking to them over the telephone. Mrs. Lacoste has written the story of the Bourgogne. She has taken occasion in this story to protest against the rule of the sea, which provides for women and children first. On the contrary, she believes it should be families first, and says that she would rather have gone down with her husband than have been saved without him. Mrs. Lacoste's story follows. I have read only the headlines about the wreck of the Titanic. That is all that I had to read. The rest I know. I can see all the things that happened aboard the big funeral ship as vividly as if I had been aboard her when she collided head-on with the iceberg. Went down off Sable Island. I can even picture the ocean, the day, and all the surroundings, because, as many will recall, it was just off Sable Island that La Bourgogne went to her grave on July 4th, 1898, the same day that all America was rejoicing over its victory in the Spanish-American War. I have felt the most heartfelt sympathy for the bereaved, unfortunate survivors of this last terrible wreck. It has always seemed to me a great mistake to compel women and children to be saved first. How much better it would be to save entire families than to have so many widows and children. I know that I should have preferred going down with my husband to being saved without him. The women and children from the Titanic, who have just passed through this ordeal of being separated from their husbands and fathers, stepping into little boats and looking back on their loved ones for the last time, must feel just as I do. Why should the rule of the sea supersede the marriage vow, until death do us part? The story of La Bourgogne has been told and retold so often, and there have been so many different versions of the wreck, that I do not believe that the public understands the truth yet. For one thing, I think too much stress has been laid upon the alleged brutality of the crew. While it is undoubtedly true that they were untrained and undisciplined and were not at their proper stations, I don't believe that they fought back the women and children with their knives. It was the men in the steerage who did these things. We boarded La Bourgogne on Saturday, July 2nd, from New York. The steamship was bound for Havre. My husband, who, I may mention, had served 10 years in the French Navy, wanted to spend the summer months with his parents. The first 2 days we had beautiful weather. Sunday night I could not sleep, recalling the stories of the passengers as I did. At 1 o'clock on Monday morning, I awakened my husband, telling him that I heard a foghorn. There was nothing to fear. He laughed and tried to comfort me by saying that we had a good boat and that Captain Deloncle was a good captain and there was nothing to fear. I insisted and told him that I would not go to sleep unless he went up on deck to make certain that everything was all right. My husband dressed himself and went up on deck. He did not come down to our cabin again until 4:30, and then he threw himself, all dressed, upon the bed. I called to him again that I had heard the foghorn, which had been blowing all that time. He went to the porthole to look out. He had hardly done so when the crash came, and he was thrown violently on his back. He was on his feet in a minute, and half dragged me out of bed. Then he put a life-preserver on me and another on himself. Then we both went on deck, my husband taking several other life-preservers with him, and leaving them on the deck for others. Some men from the steerage saw us, and evidently thought that we had the best life-preservers, because they came at us with their knives. I screamed, and they went away. Meanwhile, some sailors and passengers were trying to launch boats on the other side of the ship. My husband tried to help them, but there was no use. The ship was listing too much. I cannot describe much of what happened on board after this, as my husband cried to me to close my eyes if I would keep my senses. I do remember hearing the captain shouting orders, but I don't believe they were being obeyed. We ran to the stern and climbed aboard a raft. Immediately after this, the raft slipped from under us into the water and left us hanging on the rail of the steamer. Then we both fell into the water backwards. My husband swam to the raft with me. He climbed on it first and then dragged me up after him. Everyone fighting everyone else. We were the first people on the raft, but it wasn't long before we were surrounded by the men from the boats. Everyone was fighting everyone else to get on the raft and to keep the others from getting on. It was more horrible than the most realistic nightmare. About 20 men had managed to get on our raft, which was built to hold 10. The buoys of the raft were already underwater, and the raft was nearly sinking. An old man swam to us. The men shouted to push him off if he tried to get on, but my husband wouldn't do it and pulled him on board. He was a Mr. Achard of Baltimore, and had lost his wife, his son, and his daughter in the wreck. We were drifting helplessly around, no one knowing what to do, when my husband said that there must be a pair of oars on the raft. He felt underneath and found a pair, so the men were able to row out of danger. The ship first went down up to the stern, but righted up. Then the bow rose above the water almost like a porpoise. The ship went slowly down. We saw the captain on his bridge. We saw the water come up and up until it almost reached him. Then we heard a pistol shot. Many people thought that he had shot himself, but it was simply his last call for help. He went down with his boat. It had been just 40 minutes after the collision that La Bourgogne took her final dive. Then suddenly men, women, and children, some of them still alive, were spouted out like sticks in a boiling volume. Those poor creatures, those who had the strength, would swim to the rafts and beg to be taken aboard, and, being denied, turn and disappear into the ocean. Presently the sun broke through the heavy fog, and the great curtain lifted. The surface of the ocean, which had been disturbed by great swells, became as calm as a mill pond. It was a beautiful summer's day. There was nothing to indicate that a great tragedy had just been enacted on these waters. Nearly an hour before relief came. Our men pulled at the oars, and after some hours we came in sight of the Cromartyshire. There were 2 boats from La Bourgogne tied to her stern, but it was nearly an hour before they sent a boat for us. When they did, I would not get into one, and they towed us to the side, where I was helped aboard. When wireless telegraphy was discovered, I thought that great wrecks would be impossible, but the fate of the Titanic has shown us differently. We must rely upon lifeboats and life preservers. I think every person should learn how to put on a life preserver when he goes on board a vessel. He cannot learn when the ship starts to sink. My husband said that nearly all could have been saved from La Bourgogne if they had put on life belts and kept cool. Adrien Lacoste was greeted as a returning hero. On his trip through Canada to this city, he was besieged by people who wanted to see him and shake hands with him. He pulled down the shade of the window in his car to avoid notoriety. The crowds shook hands with an American woman who sat beside him, believing that she was Mrs. Lacoste. Mothers named their babies after him, and from all corners of the earth came letters of praise. He was a hero because he kept cool, and was the only man who did. The heroes of the Titanic cannot be counted. They all kept their heads, so far as is known, but their only reward was the knowledge that they had not been cowards in the face of death. Standing in a circle in the engine room of the Titanic as she went down, with hands clasping those of their comrades, and all praying, the gallant 33 engine men of the wounded vessel met their death. The tragic story of their bravery in the face of what they must have known was certain death was told by Thomas Hardy, chief steward of the Titanic, as he left for England, a passenger on board the Red Star Line steamship Lapland. Scene that Hardy witnessed. His voice breaking with emotion, Hardy told the story of the scene that he and other stewards witnessed from the galleries overlooking the engine room. When the order that every man should take his post as the vessel was sinking was sent through the Titanic, said Hardy, there were 11 men on duty in the hold. The 20 others, without the least hesitancy, came hurrying to their posts beside the engines and dynamos. They must have known as well as Captain Smith that the Titanic was going down, for when they arrived in the engine room, the water was rising over the floor. There was nothing for them to do but to keep the dynamos running. Not one of them moved to quit their posts, and not one would have dared to, even they had been willing, in the face of the stern men who had chosen to die there. Yet they could be of no use, for the Titanic was going down then. The water was rising about them when I looked down from a gallery. I saw the little circle of Chief Engineer Bell and 16 of his men standing there in the water with their lips moving in prayer. I pray that I may never see the like of it again. It was real heroism. Perhaps one of the clearest stories of disaster was told by Albert Smith, steward of the Titanic. Smith was one of the number of 6 members of the crew of the sunken liner who manned boat number 11, which carried 50 women and no men other than the half-dozen necessary to row it to safety. From the time that the first boat pushed off, he said, until 10 minutes before the Titanic sank, the band was playing. They played light music, waltzes, and popular airs at first. The last thing they played was "Nearer, My God, to Thee." The voice of the men on board joining in the singing came perfectly clear over the water. It was so horrible that it was unbelievable. You kept thinking you would wake up. I saw First Officer Murdoch of the Titanic shoot himself. It was Murdoch who was on the bridge when the ship struck. Did not think it serious. I was in my bunk when the crash came. It was not much of a shock. Of course, I knew something had happened, but it never dawned on me there was anything serious. I threw on a few clothes, hurriedly, though according to drill, and went to boat number 11, which was my place in case of emergency. I stood there until one of the officers came by and said there was no danger and that the men might return to their bunks. I was partly undressed again when the second call came. I went back to my post at number 11, and we prepared to lower the small boats. We had made 565 miles during the day, and the Titanic was running at the rate of 23 knots an hour when she struck. My boat station was on the promenade deck. I want to say right here that there was no confusion or panic while the boats were being filled. As a matter of fact, there was no particular rush for the boats because it did not enter the heads of any at first that the Titanic could actually sink. Many believed it was safer to stay on board the big liner, even wounded as she was, than to trust themselves to the boats. When we had filled our boat, we lowered. We had about 50 women with us, which crowded our small craft, so that we were only able to man our oars very slowly and clumsily. In consequence of this, we were not more than a half-mile from the Titanic when she sunk. We saw her plainly all the time, and whatever anybody else may say, believe me, her lights were gleaming until about 5 minutes before she went down. The night was clear and cold and calm, and so bright that the many stars were reflected in the sea. We put off into a field of small ice. The berg we had struck was plainly visible. The Titanic struck a large, jagged, submerged portion of the berg on the port side. As she slowly slid back and away from the mountain of ice, it passed her on the starboard side and went slowly on its way. It was appalling. As I say, we rowed slowly because of our heavy cargo. The Titanic settled slowly at first. When she got going, though, she went rapidly. It was appalling. I do not think any of us really believed until her final lurch that she would actually sink. She started to go down bow first. She dove like that until her propeller was out of the water. Everybody rushed to the stern of the boat. You could see them climbing and clinging to the highest places. Suddenly, the Titanic gave a frightful lurch. Hundreds of those on the stern were flung into the air. They looked like a swarm of bees, little and black. Then the Titanic broke, snapped in the middle, and the boilers blew up and the engines dropped out with a frightful noise. She sank practically in two pieces, broken directly in half. There was little or no swirl or intake. I do not think any of the boats were drawn down. Murdoch stood on the promenade deck when the last boat pushed off. Captain Smith had taken charge of the bridge. Murdoch put a pistol to his right temple and fired. I saw him do it, and I saw him drop. Now I have just $1.25 left tied up in a corner of my handkerchief. I was going to take that to cable one word. It still cost me $1 to cable safe. But I have a mother who is walking the streets of London waiting for that one word. The survivors of the Titanic are still paying a tribute without precedent to the bravery of the men and women of the wrecked liner, steerage passenger, stoker, and millionaire. Major Archibald Butt, USA military aide to President Taft, met his death in a manner that fully justified the president's estimation of him as expressed in the eulogy given out at the White House, in which the president tenderly referred to his late aide as a man gentle and considerate, and as one who was every inch a soldier. Major Butt, an officer of the Titanic. From the moment that Captain Smith let it be known to his officers and a few of the men passengers that the Titanic was doomed, Major Butt was an officer of the Titanic. He was here and there and everywhere, giving words of encouragement to weeping women and children, and uttering, when necessary, commands to keep weak-kneed men from giving in and rendering the awful situation even more terrible. That this was the manner in which Major Butt met death is certain. Captain Charles E. Crane of the 27th United States Infantry was a passenger on the Carpathia, and when he learned that Major Butt was among the dead, he made it his duty to get the true tale of his comrade's death. Naturally, said Captain Crane, I was deeply concerned in the fate of Major Butt, for he was not only a fellow officer of the Army, but also a personal friend of many years' standing. I questioned those of the survivors who were in a condition to talk, and from them I learned that Butt, when the Titanic struck, took his position with the officers, and from the moment that the order to man the lifeboats was given until the last one was dropped into the sea, he aided in the maintenance of discipline and the placing of the women and children in the boats. But, I was told, was as cool as the iceberg that had doomed the ship, and not once did he lose control of himself. In the presence of death, he was the same gallant, courteous officer that the American people had learned to know so well as a result of his constant attendance upon President Taft. There was never any chance of Butt getting into any of those lifeboats. He knew his time was at hand, and he was ready to meet it as a man should, and I and all of the others who cherish his memory are glad that he faced the situation that way, which was the only possible way a man of his caliber could face it. This is a man's game, and I will play it to the end, was the word that Benjamin Guggenheim, the millionaire smelter magnate, sent to his wife from the ill-fated Titanic. No chance of escaping. The message was delivered to the stricken widow by John Johnson, the room steward, to whom it was given. Guggenheim, Johnson said, realized that almost from the beginning that there was no chance of escaping. He sent for Johnson, who he knew was an expert swimmer, and for his secretary, and asked them if they should be saved to get word to Mrs. Guggenheim. Tell her, Johnson, the steward relates, that I played the game straight, and that no woman was left on board this ship because Benjamin Guggenheim was a coward. Tell her that my last thoughts were of her and the girls. Guggenheim, according to Johnson, lit a cigar and sauntered up to the boat deck to help load the lifeboats. He afterward returned to the main deck and was engulfed with the ship. Mr. Guggenheim was one of my charges, said the steward anew. He had his secretary with him. His name was Giglio, I believe, an Armenian, about 24 years old. Both died like men. When the crash came, I awakened them and told them to get dressed. A few minutes later, I went into their rooms and helped them get ready. I put a life preserver on Mr. Guggenheim. He said it hurt him in the back. There was plenty of time, and I took it off, adjusted it, and then put it on him again. It was all right this time. They wanted to get out on deck with only a few clothes on, but I pulled a heavy sweater over Mr. Guggenheim's life belt, and then they both went out. They stayed together, and I could see what they were doing. They were going from one lifeboat to another, helping the women and children. Mr. Guggenheim would shout out, "Women first!" and he was of great assistance to the officers. There was great excitement. Things weren't so bad at first, but when I saw Mr. Guggenheim about 3/4 of an hour after the crash, there was great excitement. What surprised me was that both Mr. Guggenheim and his secretary were dressed in their evening clothes. They had deliberately taken off their sweaters, and as nearly as I can remember, they wore no life belts at all. "What's that for?" I asked. "We've dressed up in our best," replied Mr. Guggenheim, "and are prepared to go down like gentlemen." It was then he told me about the message to his wife, and that is what I have come here for. Well, shortly after the last few boats were lowered, and I was ordered by the deck officer to man an oar, I waved goodbye to Mr. Guggenheim, and that was the last I saw of him and his secretary. Taking refuge on the bridge of the ill-fated Titanic, 2 little children remained by the side of Captain Smith until that portion of the big ship had been swept by water. Survivors of the crew who went down with the Titanic but were saved by clinging to an overturned lifeboat told of their gallant commander's effort to save the life of one of the children. He died a sailor's death, and the little girl who had entrusted her life to his care died with him. He held the little girl under one arm, said James McGann, a fireman, as he jumped into the sea and endeavored to reach the nearest lifeboat with the child. I took the other child into my arms as I was swept from the bridge deck. When I plunged into the cold water, I was compelled to release my hold on the child, and I am satisfied that the same thing happened to Captain Smith. I had gone to the bridge deck to assist in lowering a collapsible boat. The water was then coming over the bridge, and we were unable to launch the boat properly. It was overturned and was used as a life raft, some 30 or more of us, mostly firemen, clinging to it. Captain Smith looked as though he was trying to keep back the tears as he thought of the doomed ship. Every man for himself. He turned to the men lowering the boat and shouted, "Well, boys, it's every man for himself." He then took one of the children standing by him on the bridge and jumped into the sea. He endeavored to reach the overturned boat, but did not succeed. That was the last I saw of Captain Smith. Other graphic accounts of the final plunge of the Titanic were related by 2 Englishmen, survivors by the merest chance. One of them struggled for hours to hold himself afloat on an overturned collapsible lifeboat, to one end of which John B. Thayer, Jr. of Philadelphia, whose father perished, hung until rescued. The men give their names as A. H. Barkworth, Justice of the Peace of East Riding, Yorkshire, England, and W. J. Mellors of Christchurch Terrace, Chelsea, London. The latter, a young man, had started for this country with his savings to seek his fortune and lost all but his life. Mellors says Captain Smith of the Titanic did not commit suicide. The captain jumped from the bridge, Mellors declares, and he heard him say to his officers and crew, "You have done your duty, boys. Now, every man for himself." Mellors and Barkworth both declare there were 3 distinct explosions before the Titanic broke in 2, and bow section first and stern part last settled with her human cargo into the sea. Her 4 whistles kept up a deafening blast until the explosions, declare the men. The death cries from the shrill throats of the blatant steam screechers beside the smokestacks so rent the air that conversation among the passengers was possible only when one yelled into the ear of a fellow unfortunate. "I did not know the Thayer family well," declared Mr. Barkworth, "but I had met young Thayer, a clean-cut chap, and his father on the trip. I did not see Mr. Thayer throw his son from the ship, but the lad and I struggled in the water for several hours, endeavoring to hold afloat by grabbing to the sides and end of an overturned lifeboat. Kept afloat by fur overcoat. I consider my fur overcoat helped to keep me afloat. I had a life preserver under it, under my arms, but it would not have held me up so well out of the water but for the coat. The fur of the coat seemed not to get wet through, and retained a certain amount of air that added to buoyancy. I shall never part with it." The testimony of J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, that he had not heard explosions before the Titanic settled, indicates that he must have gotten some distance from her in his lifeboat. There were 3 distinct explosions, and the ship broke in the center. The bow settled headlong first, and the stern last. I was looking toward her from the raft to which young Thayer and I had clung. I thought I was doomed to go down with the rest. I stood on the deck, awaiting my fate, fearing to jump from the ship. Then came a grinding noise, followed by 2 others, and I was hurled into the deep. Great waves engulfed me, but I was not drawn towards the ship, so that I believe there was little suction. I swam about for more than 1 hour before I was picked up by a boat. Confirming the statements made by J. Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, before the Senatorial Investigating Committee in New York, William E. Carter of Philadelphia, who was saved, together with his wife and 2 children, declared that J. Bruce Ismay had not acted like a coward, but instead had aided in placing women and children in the boats, and gotten into the last one himself only after he failed to find any more women after calling for several minutes. Mr. Carter related his experience on the Titanic from the time the ship struck the mountain of ice until he left the ill-fated vessel on the last lifeboat a short time before she went to her doom. Unjust to Mr. Ismay. Mr. Carter declared that the statements which have been made by many persons regarding Mr. Ismay's conduct were an injustice to him, and added that the head of the White Star Line felt extremely sad following the collision and the subsequent sinking of the world's largest steamer. He said that while the lifeboat containing himself and Ismay was moving away from the Titanic, Ismay rowed with 2 seamen and himself until they sighted the Carpathia. One of the most interesting statements made by Mr. Carter was that a short time before he left the ship, he spoke to Harry E. Widener and advised him to get into one of the boats if he could. Mr. Widener replied, "I think I'll stick to the big ship, Billy, and take a chance." Relating his experiences, Mr. Carter said, "I was in the smoking room for several hours prior to the collision with Major Archie Butt, Colonel Gracie, Harry Widener, Mr. Thayer, Clarence Moore of Washington, William Dulles, and several other men. At exactly 17 minutes to 12 o'clock, we felt a jar and left the room to see what the trouble was outside. We were told that the ship had struck an iceberg. Many of the men were in the card room, and after learning what had happened, returned to their games. The officers informed us that the accident was not a serious one, and there was little excitement at the time. However, I went to the lower deck, where Mrs. Carter and my 2 children were sleeping. I awoke my wife and told her what had occurred, and advised her to dress and take the children to the deck. I then returned to the upper deck and found that the crew were lowering lifeboats containing women and children. When Mrs. Carter and the children came up, I had them placed in one of the boats, which also contained Mrs. Astor, Mrs. Widener, Mrs. Thayer, and several other women. Water pouring into the ship. I believed at the time that they would all return to the steamer in a short time, feeling certain that there was no danger. A few minutes later, however, I learned that water was pouring into the ship and that she was in a serious condition. I saw Harry Widener and walked to where he was standing on the port side of the Titanic. An order had been given before the boats were launched to put on lifebelts, and I had adjusted one around myself. I said to Mr. Widener, "Come on, Harry. Let's go to the starboard side and see if there's any chance to get in one of the boats." He replied, "I think I'll stick to the big ship, Billy, and take a chance." I left him there and went to the starboard side of A deck. There I saw Mr. Ismay and several officers filling the boats with women. I aided them in the work, and as the last boat was being filled, we looked around for more women. The women that were in the boat were from the steerage with their children. I guess there were about 40 of them. Mr. Ismay and myself and several of the officers walked up and down the deck crying, "Are there any more women here?" We called for several minutes and got no answer. One of the officers then declared that if we wanted to, we could get into the boat if we took the place of seamen. He gave us this preference because we were among the first-class passengers. Mr. Ismay called again, and after we got no reply, we got into the lifeboat. We took the oars and rowed with the 2 seamen. We were about a mile away from the Titanic when she went down. It seemed to me that it was less than a half hour. All the women were clad in thin clothes, while I was in my evening clothes, without a hat, and had on a pair of slippers. The night was a dark one, despite the fact that the stars were out. I looked around just as the Titanic went down, being attracted by the explosions. Mr. Ismay did not turn and look, but instead was very quiet, pulling on the oars. The Carpathia sighted. I don't know how long we were in the boat. It seemed to be several hours before we sighted the Carpathia. One of the women saw the steamer with her lights standing out in the darkness. We then started toward her. All this time I was fearing for my family, not knowing how they fared after leaving the Titanic in the lifeboat. We reached the side of the Carpathia before dawn and were taken aboard and given food and warmed. I do not know what became of Mr. Ismay, for I saw my wife and children and hurried toward them. I can tell you I was happy at that moment. On board the Carpathia, we were taken care of excellently and treated fine by the officers and passengers. As we were among the first taken aboard, we were given a little room. My wife and little girl slept in the bunk, while I slept on the floor. It was a terrible experience, and one I never want to go through again. It was my intention, if I could not get into one of the boats, to leap from the hurricane deck and swim to one of the boats. During the trip across, I did not see any lifeboat drills, but this may have been due to the fact that the members of the crew were new to the boat and the fact that the officers thought her perfectly safe. I believe that many more could have been saved if there had been more boats. The men seemed to think that there was no immediate danger, and I myself did not know whether to get into the boat with Mr. Ismay or not until he said, "Come on, you might as well get aboard." I desire to correct what has been said about him. He was perfectly cool and collected, and aided a great deal in keeping the women from the steerage quiet. I will probably be called before the Senatorial Investigating Committee, and I can only say that Mr. Ismay only left the boat after he saw there were no more women on the deck. He called, and so did I, and we found none. I heard no shooting while I was on the Titanic, but do not know what happened after I left on the last boat. Billy Carter, his 10-year-old son, told of his experience after he was wakened by his mother and dressed. "Mama woke me just after it happened," he said, "and Papa hurried to our rooms. While Mama and Sister were dressing, I got dressed as quickly as I could. She told me to be a brave boy, and we all went to the upper deck. All the women were on one side and the men on the other. The officers held revolvers in their hands. We were placed in one of the boats and rowed around for an awful long time until everybody began to worry and think we would not be picked up. Mama helped to row our boat, and in the morning we sighted the big ship CARPATHIA and were taken on board. I felt cold, but we soon got warm and got something to eat. Then, a short time later, Papa came on board." End of chapter 14.
Section 15 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Boy's desperate fight for life. Plunged into icy sea. Did not see berg, parted from parents, saw many jump overboard, leaped into ocean. 8-year-old boy's narrative, was very quiet after he was in boat. Another lad tells how he saw his uncle die. John B. Thayer, the 17-year-old son of Mrs. John B. Thayer, gave a thrilling account of the sinking of the Titanic in which his father lost his life. Mrs. Thayer was saved in one of the lifeboats, while her son was rescued after a most exciting experience on an upturned boat upon which he clambered after struggling in the icy water for some time. According to Thayer's account, there was an explosion as the Titanic sank, this explosion forcing him a considerable distance and probably saving him from being drawn in by the suction as the steamer went down. His statement follows. Father was in bed and Mother and myself were about to get into bed. There was no great shock. I was on my feet at the time, and I do not think it was enough to throw anyone down. I put on an overcoat and rushed up on A deck on the port side. I saw nothing there. I then went forward to the bow to see if I could see any signs of ice. The only ice I saw was on the well deck. I could not see very far ahead, having just come out of a brilliantly lighted room. I then went down to our room, and my father and mother came on deck with me, to the starboard side of A deck. We could not see anything there. Father thought he saw small pieces of ice floating around, but I could not see any myself. There was no big berg. We walked around to the port side, and the ship had then a fair list to port. We stayed there looking over the side for about 5 minutes. This list seemed very slowly to be increasing. We then went down to our rooms on C deck, all of us dressed quickly, putting on all our clothes. We all put on life preservers, including the maid, and over these we put our overcoats. We then hurried up on deck and walked around, looking out at different places until the women were all ordered to collect on the port side. Father and I said goodbye to Mother at the top of the stairs on A deck on the port side and went to the starboard side. As at this time we had no idea the boat would sink, we walked around A deck and then went to B deck. Then we thought we would go back to see if Mother had gotten off safely and went to the port side of A deck. We met the chief of the main dining room saloon, and he told us that Mother had not yet taken a boat, and he took us to her. Father lost sight of forever. Father and Mother went ahead and I followed. They went down to B deck, and a crowd got in front of me, and I was not able to catch them, and lost sight of them. As soon as I could get through the crowd, I tried to find them on B deck, but without success. This was the last time I saw my father. This was about 1/2 hour before she sank. I then went to the starboard side, thinking that Father and Mother must have gotten off in a boat. All this time I was with a fellow named Milton C. Long of New York, whom I had just met that evening. On the starboard side, the boats were getting away quickly. Some boats were already off in a distance. We thought of getting into one of the boats, the last boat to go on the forward part of the starboard side, but there seemed to be such a crowd around, I thought it unwise to make any attempt to get into it. He and I stood by the davits of one of the boats that had left. I did not notice anybody that I knew, except Mr. Lindley, whom I had also just met that evening. I lost sight of him in a few minutes. Long and I then stood by the rail, just a little aft of the captain's bridge. The list to the port had been growing greater all the time. About this time the people began jumping from the stern. I thought of jumping myself, but was afraid of being stunned on hitting the water. 3 times I made up my mind to jump out and slide down the davit ropes and try to make the boats that were lying off from the ship, but each time Long got hold of me and told me to wait a while. He then sat down and I stood up waiting to see what would happen. Even then we thought she might possibly stay afloat. I got a sight on a rope between the davits and a star and noticed that she was gradually sinking. About this time she straightened up on an even keel and started to go down fairly fast at an angle of about 30 degrees. Says goodbye to each other. As she started to sink, we left the davits and went back and stood by the rail about even with the second funnel. Long and myself said goodbye to each other and jumped up on the rail. He put his legs over and held on a minute and asked me if I was coming. I told him I would be with him in a minute. He did not jump clear, but slid down the side of the ship. I never saw him again. About 5 seconds after he jumped, I jumped out, feet first. I was clear of the ship, bent down, and as I came up, I was pushed away from the ship by some force. I came up facing the ship, and one of the funnels seemed to be lifted off and fell towards me, about 15 yards away, with a mass of sparks and steam coming out of it. I saw the ship in sort of a red glare, and it seemed to me that she broke in two just in front of the third funnel. At this time I was sucked down, and as I came up, I was pushed out again and twisted around by a large wave, coming up in the midst of a great deal of small wreckage. As I pushed it from around my head, my hand touched the cork fender of an overturned boat. I looked up, saw some men on the top, and asked them to give me a hand. One of them, who was a stoker, helped me up. In a short time, the bottom was covered with about 25 or 30 men. When I got on this, I was facing the ship. The stern then seemed to rise in the air and stopped at about an angle of 60 degrees. It seemed to hold there for a time, and then, with a hissing sound, it shot straight down out of sight, with people jumping from the stern. The stern either pivoted around towards our boat, or we were sucked towards it, and as we had only one oar, we could not keep away. There did not seem to be very much suction, and most of us managed to stay on the bottom of our boat. We were then right in the midst of fairly large wreckage, with people swimming all around us. The sea was very calm, and we kept the boat pretty steady, but every now and then a wave would wash over it. Sang a hymn, and said the Lord's Prayer. The assistant wireless operator was right next to me, holding on to me and kneeling in the water. We all sang a hymn and said the Lord's Prayer, and then waited for dawn to come. As often as we saw the other boats in the distance, we would yell, "Ship ahoy!" but they could not distinguish our cries from any others, so we all gave it up, thinking it useless. It was very cold, and none of us were able to move around to keep warm, the water washing over her almost all the time. Towards dawn, the wind sprang up, roughing up the water and making it difficult to keep the boat balanced. The wireless man raised our hopes a great deal by telling us that the CARPATHIA would be up in about 3 hours. About 3:30 or 4 o'clock, some men on our boat, on the bow, sighted her mast lights. I could not see them as I was sitting down with a man kneeling on my leg. He finally got up and I stood up. We had the second officer, Mr. Lightholler, on board. We had an officer's whistle and whistled for the boats in the distance to come up and take us off. It took about an hour and a half for the boats to draw near. 2 boats came up. The first took half and the other took the balance, including myself. We had a great difficulty about this time in balancing the boat, as the men would lean too far, but were all taken aboard the already crowded boat, and in about a half or 3/4 of an hour later, we were picked up by the CARPATHIA. I have noticed Second Officer Lightholler's statement that J.B. Thayer was on our overturned boat, which would give the impression that it was my father, when he really meant it was I, as they only learned my name in subsequent conversation on the CARPATHIA and did not know I was Junior. Little Arthur Olson, 8 years old, said that America was a pretty good place and that he was going to like it. Took care of him in the lifeboat. Arthur came to that conclusion because so many people had been good to him. First there was Fritzof Madsen, one of the survivors, who took care of him in the lifeboat. Then Miss Jean Campbell gave him hot coffee and sandwiches and propped him comfortably against some clothing while she busied herself with others. Mrs. William K. Vanderbilt, Jr. next appeared with two nice big men, put him in a taxi with Miss Campbell, and sent him to a hot bath and bed at the Lisa Day Nursery, number 458 West 20th Street, New York. And the next morning Miss Florence Hayden taught him kindergarten songs and dances with her class. Later, Arthur's stepmother, Mrs. Esther Olson, of number 978 Hart Street, Brooklyn, appeared and clasped him in her arms. Her husband, Arthur's father, Charlie Olson, perished in the wreck. Mrs. Olson had never seen Arthur because after Charlie Olson's first wife died in Trondheim, Norway, leaving the little baby Arthur, he had come to America where he married again. A while ago, Olson crossed to see about the settlement of an estate and to bring his son home. He and the boy were in the steerage of the Titanic. Arthur is a sturdy, quiet-faced little chap with red hair, freckles, and a ready smile. He speaks only Norwegian, but Mrs. Olson translated for him when he told his story. "I was with Papa in the boat," said the youngster timidly, "and then something was the matter. Papa said I should hurry up and go into the boat and be a good boy. We had a friend, Fritzof Madsen, with us from our town, and he told me to go too." The ship was kind of shivering, and everybody was running around. We kept getting quite close down to the water, and the water was quiet, like a lake. The last boy saw of Papa. Then I got into a boat, and that was all I saw of Papa. I saw a lot of people floating around, drowning or trying to snatch at our boat. Then all of a sudden, I saw Mr. Madsen swimming next to the boat, and he was pulled in. He took good care of me. In our boat, everybody was crying and sighing. I kept very quiet. One man got very crazy, then cried just like a little baby. Another man jumped right into the sea, and he was gone. It was awful cold in the boat, but I was dressed warm, like we dressed in Norway. I had to put on my clothes when my papa told me to on the big ship. I couldn't talk to anybody because I don't understand the language. Only Mr. Madsen talked to me and told me not to be afraid, and I wasn't afraid. Mr. Madsen was shivering in his wet clothes, but he got all right after the Carpathia came. A bright-faced boy of 8 walked up and down in front of Blake's Star Hotel at number 57 Clarkson Street, New York, the day after the Carpathia arrived. He was Marshall Drew of Greenport, Long Island, one of the survivors of the Titanic. "It all seems just like the bad dreams that I used to have," he confided. "I never want to go to England again. I went over there with my uncle and aunt, Mr. and Mrs. James Drew, to visit my grandpa. We had a good time in England and started back on the Titanic. The night of the wreck, my aunt woke me and said she was going to dress me and take me out on deck. I was sleepy and didn't want to get up. I could hear funny noises all over the ship and sometimes a woman talking loud out in the corridor. My aunt didn't pay any attention to what I said, but hurried me into my clothes and rushed me with her up to the deck. There everyone was running about. Some of the men were laughing and saying there was no danger. They were taking all the women and hurrying them into the boats along with the children. We could not see what for. I thought at first we had got home. Was hurried into a boat. Aunt Lulu put me into the boat and then stood back with Uncle James, and in a moment someone had hurried her into the boat too, and we went down the side. Uncle James waving his hand at us, and Aunt Lulu standing up and looking at him. Then the boat pulled away from the ship, and there was a lot of talk and screaming. We were a long time on the water, and were finally picked up by the Carpathia. Marshall and his aunt were saved. They were met at the pier by his grandfather, Mr. Henry P. Christian of Greenport, and with his aunt were taken to the hotel along with other survivors of the second cabin. Miss Emily Rugg, 20 years old, of the Isle of Guernsey, England, told a graphic story of the sinking. Miss Rugg, who was one of the second-class passengers, was met in New York by her uncle, F.W. Quirrapell, a grocer. The young woman was on her way to visit relatives. She was asleep when the ship struck the berg, and a jar aroused her. Looking out, she saw a mass of ice. Throwing a coat about her, she went on deck and saw lifeboats being lowered. Returning to the cabin, she dressed and then went to an adjoining cabin and aroused 2 women friends. Following this, Miss Rugg ran up on deck and was taken in charge by some of the crew, who dragged her toward a lifeboat. She was lifted into the third from the last, which left the ship. She said that there seemed to be nearly 75 persons in the boat, and that it was very much crowded. In the meantime, a panic had started among those who remained on board the Titanic. An Italian jumped from the steerage deck and fell into a lifeboat, landing upon a woman who had a baby in her arms. Miss Rugg saw the Titanic go down and declares, but for the horror of it all, it might have been termed one of the grandest sights she ever saw. Ship takes its final plunge. The boat seemed to have broken in half, and with all the lights burning brightly, the stern arose into the air, the lights being extinguished as it did so. A moment later, the ship plunged beneath the surface. Carl H. Baer, the well-known tennis player who went to Australia in 1910 with the American team, was one of the Titanic survivors. He was graduated from Yale in 1906 and later from Columbia, where he took a law degree. This is his statement of his experiences on the night of the disaster. We were a party of 4, Mr. and Mrs. R.L. Beckwith, Mrs. Beckwith's daughter, Miss Helen W. Newsom, and myself. Mr. Beckwith and I stayed up in the smoking room. We left just before it closed for the night. I went to my stateroom and only partly undressed when I felt a distinct jar run through the whole vessel, which quivered all over. It was distinct enough for me to be certain that we had hit something. I dressed again immediately, my first thought and purpose being to reach my party at once. Mr. Baer told of assembling his party and added, I knew exactly where the lifeboats were, so Miss Newsom and I, and Mr. and Mrs. Beckwith, went to the top deck. We waited quietly while the first boat filled and was lowered. It appeared to me to be quite full. We then went to the second boat, which was quite full. Mr. Ismay was directing its launching. When Mrs. Beckwith came to the edge of the lifeboat, which was hanging over the sides, she asked Mr. Ismail before attempting to get in whether her men could go with her, and I heard him reply quietly, Why, certainly, madam. We then got into the boat. After we were in the boat, we heard Mr. Ismay calling out and asking if there were any more passengers to go in the boat. The last passengers on top deck. There were none, and we must have waited at least 3 minutes or more before he ordered an officer into the boat and 2 or 3 more of the crew, who were alone on deck and under perfect control. We were evidently the last passengers on the top deck, as we could see no others. Most fortunately for us, when we left the ship, everything was handled in perfect discipline. Mr. Ismay launching our lifeboat in a most splendid fashion, with absolute coolness, making sure that all passengers were on board and our crew was complete. What happened later, we know little about. As far as I'm concerned, I saw no signs of a panic, and not one person in our boat lost his head, nor do I know of a single person being left behind on the top deck. George A. Harder, of number 117 8th Avenue, Brooklyn, who with his bride was saved from the Titanic, told at his home a graphic story of his experience. When the crash came, my wife and I were in our stateroom, about to retire, said Harder. Suddenly, there came what seemed like a low, long groan at the ship's bottom. It did not sound like a collision. Taking my wife by the arm, I rushed to the deck. Passengers were already swarming there, asking what had happened. I heard an officer order a carpenter below to ascertain the damage. He never returned. That the officers already knew the ship was likely to founder was evident from the fact that one lifeboat containing, among others, Carl M. Baer, the Brooklyn tennis player, had been launched. Persons on our side of the boat, the starboard side, were climbing into a second boat. It was a bitter cold night. The stars were bright, and their rays were reflected in the surrounding sea, which was as smooth as glass. Farther and farther we drifted away in the lifeboat, leaving behind us the doomed ship. Blown to safety by explosion. Suddenly there sounded from the Titanic the strains of the Star-Spangled Banner. As I glanced back at the mighty vessel in the glare of her lights, I saw Colonel Archibald Gracie clinging to a brass rail near one of the forward funnels. I afterward learned the explosion of the boilers blew him out of the vortex of the sucked-in water to calmer water, where he was rescued. Gradually, the distance between the Titanic and our lifeboat increased. Her lights continued to gleam, her band to play. 2 hours later, as she loomed a dark mass on the horizon, her lights suddenly went out. Then across the water, mingling with the strains of "Nearer, My God, to Thee," came the distressing cries of those about to die. Out of the jumble of foreign tongues could be distinguished the shrieks of steerage women who were grouped at the aft end of the boat, and above all the sounds, like a benediction, sounded that hymn. It was nameless anguish to us to sit in that open boat and realize our helplessness to aid those about to die. We forgot our own losses, our own sufferings. Only a few of us dared to look at the mighty ship as bow first she plunged beneath the surface. Harder denied that many passengers were shot. He said he knows 3 Italians were killed, but by whom he does not know. Police Magistrate Robert C. Cornell, whose wife and her 2 sisters, Mrs. Edward Appleton and Mrs. John Murray Brown of Denver, were among those rescued from the Titanic, told her story. Mrs. Cornell, said the magistrate, is of the same opinion as many others of the survivors, that many of the lifeboats left the side of the Titanic before they had nearly their capacity. Mrs. Cornell, with Mrs. Appleton, was assigned a place in the second boat. This boat, when it was lowered, contained 23 persons, and she said there was room for at least 17 more, without overcrowding. In fact, all of the boats, my wife says, could have carried many more passengers with safety. There were 3 oars in the boat in which my wife and Mrs. Appleton were put, and no food or water or covering of any sort to keep out the cold. The crew of this boat consisted of 1 sailor and 1 petty officer. When the boat was lowered, an Italian was seen struggling in the water, and he was picked up. The 3 men then each took an oar and did the best they could. Mrs. Cornell and her sister, who have a slight knowledge of rowing, took turns at the oars, as did the other women in the boat, and after drifting about in the sea for about 4 hours, were picked up by the CARPATHIA. Miss Edith Evans, a niece of Mrs. Cornell, and her sisters were traveling with them, and she and Mrs. Brown were assigned to places in one of the boats, which left after the one in Mrs. Cornell and Mrs. Appleton were placed. When this boat was about to be lowered, it was found that it contained 1 more passenger than it could carry. Then the question came as to who should leave. Miss Evans, a handsome girl of 25, said to Mrs. Brown that she had children at home and should be the one to remain. Miss Evans left the boat, saying she would take a chance of getting in a boat later. End of section 15.
Chapter 16 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ty Lasky. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. CARPATHIA to the Rescue. Cunarder's race to Titanic's aid. Captain Rostrom's unvarnished but dramatic report. Knot in operator's shoelace saved hundreds of lives. Was about to retire, but slight delay enabled him to hear message. Icebergs defied in desperate rush. Before the Carpathia sailed once again on her sadly interrupted voyage to the Mediterranean, Captain A.H. Rostrom made public the report he has sent to the Cunard Company, telling an unvarnished tale of the rescue of the Titanic survivors. The report, written on the regular stationery of the Carpathia, reads, RMS Carpathia, April 19th, 1912. General Manager, Cunard Steamship Company, Limited, Liverpool. Sir, I beg to report that at 12:34 a.m. on the 15th of this month, I was informed of urgent distress message from Titanic with her position. I immediately ordered ship turned around and put in course for that position, we being then 58 miles south, 42 east, T, from her. Had heads of all departments called and issued what I considered the necessary orders to be in preparation for any emergency. At 2:40 a.m., saw flare half a point on port bow. taking this for granted to be ship. Shortly after, we sighted our first iceberg. I had previously had lookouts doubled, knowing that Titanic had struck ice, and so took every care and precaution. We soon found ourselves in a field of bergs, large and small, and had to alter course several times to clear bergs. Weather fine, clear, light airs, calm sea, beautifully clear night, though dark. We stopped at 4 a.m., thus doing distance in 3 hours and a half, picking up the first boat at 4:10 a.m. Boat in charge of an officer, and he reported to me that Titanic had foundered. At 8:30 a.m., last boat picked up. All survivors aboard, and all boats accounted for, viz. 15 lifeboats alongside, 1 lifeboat abandoned, 2 berth-on boats alongside, saw 1 bottom upward among wreckage, and according to second officer not been launched, it having got jammed, making 16 lifeboats and 4 berth-on boats accounted for. By the time we had cleared first boat, it was breaking day, and we could distinguish the other boats all within an area of 4 miles. We also saw that we were surrounded by icebergs, large and small, and 3 miles to the northwest of us, a huge field of drift ice with large and small bergs in it, the ice field trending from northwest round by west and south to southeast, as far as we could see either way. Prompt in rescue work. At 8 a.m., the Leyland SS California came up. I gave him the principal news and asked him to search, and I would proceed to New York. At 8:50, proceeded full speed. While searching over vicinity of disaster, and while we were getting people aboard, I gave orders to get spare hands along and swing in all our boats, disconnect the falls, and hoist us as many Titanic boats as possible in our davits. Also, get some on forecastle deck by derricks. We got 13 lifeboats, 6 on forward deck, and 7 in davits. After getting all survivors aboard, and while searching, I got a clergyman to offer a short prayer of thankfulness for those saved, and also a short burial service for those lost. Before deciding definitely where to make for, I conferred with Mr. Ismay, and though he told me to do what I thought best, I informed him. Taking everything into consideration, I considered New York best. I knew we should require more provisions, clean linen, blankets, and so forth, even if we went to the Azores. As most of the passengers saved were women and children, and they were very hysterical, and not knowing what medical attention they might require, thought it best to go to New York. Also thought it would be better for Mr. Ismay to get to New York or England as soon as possible, and knowing that I should be out of wireless communication with anything very soon if I proceeded to the Azores. Again, passengers were all hysterical about ice, and pointed out to Mr. Ismay the possibility of seeing ice if we went to Halifax. Then, I knew from the gravity of the disaster that it would be desirable to keep in touch with land stations all we could. The majority of the women lose their husbands. I am pleased to say that all survivors have been very plucky. The majority of the women, first, second, and third classes, lost their husbands, and, considering all, have been wonderfully well. Tuesday, our doctor reported all survivors physically well. Our first-class passengers have behaved splendidly, giving up their cabins quite voluntarily and supplying the ladies with clothes and so forth. We all turned out of our cabins to give them up to survivors, saloons, smoke rooms, libraries, and so forth also being used for sleeping accommodations. Our crew also turned out to let the crew of the Titanic take their quarters. I am pleased to state that, owing to the preparations made for the comfort of the survivors, none are the worse for exposure and so forth. I beg to specially mention how willingly and cheerfully the whole of the ship's company have behaved throughout, receiving the highest praise from everybody, and I can assure you that I am very proud to have such a ship's company under my command. We have experienced very great difficulty in transmitting news, also names of survivors. Our wireless is very poor, and again, we have had so many interruptions from other ships and also messages from shore, principally press, which we ignored. I gave instructions to send first all official messages, then names of passengers, then survivors' private messages, and the last press messages as I considered the 3 first items most important and necessary. We had haze early Tuesday morning for several hours. Again, more or less all Wednesday from 5:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Strong south-southwesterly winds and clear weather Tuesday with moderate rough sea. Bearing the survivors of the ill-fated Titanic, and with them the first detailed news of the most terrible catastrophe of the sea, the steamship Carpathia, vessel of woe, bore up through the narrows of the harbor of New York and tied up at Cunard Pier, whence it had sailed less than a week before. Like a funeral ship. Silently as a funeral ship, the Carpathia sped. Passengers and crew lined the upper decks. From portholes peered the faces of scores, but no cheer such as usually comes at the end of a cruise was heard. The lights shone brilliantly from every port and from the upper decks, but the big vessel moved silently, almost spectral in its appearance. There was all the speed at the vessel's command in its approach. Moving in from the open sea, the liner turns its prow up the channel toward the spot where the reflection in the sky showed the presence of the great city. At full speed, she bore northward between the twinkling lights on shore. There were sick on board, and their condition did not permit of delay. To the dismal souls on board, the weather must have seemed peculiarly fitting. All day the vessels had raced before half a gale, which beat fiercely against her prow as her course was changing northward. The rain fell heavily and was blown in gusts that defied protecting shelter. Spray flew from the waves and was thrown in showers as high as the top of the huge bulwarks. Such good headway had the Carpathia made that she docked fully 2 hours before it had been expected. All day heavy fog had hung over the lower bay, and it was reported that the weather was heavy and thick outside. Officers of the Cunard and White Star lines, from their offices on Lower Broadway, informed the anxious hundreds who appealed for information that the boat would not be in until probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Tug skippers, shipping men, and the weather-wise made wagers among themselves over the time the Carpathia would arrive. There were many who predicted confidently that the sorrow-laden liner would not be able to come up the channel before the dawn. Carpathia's welcome return. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the wireless flashed to the shore that the Carpathia was abreast of the Nantucket Lightship. This is 187 miles from Ambrose Light at the entrance to the channel. The Carpathia is rated as a 13-knot boat, and it was not believed port would be reached until at least 11 o'clock at night. But a favorable wind beat upon the ship that was bringing home the grief-stricken women who had sailed so joyously on the Titanic. The gale that beat the waves also hurried the ship on the last leg to port. It seemed that Captain Rostrum, in command, anticipating possibly that fog might make dangerous a trip up the channel in the night, had wished to avoid the scores of tugs that he knew would be sent to meet him. In consequence, the first word that came from Fire Island Light was vague and uncertain. They knew only that a great vessel, lighted from stem to stern, was approaching the harbor, but whether it was the Carpathia, the Mauretania, or some other liner could not be ascertained. But when the vessel came opposite Ambrose Light, there was no longer any doubt. From Sandy Hook to Quarantine, and to all the stations of the channel, the word was flashed that the Carpathia was coming. From the Battery to the Bronx, the news spread and sent thousands hurrying towards the great Cunard docks. Then the tugs began snorting and steaming as they pushed the large hulk around in midstream. Slowly she yielded until headed straight towards the slip. The slow process was accomplished while a dozen other tugs pressed their noses against the sides, and those on board tried vainly to get some connected descriptions of the great catastrophe that stunned the peoples of 2 continents. Their efforts were largely futile. The passengers were too far away for their voices to carry well. The crew, acting under instructions, which, rightly or wrongly, have been credited by persons here to the desires of J. Bruce Ismay, the White Star Line chief, who escaped in one of the boats from the Titanic, refused to give any information they may have procured. While the ship was being docked, the photographers on the tugs were active. Flash after flash shot across the water as the cameramen took their pictures. Finally, the Carpathia was fast at her dock, and the gangways were lowered to let the sorrow-laden survivors ashore to receive the welcome that awaited them. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sinking of the Titanic, Most Appalling Ocean Horror by Jay Henry Mowbray. Refused to leave husband. The story of how Mrs. Isidore Straus, wife of the New York merchant, met death with her husband on the Titanic rather than be separated from him, was rendered complete when Miss Ellen Bird, maid to Mrs. Straus, told how the self-sacrifice of Mrs. Straus made it possible for her to escape a watery grave. Miss Bird also supplied details of the appealing scenes between Mrs. Straus and her husband, when the elderly, though heroic woman brushed aside 3 opportunities to be saved, declaring to solicitous passengers that death in her husband's arms was more to be desired than life without him. Miss Bird's narrative was repeated by Sylvester Burns, general manager of R.H. Macy & Company. He said, "When the Titanic struck the iceberg, Mr. and Mrs. Straus were walking arm in arm on the upper deck. Although assured by the officers that there was no immediate cause for alarm, Mrs. Straus, with her husband, hurried to the stateroom of her maid, cautioning Miss Bird to dress hurriedly and as comfortably as she could, because the passengers might have to take to the lifeboats. Then Mr. and Mrs. Straus returned to the deck, where shortly after they were joined by Miss Bird. Mr. Straus stepped aside when the first boat was being filled, explaining that he could not go until all the women and children had been given places. 'Where you are, Papa, I shall be,' spoke up Mrs. Straus, rejecting all entreaties to enter the boat. Mr. Straus vainly attempted to persuade his wife to enter the second boat, assuring her that, eventually, he would find a place after all the women and children had been taken off. Miss Bird, who was making her first trip across, having been engaged in London by Mrs. Straus, joined other passengers in urging Mrs. Straus to enter the boat, but she clung closer to her husband and repeated previous declarations that unless Mr. Straus accompanied her, she would remain behind. Mr. Straus only shook his head. One after another the boats were lowered. Finally, that in which Mrs. John Jacob Astor was rescued was made ready. 'Here is a place for you, Mrs. Straus,' cried Mrs. Astor. Mrs. Straus only shrank closer to her husband. Several passengers, at least 2 of them being women, attempted to force Mrs. Straus into the boat, but she cried out against separation from her husband and ordered her maid, Miss Bird, to take the place beside Mrs. Astor. 'You go,' said Mrs. Straus to the maid. 'I must stay with my husband.' Seeing it was useless to argue with Mrs. Straus, several men passengers lifted Miss Bird into the boat, which was lowered with all haste. As this boat, and 2 others comprising the last to leave the vessel, glided across the waters into the black night, the last glimpse caught of Mr. and Mrs. Straus showed them standing on the deck, clasped in each other's arms, weeping. Mr. and Mrs. C. E. Henry Stengel, of Newark, New Jersey, received the congratulations of friends on their rescue in their home at Broad Street and Lincoln Park. Mr. and Mrs. Stengel left the Titanic in different boats. Mr. Stengel first saw his wife safely aboard one boat, then assisted other women to leave. As a small boat, half full, was being lowered, Mr. Stengel says he asked the officer in charge if he should come aboard. He replied, "Sure, come on in," said Mr. Stengel. I jumped and was rolled along the bottom of the boat. The man in charge said, "That's the funniest drop I have seen in a long while." Everyone in the boat was laughing. There was no real thought of danger among the passengers, and we all expected to return to the steamer within a few hours. In our boat was Sir Cosmo and Lady Duff Gordon, Miss Francatoio, A. L. Solomon, 3 stokers, and 2 sailors. We tried to keep near the other boats, but, finding it hard to do so, tied 3 of the boats together. An officer on one of the boats had provided himself with some blue fire, and so, when the CARPATHIA arrived at the scene, we were the second or third boat to be picked up. I cannot tell the time of events. For a long time after we left the Titanic, her lights were all burning, and we were trying to keep as close as possible to her. She settled so slowly that I did not notice anything unusual until suddenly all the lights of the steamer went out. Then I realized that everyone was in danger. I saw the captain twice after the collision with the iceberg. His face showed great anxiety, but his words were so reassuring that everyone kept in good spirits. Mrs. Stengel said, "When the shock came, I was retiring. At first I was not going to leave the stateroom, but we heard some loud talking, and Mr. Stengel urged me to go. I put on a coat and tied a veil over my head. He put on his trousers and wore a coat. As we reached the deck, a loud order was given of 'Women and children into the lifeboats.' There did not appear to be any danger, but my husband insisted I should get into one of the boats. He walked away, and I could see him assisting other women into boats. Suddenly our boat was lowered. I could still see my husband, and waved my veil, and he waved a handkerchief. Our boat was crowded with women. There were 3 stokers and 1 officer. The stokers knew nothing about the use of oars, and we women took the oars. We stayed close by another boat in which 3 Chinamen had been found lying face down at the bottom of the boat. They could not be made to do anything. There was little alarm. The band was playing on the steamer, and most everyone wished to get back. Suddenly the lights on the steamer went out, and then we realized what had happened. At first, several of the boats kept together, as there was something in the distance that appeared to be a light. We all tried to get to the light, but after an hour or so found that it was simply some light reflection from the tip of an iceberg. Just before leaving the steamer, I saw Colonel Astor. He was with his wife, and was insisting that she get into a lifeboat that was being filled. She seemed to resist, and Mr. Astor picked her up and put her in a seat. He was smiling all the time. There was some difficulty in the next boat, and Colonel Astor was laughing as he helped several women into the boat. All the men among the passengers, so far as I could see, acted calmly, cheerfully, masterfully. Among the stokers and others who were sent to man the lifeboats, there were many cowards. Mrs. Emily Richards, who, with her mother and her 2 children, was on the Titanic journeying from Penzance, Cornwall, to join her husband in Akron, Ohio, said, "I had put the children in bed and had gone to bed myself. We had been making good time all day, the ship rushing through the sea at a tremendous rate, and the air on deck was cold and crisp. I didn't hear the collision, for I was asleep, but my mother came and shook me. 'There is surely danger,' said Mamma. 'Something has gone wrong.' So we put on our slippers and outside coats, and got the children into theirs and went on deck. We had on our nightgowns under our coats. As we went up the stairway, someone was shouting down in a calm voice, 'Everybody put on their life preservers before coming on deck.' We went back and put them on, assuring each other that it was nothing. When we got on deck, we were told to pass through the dining room to a ladder that was placed against the side of the cabins and led to the upper deck. We were put through the portholes into the boats, and the boat I was in had a foot of water in it. As soon as we were in, we were told to sit down on the bottom. In that position, we were so low that we could not see out over the gunwale. Once the boat had started away, some of the women stood up, and the seamen, with their hands full with the oars, simply put their feet on them and forced them back into the sitting position. We had not got far away by the time the ship went down, and after that there were men floating in the water all around, and 7 of them were picked up by us in the hours that followed between that and daybreak. Some of these 7 were already mad with exposure and babbled gibberish and kept trying to get up and overturn the boat. The other men had to sit upon them to hold them down. 2 of the men picked up were so overcome with the cold of the water that they died before we reached the CARPATHIA, and their dead bodies were taken aboard. One woman, who spoke a tongue none of us could understand, was picked up by the boat and believed that her children were lost. She was entirely mad, When her children were brought to her on the Carpathia, she was wild with joy and lay down on the children on the floor, trying to cover them with her body, like a wild beast protecting its young, and they had to take her children away from her for the time to save them from being suffocated. Miss Caroline Bunnell of Youngstown, Ohio, one of the survivors, said that passengers who got into lifeboats were led to believe that a steamship was near and that the lives of all would be saved. Miss Bunnell and her aunt, Miss Lily Bunnell, of London, England, were traveling with George D. Wick, an iron and steel manufacturer of Youngstown, his wife and daughter, Mary Nedley Wick. The women were saved. Mr. Wick went down with the ship. Like hundreds of others, he stood aside to give the women and children first chance. Miss Wick and I occupied a stateroom together, said Miss Bunnell. We were awakened shortly before midnight by a sudden shock, a grinding concussion. Miss Wick arose and looked out of the stateroom window. She saw some men playfully throwing particles of ice at one another, and realized that we had struck an iceberg. She and I dressed, not hastily, for we were not greatly alarmed, and went on deck. There we found a number of passengers. Naturally they were all somewhat nervous, but there was nothing approaching a panic. The other members of our party also had come on deck, and we formed a little group by ourselves. We were told to put on life belts, and obeyed. Then the sailors began to launch the lifeboats. Still, we were not alarmed. We had no doubt that all on board would be saved. In fact, we had no idea that the ship was sinking, and believed that the resort to the lifeboats was merely a precaution. Mr. Wick kissed his wife good-bye, and our boat, the first on that side of the ship, was lowered to the sea. There were about 25 women in the boat, and 2 sailors and a steward to row. These were the only men. The boat would have held many more. As the boat was being loaded, the officer in charge pointed out a light that glowed dimly in the distance on the surface of the sea, and directed our sailors to row to that, land their passengers, and return to the Titanic for more. As we were rowed away, we saw that the great liner was settling. We kept our boat pointed toward the light to which we were to row. As a matter of fact, there were 2 lights, one red and the other white. Sailormen on the Carpathia told us subsequently that the lights might have been those of a fishing boat caught in the ice and drifting with it, but who can tell? After a while our sailors ceased rowing, saying it was of no use to keep on. Then we women tried to row, with the double light our objective. We rowed and rowed, but did not seem to gain on the light, which, like a will-o'-the-wisp, seemed ever to evade us. Finally we gave up and sat huddled in the lifeboat. Some of the women complained of the cold, but the members of our own party did not suffer, being provided with plenty of wraps. From the distance of a mile or more, we heard the explosion and saw the Titanic go down. The lights did not go out all at once. As the ship slowly settled, the rows of lights, one after another, winked out, disappearing beneath the surface. Finally, the ship plunged down, bow first, and the stern slipped beneath the waves. Even then, we had hoped that all on board might be saved. It was only after we had been taken aboard the Carpathia, and somehow few of us there were compared with the great company aboard the Titanic, that we got the first glimmer of the appalling reality. "I never dreamed that it was serious," said Alfred White, one of the 2 oilers from the engine room who was saved by being picked up. "I was on the whale deck in the bow calling the watch that was to relieve me when the ice first came aboard. It was a black berg that we struck. That is, it was composed of black ice. It could not be seen at all at night. The striking opened seams below the waterline, but did not even scratch the paint above the line. I know that because I was one of those who helped make an examination over the side with a lantern. I went down into the light engine room, where my station was, at 12:40 o'clock. We even made coffee, showing that there wasn't much thought of danger. An hour later I was still working around the light engines. I heard the chief engineer tell one of his subordinates that No. 6 bulkhead had given away. At that time things began to look bad, for the Titanic was far down by the bow. I was told to go up and see how things were going, and made my way up through the dummy funnel to the bridge deck. By that time all the boats had left the ship, and yet everyone in the engine room was at his post. I was near the captain and heard him say, "Well, boys, I guess it's every man for himself now." I slipped down some loose boat falls and dropped into the water. There was a boat not far away, which later picked me up. There were 5 firemen in her as the crew, 49 women and 16 children. There was no officer. During the 6 hours we were afloat, we were near what we boys later called the Millionaire's Boat. That lifeboat had only 16 passengers in her. When all were put aboard the Carpathia, the 6 men who were the crew of that Millionaire's Boat each got £5. Those who had worked harder saving second-class passengers didn't get a cent. White then told of the way in which the children from the open boats were swung aboard the Carpathia in sacks, while the women were hoisted up in rope swings. Near the boat in which I was, White went on, were 2 collapsible boats which had failed to work and were not better than rafts. They had 32 men clinging to them, who were later picked up by the lifeboats. The other 2 collapsible boats, which had about 60 passengers in them, deposited what women they carried in the regular lifeboats and went to the scene of the sinking. From the water were picked up perhaps 50 of the crew who had floated off when she sank, or else who had jumped before. The second officer was picked up too, and took command of a boat. Now, about the sinking itself. There was some sort of an explosion just about 2 o'clock, or shortly after I had gone overboard. It was not until this explosion, the nature of which I do not know, that the lights went out. They had been fed by steam from oil boilers. The explosion caused a break in the ship just aft of the 3rd funnel. The forward section went down bow first. The after part then seemed almost to right itself, and we thought she might keep afloat. But it wasn't long before the propeller shot out of the water, and down she went. A steward who stood on the poop deck had the ship go down under him. He was picked up later, and his watch was found to have stopped at 2:20 a.m., so we knew that that was the time she foundered. There was no apparent suction when she foundered. While we were cruising about the place, our oars continually bumped into dead bodies, wearing life belts. Some of the bodies were of the half-naked stokers. They were killed by the shock. We knew that the temperature of the water had been 28 degrees at 11 o'clock the same evening. While we were waiting for the boat to go down, we heard some 15 or 20 shots from the rail of the ship. We only surmised what they were. There was a fireman who told of a woman in the boat, which he helped man, who started up, "Pull for the shore," and "Nearer, my God, to thee," after his boat had left the wreck. This kept up all night until the Carpathia arrived. Lawrence Beasley, a Cambridge University man, who was a second cabin passenger on the Titanic, amplified his previous account while visiting the White Star offices. After describing events immediately following the collision with the iceberg and his departure in a lifeboat, Mr. Beasley is quoted as saying, "We drifted away easily as the oars were got out, and headed directly away from the ship. Our crew seemed to be mostly cooks in white jackets, 2 at an oar, with a stoker at the tiller who had been elected captain. He told us he had been at sea 26 years and had never yet seen such a calm night on the Atlantic. As we rowed away from the Titanic, we looked back from time to time to watch her, and a more striking spectacle it was not possible for anyone to see. In the distance she looked an enormous length, her great bulk outlined in black against the starry sky, every porthole and saloon blazing with light. It was impossible to think anything could be wrong with such a leviathan, were it not for that ominous tilt downward in the bows, where the water was, by now, up to the lowest row of portholes. About 2 a.m., as near as I can remember, we observed her settling very rapidly, with the bows and the bridge completely under water, and concluded it was now only a question of minutes before she went, and so it proved. She slowly tilted straight on end, with the stern vertically upward, and, as she did, the light in the cabins and saloons, which had not flickered for a moment since we left, died out, came on again for a single flash, and finally went out altogether. At the same time, the machinery roared down through the vessel with a rattle and a groaning that could be heard for miles, The weirdest sound, surely, that could be heard in the middle of the ocean 1,000 miles away from land. But this was not quite the end. To our amazement, she remained in that upright position for a time which I estimate at 5 minutes. Others in the boat say less, but it was certainly some minutes, while we watched at least 150 feet of the Titanic towering up above the level of the sea and looming black against the sky. Then, with a quiet, slanting dive, she disappeared beneath the waters. And there was left to us the gently heaving sea. The boat filled a standing room with men and women in every conceivable condition of dress and undress. Above, the perfect sky of brilliant stars, with not a cloud in the sky, all tempered with a bitter cold that made us all long to be one of the crew who toiled away with the oars and kept themselves warm thereby. A curious, deadening, bitter cold unlike anything we had felt before. And then, with all these, there fell on the ear the most appalling noise that ever human ear listened to. The cries of hundreds of our fellow beings, struggling in the icy cold water, crying for help with a cry that we knew could not be answered. We longed to return and pick up some of those swimming, but this would have meant swamping our boat and further loss of the lives of all of us. We tried to sing to keep the women from hearing the cries, and rowed hard to get away from the scene of the wreck. We kept a lookout for lights, and several times it was shouted that steamers' lights were seen. Presently, low down on the horizon, we saw a light that slowly resolved itself into a double light, and we watched eagerly to see if the two would separate, and so prove to be only two of our boats. To our joy, they moved as one, and round we swung the boat and headed for her. The steersman shouted, "Now, boys, sing!" And for the first time the boat broke into song. "Row for the shore, sailors!" And for the first time tears came to the eyes of us all as we realized that safety was at hand. Our rescuer showed up rapidly, and as she swung around we saw our cabins all alight, and knew she must be a large steamship. She was now motionless, and we had to row to her. Just then day broke, a beautiful, quiet dawn. We were received with a welcome that was overwhelming in its warmth. End of Chapter 17. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, August 20, 2024.